Hello, hello. Welcome to the city that never sleeps. We've returned for more action here at Gamers Without Borders 2022. Just 2 days remaining. 3 regions still to be decided who will make it through to that big LAN in Riyadh later this year. That's what we're here to start whittling down. I'm Killer Pigeon, and joining me on the panel are the Brainiacs who will be able to break down the action game to game. We've switched it up a little bit, though. We did think the Wagga was cute, but we decided we want another cutie. We went in a different direction. I'm going to be joined by Gareth and, of course, the return of Danog once again. How's it going, lads?
Good, good. Yeah, Glasses gang, except Danog. Swapped me out. Swapped me in for Wagga out. I like yours, Darren. Where'd you get them?
Thank you. Wow, cheeky Specsavers, as you do as a Brit, right? I saw...
Oh, yes.
There we go. Yes. Now you do look like my analyst. There we go.
I knew he was hiding them somewhere.
I don't wear these a lot. I think they're crooked.
Oh, you look gorgeous, mate. It's beautiful.
The crooked adds the look, right? Like, we're looking for mass nerds, so you kind of got to have the crooked. There's also the duct tape, right? Like the little, or not duct tape, but like the sticky tape that you put around the center, like you broke them.
Have you ever seen... Wait, we're going mega off topic here, but have you ever seen anyone in real life with that duct tape on? I've only seen it in the movies.
Yes. I've seen someone with it, like, and I still am not sure if they broke it or if it was on purpose, but whatever it was, they were working the look.
Stylish.
You know? They were. And you know what? Like, we're styling in the charity department here in this tournament, because for those wondering what the hell's going on, why are we here, like, the players aren't making any money. They will make money later. Anyone who qualifies here will head through to a LAN, but first of all, let's focus on the money that is going to be distributed from this tournament. It's to charities. $2 million will go out to charities. You see the ones on your screen right now. There are 6 up for selection, and teams, depending on how they come in each of these regions, will have a certain amount that they can choose which charity they dedicate it to. And the thing that I love about this is that, lads, we're not just focusing on the big C, right? The big thing that's kind of been plaguing us for the last few years. Instead, this is going to be causes all around the world, whether, you know, people in need, people starving, whatever it may be. And of course, the teams we mentioned on your screen right there, Asia, Europe, looking pretty stacked. Saudi Arabia, a big question mark in a lot of people's brains. But I don't know, I feel like what we've been seeing has been delivering, Danog, right? Like, there are some notable names in the Saudi Arabian region.
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing a quite good job so far, and unfortunately we've had to say goodbye to Enigma Galaxy C, Gaming Gladiators, and HSS Flow so far. Sorry, I had to take off the glasses, boys.
Oh, no.
Just wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling it, sorry. I can't rock it like you two. I mean, I'm already stuck here with a couple of Brits, and, you know, to add that on, it's too much.
It's
Bloody
okay.
Poms.
You know what? He can make up with it. He's been pretty good on the nerdyism in the panel. Like, I've been impressed with his breakdown. Always glad to have him, and glad to be joined by Gareth. I mean, you've got big shoes to fill. Wagga was setting a high standard, but I know you're going to deliver. And you know what? There's plenty to deliver. Let's check out the schedule today to see what you've all tuned in for, because I know a lot of people already are going, RNG already playing. What's going on here? Well, they will be featuring here immediately after that series, going up against eHome. This is a lower bracket series. Whoever loses here is eliminated, and their chances of making it to the $4 million LAN in Riyadh later this year is gone with it. Then, of course, we will follow up with O1 Esports versus Ooredoo Funders in that lower bracket, and then rounding out with Nigma Team Liquid. Now, we're going to talk a lot about RNG eHome, but let's quickly just break down Nigma Team Liquid. Did we expect this to be the 2 teams in the lower bracket? Not one of these 2 not already in the finals. What do you think, Gareth? Is this expected?
I mean, a little bit. Like, going into this before the bracket started, before the qualifiers started, you know, kind of Gaming Gladiators, Tundra, and Liquid as like that third option were my big 3, but definitely Gaming Gladiators and Tundra. Nigma kind of expected to be down there.
Go on, say you were thinking they were going to be eliminated. Come on, just say it.
I thought they would be eliminated earlier,
There we go.
but I'm feeling like Liquid are going to take them out, and then we have, you know, Tundra against Liquid, which is one of the more expected outcomes. Yeah, a rematch of earlier on.
Yeah, I think the big surprise for a lot of people was Gaming Gladiators going out first in 4th place out of the 4 teams here, like Nigma. You know, at least the kind of Nigma storyline followed in one direction, right? SEA, they were the first ones eliminating Nigma Galaxy SEA going out, which means we get that Chinese bout. But one thing I'm looking forward to when we look into the finals tomorrow for this region is the SEA China matchup. Either way, it's going to be SEA versus China, right? Because we're pitting them against each other, RNG and eHome in that lower bracket final.
Yeah, it's one of those funny things where, again, there's another repeat, right? RNG against eHome already faced each other earlier on. And then we have the Southeast Asia against China in that grand final. I mean, Danog, that's going to be huge if it's, Boom against RNG again. That series they already had was so close between the two of them.
Yeah, it was sick. And I'm really hyped to see, honestly, even this series today, right? It was on the B stream that it was covered on the first day, so we didn't get a chance to watch it. We were watching Boom versus Nigma C, so I'm keen to see how RNG and eHome are going to face up against each other, because last time they did, both here and in the DPC, RNG took the chocolates, so eHome, I'm sure they're going to be keen for some revenge.
And I'm kind of interested to pick Gareth's brain, because I'm pretty sure, maybe you recall correctly on this, Danog, didn't Wagger say that he thinks RNG will still take this and make it through the grand finals and then beat Boom? I'm pretty sure that was his rounding out thoughts before he departed.
I didn't think he said they would beat Boom. I think he said that they would pretty comfortably win this series. He's a bit of a Boom fanboy like me, and he had faith in them, because across all the series that we cast together, it seemed like he was if RNG's draft was far superior, he would go with them, but otherwise he favored Boom for execution. And in these grand final situations, of course, RNG, their players are no strangers to that. I mean, multiple TI finalists, right? But you've just had Boom, who are on a bit more of a hot streak in recent times, of course, with the recent Gamers Galaxy LAN win.
You feel the same way about that, Gareth? Are you on the Boom hype train, or do you feel like RNG's got something secret in the bag?
I think Game 3 of that series is probably indicative of how the grand finals would go. The fact that they had, it was an hour-long game, both Game 1 and Game 2, right?
Yeah.
And then Game 3 was like 35 minutes, this is what we're made of, you don't stand a chance against us. And Boom really shone in that third game. And I think we could have another tight series, but I think it's just that competitive edge and that real, team spirit and determination that really shone against RNG, who are a newer squad, growing and learning again. It's those early pains for RNG, it feels like, in terms of longer series anyway.
And of course, we can't forget about the other side of this. Like eHome, they still have a shot at this. I think some people kind of lean towards RNG, but what makes this squad promising to you, Dano? What has eHome got that could maybe allow them to take this series and then maybe even take this region?
I think it's honestly very, very opposite, not perspectives, but I think RNG, they build around Somnus, right? If he has a good game, they're probably going to win. And so I want to see the draft like that. Kind of an opposite sort of thing for eHome, though. Shiro, he's their win condition. He's their star player. He's the one that had all of these sorts of different options and offers from some of the bigger organizations, but he was like, no, I want to stick with most of the boys that got us to this stage. And so I feel like that's where eHome are going to put a lot of their emphasis on, making sure that he has a good game. But then you kind of know this from both sides, right? So eHome will just be like, all right, well, maybe we need to target Ghost because he's not as much of a focus, and then back our carry to carry matchup. Or you might say, all right, we really need to focus on Somnus, so that Ghost, a couple of times he did show a little bit of shakiness there, being caught out of position and really not hitting the ball that was set up for him, basically.
No, it's important to point out that was a recent change, Gareth, right? They only just brought Ghost in, they booed 1-2 players out, so maybe some teething issues that eHome, a squad that's been together longer, can maybe exploit?
Yeah, I think Danog is absolutely right. Two talking points which are going to be, key and have already been is Somnus Storm Spirit, not just his mid lane, but his Storm Spirit in particular, is something that I think has to be banned, because it just brings the team together. When you've got two support players in the caliber of Xnova and Kaka, the fact that your mid can play with your two supports, and then you have these basically two other carry heroes in Ghost and Chalice able to play the rest of the map, you have so much strength there. So I think focusing Storm Spirit or Spirits in general, and maybe even just tri-laning Somnus from 4 minutes in, just get down his throat, make sure he doesn't have a good game, because that in turn also opens up the map for your other heroes like Shiro, as Danog was saying, because you're drawing attention away from the side lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, right now in his DPC game, he's playing a coddled mid, right? So he's not just this spirit bot, and he's at the top of the net worth. So I'm keen to see what he's going to bring to this series once he's done that one.
Yeah, I love that point around the tri-laning mid as well. I feel like when I was casting a tournament back in January and I had Misery with me, he was the one. He was very surprised by that. He was like, okay, the Chinese region seems to heavily obsess around the runes 4-6 minutes in. Are we maybe expecting to see that come out, a lot of prioritization towards tri-laning in the mid section?
I think it's quite dependent on what your mid hero is. For example, if you have a spirit hero, it's you have to get them these runes. You have to refill the bottle, and if you get an active rune, especially a haste or a DD or something, it just allows that hero to go to a side lane and just kill someone. And all of a sudden, you've got this bit of leeway where you're able to go and pull back lane or start stacking and building up ancient and jungle camps. So I think that quite simple maneuver of just, hey, we're going to spend this 15 seconds of time to go stack, move to these runes, get our mid laner active. It just gives you so much more momentum.
Yeah, and I think that's particularly important against Somnus, right? Because I think it was Bryle from TSM that said playing against him is like playing against a robot. He just doesn't make mistakes. He's a machine. So any kind of chance that you get to be able to push the lane in your favor, whether that be through power runes, through blocking up some of the jungle camps that he's going to be looking to farm, you got to take it, right? Because he is their star player.
Yeah, and
every small advantage you can take.
Exactly. I was thinking, like, from a star player perspective as well, do we feel like eHome has that balance where anyone can pop off? Because I feel like so far from RNG, we've seen that from multiple people, right? Like Somnus, the obvious one we mentioned. We've definitely seen it out of Kaka, and I believe X-Nova, I mean, Danog, that game yesterday, the Pugna one alone, like, he made it ban-worthy.
He was so good on that game. Like, if you ever want to know how to play position 5 Pugna, watch that game #1, because if not for some FBZ heroics, RNG would have won that game, absolutely.
Well, you know what? We spent so long hyping this up that I feel like it's kind of sad we have to go to a short break. We did mention a little bit earlier on that RNG is still playing a series. So here's the plan. We're going to make sure that we get this stream up as quickly as possible as soon as that series finishes. So my advice would be go check out the games there so you know exactly when to come back here so that you can catch RNG versus eHome in a best-of-3 elimination game, which hopefully shouldn't be too far away.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all of these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
little bit more in the jungle. The Observer they put down is going to help protect him as well. It's easier for him to farm in this overall area.
Ooh, with toss up into the air. Has to be careful because he's here. Husky just running away. Boundless though. Beautiful in position. Landing on 2. And comes that Solar Guardian though from Gustavo. Is going to be able to make sure they cannot finish off. So Milan will fall. Another avalanche. They've got the dust. They're seeing if they can. Yeah, they'll be able to take out MSS. The Hunt is on now trying to go and grab
He doesn't have mana.
Does not have mana. Is he going to get rooted, though, is the real question here, Purge, as the bear chases him down. There it is. There's that root into an Illuminate. He's going to try to slide around, but at the end of the day, Gunnar will collect his life.
Sees the opportunity to head over towards the pit. 9 is watching from the outside. Bugs are in. They know Uragi's low. Uragi's going to turn the diffuse. The Hex comes in to put a stop to 33 being able to get the Doom off. Tiger focused by Fodder and Skinner will fall. Sonic Wave comes in onto the side under 3 of them. The grip follow up onto Uragi. They lock down the Ursa. They'll take him out. BZM tries to TP out. Will manage to do so in time. Snaking. Couldn't quite get the hits in on time. 9 jumps over. Finishes off Misha over into the pit. Fodder's trying to hide, but Amar's in on top of it. Yeah. Sparta goes down, buyback comes over from Misha. He's ready to return towards the pit, brings BZM back over to the front line so we can get him with the silence. On to 9, 9 goes down.
Sorry, Puppy said.
Roshan's getting very low here. They get the jump on Boxy. So if they can burst him in time, they can't. Sentry comes down, or they can get him. Zai's in with the counterplay, jumps forward with Ravage. They're trying to lock down Smells able to pop the BKB. It doesn't matter, he'll still die. They have the physical to go through it. Buyback comes in from Yapsor. Zai very, very low, but he's able to make his way back round to the safe side of the Roche pit. He'll live. A secret, they're trying to fight back. They get the arrow connection in onto Matumaman, and Nisha is in on top of it. So Matu goes down, Insania and Zai both low. They still have to continue to run. Ice goes back in, he'll die, but he commits his life there to set up with the Burrow Strike. The follow-up Hex from Puppy comes in. Nisha, another cleanup from him on his Ember Spurs. He's got a triple kill. I don't think he's done yet. They're low on Liquid. And then Insania, TP's out in time. See if they're going to be caught by the rest of Liquid. Matu leading him with the bear. They'll get the fear up onto Celery. Trying to take out this Enchantress first, but Celery living a little longer than maybe Matu would hope. He's still trying to bring her down. The Celery will be able to glimmer, step to the side. Liquid, they've lost 2. And now Matu, can he deal with the rest of them? He'll turn towards Duracho, but Duracho playing to the edge of the bear. Matu goes down. Mickey really wants to kill this Bristle. Throw out the Remnants, is able to jump in, take him out. It's a 3 for 2 right now. Gaming Gladiators holding themselves on top of the fight for now. Mickey. Another change comes into play, but Tofu's got the Nightmare. He'll be able to allow Celery to Ace to close the gap upon him. Nightmare taken off.
No Remnant yet.
By the Lich. Is there going to be any potential for Mickey to run from this? He'll hold the back with the chains. Another Sleight of Fist in him with the Remnant. He's actually got the kill on Tofu. Ace now getting burst low, but the damage to the impetus. Can Celery get the Mickey? He's living. The Frost Shield's back up on him. They can't quite finish this Ember Spirit off. Another Sleight of Fist.
Mickey, look at him go. The boy who lived.
They could push top, but no.
Matu's just going straight in for 9. He's going to try and get himself on top of the Lina, jump forward for Skeeto. He'll be able to control Matsumaman. Sonic Wave for now will push him out to the side. Tether across. Can they heal up Matsu enough? Another Sonic Wave comes in. The second one there from Mickey, and that will help them to clean up this fight potentially. But no, Matu still goes down. They couldn't quite finish 33 or Saxa. Buyback comes out from Zai. It's only to be stepped from 9. Also buying back and boxing over to the creep wave to keep this fight going. Looks towards Boxy. Boxy cannot escape. Mickey blink out just in time. 3 buybacks now from Liquid. Zai looks for the call. He's got the control out, but 9 is getting jumped. Can they finish off 9? 9 ball back for this. Would be a huge kill if they can get it. He's healing up. Can he really continue to sustain through this? He can. 9, they can't kill him. Liquid, they've lost Zai. There's a dieback from him. Jump back over to again, try for 9. The Vessel is ticking him down. Boxy manages to jump back in.
Oh my god.
Diebacks from both sides. 33 goes for the TP out. He'll make it back safely.
Yapzo support. Obviously, he played much better in support, but I'm not sure if he played core before, so I can't make a judgment on that.
I mean, he's a core player for sure, in his heart. It's greedy.
Core!
Core. He's a core.
Core. For sure, core player, man. Both?
Support.
Support.
Support. Support.
I mean, I love that hero. Would be fun to say burden.
Support. I don't want any burdens on my team, man.
Support.
Burden. For sure.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ, तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ पिलानी है। किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हम, हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना, कि हमारा अब लोकल टीम में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिला। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. Not too long of a break, finally ready to get underway. Shouldn't be long now because we know what you came here for. You came here for some regional battling between the Chinese teams. Of course, not just battling for nothing. In fact, there's a lot on the line here. Not only are we looking to give a lot of money to charity with this segment of the tournament, but these teams, they want to fight tooth and nail because whoever comes out on top at the end of this week will get invited to the $4 million tournament in Riyadh later this year. All that to play for, and RNG already having played a lot, boys. They just had a fierce series up against Extreme Gaming in the Deep Sea Regional Finals.
Yeah, I would say probably a little bit rattled after that series as well. It's going to be interesting to see how they pull things back and take on eHome here for sure.
Means they're going to have no excuses though, right? A lot of teams, you know, you might say for the European teams, 3 of which were attending the major, Gaming Gladiators, Copium enjoyers are just going to say, look, they were saving their strats. They didn't want the real things with the DPC points to matter. RNG don't have that excuse anymore. They're out. They're in 4th position in the regional finals, and now this is what they have to play for. So you got to throw everything at it because this is your last chance to do anything until the next DPC season rolls around.
No, I'm kind of wondering, are we going to see that same kind of ferocity that we saw yesterday from RNG, or are they maybe going to be a bit deflated? Because, you know, that is that morale hit, right? After that series they just had, yes, this is a lot to look forward to now. This is what they've got to deal with. They've got to put it all on the line for this. But at the same time, you're going to need that mental reset. And I guess that's where having a player like X-Nova, who's been in that captaincy role at the highest level, in the highest, most intense environments, is going to come mighty handy to the team, right?
Yeah, it's not just him as well, right? There's Kaka, and he's been one of the mainstay captains and drafters, you know, of IG and newbie historically throughout the Chinese region. He's been one of the primary captains. Kind of think of him as, you know, the puppy of China, basically. But I'm not sure I agree with the kind of mentality side of things. I know we get maybe a biased read through TrueSight and hearing rumors and things like that, you know, through the grapevine and on Reddit and stuff. But the way that we've seen previous iterations of Newbie, LGD, IG in their team comms and coming back after losses, there's definitely negativity there that can kind of fester. But I'm always optimistic and hoping that they definitely can bounce back. And I kind of want them to, you know, take these lessons on the chin and figure out, hey, we can't always rely on the same kind of drafts. We can't get outbanned in the first phase every game. We're going to have to find new avenues towards victory. And it's going to be...
Yeah, I mean, victories...
oh, no.
Gareth.
He said someone out loud.
Your photo's gone. Don't worry about it. We can
You've been absorbed into the greater network here in the great big city. Yeah. How does it smell down there? Oh, that's probably Jenkins. I mean, I hear he spills a lot of...
Jenkins has been spending his time down there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh dear, but of course we can see how the brackets are looking so far. Nimid Galaxy, SEA, of course, the first team out. eHome were able to 2-0 there. A lot of 2-0s. I was glad we finally got a 3-game series yesterday in the Asia region. Question is whether we're going to get that here. Do we feel like RNG and eHome are fairly evenly matched, or do they feel miles apart?
I wouldn't say miles apart. RNG are probably slightly ahead just because of, you know, obviously finishing in that top 4 for the region. They 2-0'd them recently. They 2-0'd them in the DPC. They've got more experience in these pressure sorts of environments, and in an elimination series like this, that's where that's going to come in real handy.
Yeah. And I guess one thing to maybe like highlight on eHome, we've talked a lot about RNG time and time again. Like, who is the star player? Who are you playing around? I think we originally, a little bit early, we talked about Shiro as potentially filling that role. Do we feel like the other 2 cores have had their time to shine so far in this tournament?
I think it's primarily Shiro. You know, their drafts are very focused around his Posbon, the Medusa, the Terrorblade, that tower pushing and tempo around these illusion or shoving heroes that have that kind of 20-25 minute snap into action kind of item build. But you know, the other cores that they're playing the regular stuff, like Sand King, playing the Void Spirit, more active team fighting heroes that create that space to allow these Terrorblades, Medusas, and whatever it may be to actually shine.
Yeah, this might be my SEA bias kind of seeping in, but I feel like Zeal, the Malaysian player, of course, he's been able to put a lot of good performances together. Like Gareth said, the Sand King, he was great on that. Echo played the Sand King the next game, but in that game in particular, he was playing a position 3 anti-mage into the Medusa, and he made that work. You know, he played that much more aggressive style, and it was really cool to see how that was able to come together. So Zeal's really the one to look out for me as... You know, just having someone as flexible as that is just going to be an absolute boon for you coming into these, you know, difficult draft situations.
I love how AM3 has like become a legitimate thing now. You know, like 3 weeks ago, there's whispers, you hear about it, like anti-mage position 3's coming for you. And you just think, nah, it's not going to be real, it's not going to happen. And then, all right, you're going to pick Medusa, we're going to debate you with Ace. You know, Ace is going to play it, we're going to have Zeal playing it, we've got it across, you know, multiple regions, it's great. That's why you love Dota, right? Just random stuff like this.
I actually like Anti-Mage as a hero now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It used to be like my most hated hero because you would sit back for 25 minutes and do nothing and then show up to one fight, die, and then your team loses the game. You know, it's just that sort of thing. But now you actually have to get active. And I have to commend Ice Frog for that. Just the tiniest change, right? Being able to have that little bit of a slow if someone's at 0 mana gives so much more kill potential to the lane and encourages that aggressive style of build. So I really like it.
You know what I love as well? There's just your average viewers out there. They're in their pub games. They've probably been doing this for years, right? They get their upcomers moment. Like, see, I was onto something. I was so far ahead of the meta, right? It's always... That's one of the beautiful things I love about Dota is it comes in swings and roundabouts. You never really know where you're going to be at. It almost feels like any hero can play almost any position if you go back across the history of this game.
Yeah, it's like you kind of hear echoes of like Havost 5-6 years ago, the Vanguard anti-mage, right? You think about that, then you think about Slasher's Way with his AM and his Faceless Void, and you see these iterations. Dota is all about iterations, right? You learn one lesson, 5 years later there's a patch that makes your lesson incredibly strong, so you start using it again.
Even just Topson these days, right? Playing on the SEA server, the mid Oracle, the mid Grimstroke, the mid Techies. He's able to make it work. So yeah, I'm really keen to see what sort of other innovations are still yet to come because we are only a couple of days into this patch. Yeah, it's not some mega change, right? It really was just bringing the horses at the front of the race back to the pack, I suppose, but there are still a few standouts. I want to see no Storm this game, especially considering you're up against Somnus. And other than that, pretty happy. You know, Pugna doesn't seem busted anymore. Io, it's fine. Coddle, it's fine, but they're not anywhere near as broken as they used to be.
I guess... oh, sorry, go ahead, Gareth.
Go on. I was just going to say, yeah, screw Tiny as well.
There it is.
He's nerfed. He's nerfed enough. Like,
just enough.
Pick him. It's fine.
He's not ruined, but it's like, sit down. Just sit down a bit.
Think about the pick. Don't just instantly just smash like on Tiny as hard as you can. I mean, the other one is kind of interesting is that there were some picks we were expecting to see just suddenly arise out of nowhere that haven't came out yet. I think most notably would be maybe Sven and definitely Witch Doctor. I think, Dano, we were talking a lot in the previous days about
Witch Doctor.
How have we not seen it yet?
It's kind of nuts, right? Nearly doubling the damage that Maledict does every tick at level 1 is pretty significant, you know? They're just lots of little quality of life changes. I think in the patch before this, they increased its cast range as well, so you're able to be pretty safe. It's got good attack damage, not the greatest armor. I think the thing that teams want, especially in these like do or die situations, is they want reliable stuns. And Witch Doctor's cast, unfortunately, is not reliable. You know, it could bounce off to a neutral camp and do absolutely nothing. So maybe it'll be the sort of thing that you pick up against, I don't know, like Enchantress isn't really picked that much anymore. But, you know, these heroes that love to build into, you know, Helm of the Dominator or have some kind of creep control mechanic. So maybe into a Chen, it wouldn't be too bad.
Well, we've started seeing more Lycan recently. I've been following like RTZ pubs, for example. He's been picking Lycan, Vlad's Rush, Helm Rush, and playing these summon heroes.
Just get run down, though, against that, though.
That is
like
true.
a giant wolf running at your face.
Yeah, I mean, we used
like,
to see Witch Doctor picked against like Timbersaw as like the primary one, Mars, like some of these tankier offlaners, right? But I don't know if maybe we'll see him more. I just don't know if we can fit Witch Doctor into like a first phase support pick. That's what feels awkward to me still. He's like a response pick rather than first phase.
I want to see more Phoenix as well. I'm really shocked that we're not seeing a lot of Phoenix, and I'm a little surprised to not see much Snapfire either. I'd say he's probably one of the better counters against the Pugna, for example. A, because you've got the little Shredder that can deal with the Netherwood, and B, the Mortimer's Kisses, especially with Pugna's Netherwood having reduced range now, think it's 200 less, 1400 range. You're very capable of being outside of that radius and being able to just layer in the globs on top of him. He has no escape mechanics. If he tries to decrep himself, he's just going to take more damage. I don't know. It seems like a pretty good answer to me, but teams just aren't seeming to do it just yet.
Especially in combination with like Mars being so popular right now, right? That used to be one of the classic combos when Snapfire came out. So it feels like there is a lot of heroes, to your point, that kind of would fit well with that pick at the moment. I mean, the other one I'm still waiting for is this Fence support, though. Like, those are some decent buffs, right? We were kind of questioning it when we saw the patch. Like, is it finally time for our boy to re-emerge from the woods after his long skirmish into Discovery, into support land?
Like a Sven 3 wouldn't be horrible, right?
Yeah.
Like, you fulfill a similar role to a Dragon Knight, right? You push around your God Strength, you get a Blink Dagger, you jump in, you're pretty tanky once you pop the War Cry, and it's not just for yourself like the DK is, right? It's for the rest of the team to potentially enable that group push. But we're into the draft, and surprise, surprise, we see a Grimstroke and a Shadow Shaman. They really seem to be like the heroes of the current meta. And Mars, I suppose, right? One of the few... at least A-tier offlaners that didn't receive any changes in the most recent balance patch.
And a Kaka Shadow Shaman, because they opted to ban out the DK instead.
Yeah, I think both are fine. I don't hate the Pango here. They've got no real way to be able to deal with the Rolling Thunder as of yet. You can roll through the Mars Arena, so you're still just as effective there. I suppose God's Rebuke can do a little bit of damage to you. I wonder if RNG might look to prioritize having a really solid mid lane for themselves and then picking up something like Alina that likes to get that Boots of Travel into an early BKB, and then you could just start to right-click the Pango when he tries to run at you.
Yeah, like with some other regions, we'd be saying this Mars is like a flex pick, but with China, it's felt like Mars has been primarily off lane, right? So this is their position 4 and 3 here with the Shadow Shaman Mars, kind of showing that they've got that lockdown, tower push, team fight, and a really strong lane together.
Is there any other kind of interesting flexes you've been seeing out of China? Because one that comes to mind for China SEA, we were seeing the Storm Spirit flexed to the POS free roll. Is there anything specific, maybe tailored within the Chinese region that they do that no other region's following right now?
Not a ton, to be honest, right? Like, yeah, they're pretty I mean, picking Juggernaut for one. Oh, I hate it.
Oh no, he's onto it now.
I mean, maybe this game for E-Hope, just because you are up against a Mars, right? You need that ability to be able to fight into the early aggression. And against the Shadow Shaman, it's not horrible as long as you're not the first one getting jumped on. Abaddon hasn't been picked up just yet, but you could just lane the Grimstroke together with a Jug for a decent kill lane. It's one of the few heroes that Mars can't just spear back if they try to go onto you, so not like the Monkey King or the Ursa, right? If you're in spin, you're taking the damage, and if you're getting the stun and the Inkswell damage on top of that, it can be pretty deadly for the laning stage.
Yeah, nothing comes to mind that China's doing that no one else is. It's the usual suspects, right? The Sand King and like Pango, Tiny, those kind of guys. I think Xnova's played Brewmaster as a support, so that's something they could do, but not this game, right? They've already got the Mars, so there won't be a flex there.
Yeah.
All right, so looking at the open bans, trying to think like what we've been seeing the last few days, it all meshes together. We've seen some really weird ones, especially when we watch the Saudi Arabian region where Stormstormers and Invoker is constantly banned out first. But Bane, of course, how can we forget? Like, I feel like we've seen a Bane in almost every game so far in this region, right, Danog?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a solid hero. Didn't receive too big of a nerf, just the Fiend's Grip, slightly lower duration, which isn't that big of a deal. It's just wanted to make sure that Pango is able to have the easiest game possible. Some of the other picks, I mean, unorthodox, I suppose you could call it, from the Chinese region. They're picking a little bit of Nyx, they're picking a little bit of Huskar, they're picking Tusk Core, which I'm really not a fan of Tusk Core. I feel like unless you're having, kind of similar to the Wind Ranger, unless you have a fantastic early game and every single rotation is successful, you just fall off way too quickly, you know? So I'd rather something that is good at that, but also has a backup plan with being able to quickly farm up creeps, whether it be one of the Spirit heroes, Alina, just heroes with that sort of skill set.
Wait, was this Tusk as a mid or an offlane though? You're talking mid, right?
It was Omnis playing Tusk. Okay. I hate 3 Tusk even more than I hate mid Tusk. Like, I feel like he's one of those heroes that needs levels, right? So mid is kind of okay if it's an okay matchup, but never want to see a 3 Tusk. I think it's an instant loss if teams do it, to be honest.
Oh, wow.
Well, that is a strong statement right there.
I think
label that one in. Danong's like, if you pick Tusk free, your win percent goes right down to 0 straight away.
I'm just trying to think of like players who do it or who have any success with it, and like Crit is the only one that comes to mind when he's forced to play offlane. Well, that's the thing. When he's forced to play offlane, he's like, well, I guess I'm gonna play Tusk then.
I was thinking like maybe
he's just an exceptional.
Yeah.
Maybe like Old 11, like historically has been like a big lover of the Tusk, right? I think it works on teams where you interchange the 3-4 a bit more. So, you know, kind of that very greedy POS 4 role. Maybe someone that scales better.
I mean, Jabs does it for Fnatic a little bit, and I haven't been super impressed when he's done it. I believe a couple of teams in NA do it as well, and I'm not a big fan of that either. So we'll see what has to come through here. But it just looks like they're trying to focus on a lot of the... Honestly, I'm a little surprised. Like, they're banning out the Medusa counters on RNG's side, but I don't think they want to pick Medusa because you're up against a Pangolier, you're up against a Grimstroke. Yeah. Once Grim gets the Ag Scepter, he's very effective with the Dark Portrait, and Pango, like we just saw in the recent game where RNG just lost to a Pangolier because he went into the Aghanim Scepter and the Diffusal Blade, and then suddenly your banner's gone. They end up banning it out themselves, but I still really don't think it was a solid option, to be perfectly honest.
It felt like a classic line of, that line of overthinking where we want to remove the TB, the Medusa, we don't want to let Shiro have it, so we're going to ban these two, and then they'll be forced to ban it. So now his hero pool has been limited while we'll be able to pick up something else ourselves. I'm kind of curious what direction they head now coming into this next pick phase. With all of those carries gone, like even like TA Storm or even carries for RNG in some regard as well.
There's Monkey King,
Hate a Rubik, to be honest.
I'm trying to think like...
Yeah, I wouldn't hate seeing RNG pick up a Rubik. I mean, it's really good against the Grimstroke and the Pango. Okay, they just go a tree. Just something else that's going to be able to make light of the Rolling Thunder, right? Because I said all those bad things about Medusa matchup into Pango. The good things, of course, are once you get the BKB, you just pop the Stone Gaze and suddenly Pango can't roll at you. Otherwise, he dies. So... they look to remove that, and now at least they have one of those BKB piercing disables. With the Overgrowth, didn't have to worry about the Fiend's Grip, of course, because eHome had banned it out. They'd already picked up the Grimstroke for themselves, so yep, feel like Treant's pretty good here.
Treant really enables you to play Shadow Shaman much more effectively. It feels like Shadow. Oh, your Phoenix has come. The Shadow Shaman likes to trade towers, or you like to play as a team trading side lane for side lane, whereas Treant can sit, defend, and hold. And it gives you more options to choose whether you want to fight, defend, push. Especially,
and they don't have the greatest push so far with eHome. I mean, I think they need to really secure that with this next pick that they've got. What it's going to be, though, not as certain.
Danog.
It's the jug.
Deep breaths, buddy.
It did just win. It did just win. It beat RNG.
It did just win. I wonder how much of this is just like, look, let's just try and trigger them with what they just got knocked out of the DPC by. I mean, again, it's going to be the Jug Grim pairing against a Mars, so it's not bad, right? Like, I feel like this is the one scenario where you want to have it. But then they just go ahead and pick up the Lina, right? It's really good against the Pango, like I was talking about. The Boots of Travel into the BKB, suddenly you can hit that. Now you've got an Egg hitter as well. It feels like a pretty solid pickup for them, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Yeah, it gives you tower damage, more nuke damage to go into Mars Arena. It complements the rest of the draft super well. Because now, like, what is RNG really lacking? They've got teamfight, they've got push, they've got catch.
I mean, Mars is really the only one that wants to go in first, which is always a bit of a concern, right? I feel like you need at least two people that are somewhat capable of initiating. Treant is a counter initiator. I guess you could say that Shadow Shaman can, once he gets his Blink Dagger, act as that little pick-off role, and then the Mars is the true like team fight initiator, but it is still quite risky.
Because you want someone to like break vision, break smokes, wander up high ground and say, hey, we're here, team's coming.
Would you like?
I guess like a CK could still work there for them.
I was just gonna say, would you like to see someone from RNG that can maybe shove out waves like very easily? Because it feels like when you look at eHome's draft, they've got this typical just send Juggernaut on the high ground, tap away at the tower, we'll heal him up with the ward as well as the Ray from the Phoenix constantly, and the rest of the team just stays far away. So maybe something that can either easily depush or maybe something that just goes in hard with the Mars.
Well, I think that's why CK fits in there, because he's able to actually just kill Jug while he's spinning. Like, Jug wants to use spin defensively against Lina or Shadow Shaman, and CK can actually just grab him and kill him with raw physical damage.
They have an okay amount of AoE damage on eHome though, right? Like, yes, you can just deal with the Juggernaut while he's spinning, but you've got Sunray layering over the top of that.
Boat Sunray.
Well.
That's sick.
Ooh.
It's a lot of survivability, that's for sure.
Boat Sunray Healing Ward. Yeah, actually, their lane push and sustain, just making these towers fall, is going to be difficult to fight into.
And the X-Well Shard for the Grimstroke as well. It's quite nice. Can they Razor? I feel like Razor wouldn't be too terrible here. Just linking up onto anyone, to be honest, right? You follow up the Pango, you can still link him while he's in the Rolling Thunder, link up the Jug, fine, link up the Kunkka, fine. They're very physically damage-oriented right now, and something like the Treant Protector is pretty damn good against that. It's another decent egg hitter as well.
Yeah, and Treant makes up for what Razor lacks. Like, you kind of want to go this BKB Refresher build on Razor, right? And he's going to be good against Kunkka Jug, but he could suffer just to being right-click down. A Treant giving you that living armor allows you to get through that initial bit of burst from like a Swashbuckle Omni Slash, for example. I kind of like... Oh! Hello.
Okay.
What?
Hello, Skelly boy.
Something a little different. I mean, it is something that the Mars Arena does protect you a lot towards, but this is something that we were talking about, right? Something that maybe China will do a little bit differently. Typically, I see the Clinks against something like the Chaos Knight, just because, again, you get a Gleipnir, you use your Burning Barrage, all those illusions are gone once he uses the Phantasm. This game, I'm not as sold, just because, I mean, I guess it is still a lot of damage through this this spell immunity, right? Whether it be the Rolling Thunder or the spin from the Juggernaut. But we'll have to see. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the Clinks in quite some time.
Makes me think they want to play very sneakily. Like, they've got so many heroes that play from fog or play from trees, have blink daggers and jump in on people. Catching heroes is going to be the name of the game for RNG, it feels like.
Yeah, the one thing I'm a little concerned about for RNG is that whenever I see a Phoenix, I'm assuming this is a position 4 Phoenix, by the way. Actually, let me check. I am in game, so I should be able to see it. Planet's playing it, so I think it's actually a 4. No, you're right, a 4.
Right.
So whenever you're playing against a Phoenix, he really suffers when you're up against someone that's constantly able to put pressure on you, because he is still kind of like a slave to your long cooldowns, and I feel like a Klink's Treant Protector isn't able to exploit that. So that's something that I'm a little bit concerned about. So I'm probably leaning a little bit more towards eHome this game, to be honest.
Ooh. Gareth, eHome, RNG, make it quick, make a decision.
I like eHome. Sunray, Healing Ward, Boat, unkillable.
All right, well, we've got predictions here, but I've got two people who are just as great at making predictions waiting down in my basement. Can you hear me, boys? Fog Lacoste, take this one away. Give me the entertainment I need.
Why, thank you, panel. Thank you, Darren. Yes, Death, Taxes, and Kaka playing either Lion or Shadow Shaman. It seems to just be every single time, but makes sense why they do it. They round their lineup with Clinks, bit of a different style carry, but can definitely see some reasons when I see these two supports being very squishy without any real disables, right? It does feel like he might be able to take advantage of those backlines. How do you feel about these two drafts?
I'm leaning heavily towards eHome. I just like what they got, having this sustain that panel mentioned. Like, even Inkswell with the shard eventually, that like there's just gonna be like so much. The Sunray, the boat, the healing ward. It's gonna be very like hard to chew through all the tankiness, and the Shiro actually dying.
Got caught by this is like the weirdest place to fight, but we had this actually happen yesterday too, right? In the safe lane. I guess both teams just trying to ensure that they don't block poles or anything like super hard. They catch the Jug. So he gets shackled. I think he got speared right after by Chalice, it looked like, and they just... Yeah, it was literally 10 heroes inside that tree line on the far left. It was kind of the weirdest thing I've seen in a while.
The battle begins.
Yeah, we're gonna see the replay, and
Look at this.
Let's see if you were correct. All right, it's gonna be LSA into Spear, as you suggested, and he's gonna die. Usually Juggernaut is the hero that you feel very, very safe level 1, because there's just not enough like lockdown, but on side of RNG, this time around there is. Also, like Shield Crash. Imagine having Sunray, Pangolier with the 2, 3, 4-man Shield Crash in the middle of the fight with the boat on top of that. Like, the hero just doesn't die.
Yeah, they do have a crazy amount of sustain inside of their lineup. Yeah, I like how they rounded it up with the Kunkka. I think it fits everything together, and it allows them to have this catch that I think they were really lacking, because they had this Phoenix, this Grimstruck, as we were saying. You know, they complement who they're paired with, but if you look at their draft without that Kunkka, I was definitely a little concerned about how they're going to make plays on the map. So I think that Kunkka definitely rounds it out for me.
Yeah, that X marks the spot is going to be their initiation. And I believe, since this is an offlane Pango, you want to get an earlier Blink Dagger compared to the mid lane where you want to get to the Fusel Blade. You know me, Fogged. I mean, this is what we play. I'm not a big fan of this offlane Pango. Even though I like to play it, I think in professional matches, it's very hard to execute this hero to like certain level. It always feels like there's way too many counters, even if there are no counters, it's just very difficult to play this hero from the offlane. Because your itemization is different. Like also, you don't get as much levels from the mid lane, and it just feels very awkward. Also, this time around, he's playing into Treant Protector, so there's going to be a BKB piercing ability and also right clicks from Klings.
Yeah, it does tend to have a bit of a struggle for sure in those top lanes. Yeah, I've noticed it more and more. There's a couple players, like, you know, FBZ, I know he's the one who started, at least for me, was the one who started doing the Vanguard a lot of the games. For me, when I see the offlane, I don't know what item the Pango wants to build. Like, he's like, I want my Corrosion, but I also want Urn, but I also want, you know, there's just so many different things you want to try to get to, but you also just can't really get the best of farm. But speaking of the farm, he's actually doing great top right now. 9-2. Klinks only has 4 CS. The Fire Spirit.
Yeah, they're playing the lane really well. I was surprised because they're playing super aggressive. Treant Protector level 1 and also Klings doesn't really provide you with much. A couple of right clicks, and every single time Klings gets close, he gets Shield Crush and a couple of Fire Spirits on top of him. So he's being completely zoned out. I don't mind seeing Vanguard here. I know it sounds stupid maybe, but having maybe a Crimson Guard later on against the heroes that they got, like right clicks from Lina, Klings, and also Mars, it just might be an item to go for.
Yeah, definitely could see a possibility. I think it's really just FBZ who does it, though. I really don't see many other Pangos go for that route. I mean, he went for Bracer, so I'm already thinking that he's not going to go for that route, but...
Yeah, usually if you want to go for Vanguard, you want to rush it, but since he has like Orb of Venom and also the Bracer plus Ring of Protection that you mentioned, he's not gonna go for it. I also wouldn't mind seeing something like a Spirit Vessel. I don't know if like Phoenix wants to buy it or if he wants to get a Shard.
Lane TP. Somnus actually glyphed the wave, trying to get aggressive onto Echo under tower, and now we're having crazy rotations. So the tree also comes in to try to help. Somnus is just full bullying. So Lina has pretty big advantage over the Kunkka, but he's really crushing it. Like 12-0 on Kunkka, 23-5 on Lina.
I don't think it should be that way. It's a Lina favorite matchup, but yeah, Kunkka should still find farm. Chalice on the bottom lane, doing some work. Like he is also putting a little bit more pressure on the Juggernaut. It's very important to go for these early items like Bracer, Soul Ring, get as tanky as possible on the bottom lane, because you need to survive. That's pretty much it. Like you just need to survive the combo. But as they get levels, once they get like level 3 to 2 points in Inkswell, it's gonna be a bit more difficult.
Yeah, I like the Bracers because you have multiple options, right? Like sometimes you might be able to turn, it's kind of standard now at this point, but you can turn and either fight back the Jug, or if you see like the spin in Inkswell, you actually can TP instantly because you're tanky enough, and you also usually, it's like, you know, it takes that delay. So I really do like, I like this meta that we're seeing, just these Bracer off lanes, even though it's kind of cheesy. We also, actually, you know, we talked about Zeal, the Pango. He actually bought the second Bracer too. So even though he's an agility hero, he's going for that high HP, that tankiness from off lane too.
I don't mind seeing that, just to have something, and yeah, they're gonna spear him away. It needs to be used pretty much immediately, because they do have enough control to be able to lock him down, spear him away, and take the combo that they want to execute there.
We should talk about the Mars overall, though, right? I think yesterday was a pretty big day for Mars. Chalice was insane on this hero as well. So I'm looking forward to see what we're going to get from him in particular. Both the Mars, like my FBZ and him, were just out of control on Mars, I felt like.
I think he missed a single spear. That just worked. I don't know, one of the better Mars performances. I think we do tend to use that term a lot, you know, one of the best performances, but that definitely looked so sick. It was just amazing.
Yeah, it's for me, it's when it's those like 60-minute games where it's like they're still getting the clutch plays. That's when I'm like, damn, you know, then he deserves the credit for sure. Looking at just last few minutes, about a minute and a half ago or so, we did see the supports double-checking runes. RNG, they got both. So the water runes were grabbed. Echo, as we stated, bit behind the Lina. Somnus also able to get quite a decent amount of farm of stacks that we see them continue to set up. Kaka as well as him, stacking them up. And let's see where the rune is. Somnus will be a DD, but he's actually pushed away. We'll get the deny, but they want the kill.
Oh, ZZQ. It's gonna connect for a second. Is there gonna be a follow-up? Kuka's actually gonna go for Kaka there. And yeah, that's gonna be the kill. Getting that level.
Straight to the bottom with you.
Hit with his Lina.
Death warmed over.
Oh, Echo also invading enemy triangle. Like, this is probably one of the better heroes early on to invade the stacks with, and Kaka's gonna even show just to be able to secure or try to buy some time until mid laner shows up and tries to take it.
All right, and look, we've got lanes are broken, right? We've got these now the one-on-ones in every lane, and support's just moving around, stacking, trying to just pretty much help out those core heroes. Pretty funny that we see this happening. See the Grim now running back toward bottom, because they do have really good kill threat right now in Chalice. The Omni Slash is ready for Shiro. But immediately when we say that, he starts heading back toward mid. They're really just looking to play around their mid laners at the moment and leave those side lanes empty.
Ooh, Torrent's gonna connect into X-Mark. Both is still not available. But yeah, Turn Protector a bit too tanky. No points in Sunray yet. It's a 2-2-0 build. He is level 4, however. Chalice does get a kill with the Arena and Shaman. I guess that was just initiation from Shaman from the trees, Hex into Shackle into Arena, and then Spear follow-up.
That's okay. On top, we have the same thing happen. I was about to say it's a big kill that they're able to slow down the Jug while the Clinks is able to still continue farming. But yeah, we see the move from Planet and from Seal. Talking about the Phoenix one, that's the one that got buffed, right? So I think he's just testing out the buffed Icarus dive as Somnus will eat every spell from Echo. Kaka, risky play.
Let's see if he can hit the Torrent. He cannot. I mean, Kaka is the boss. He's the raid boss. I mean, he knows that they use all on Somnus pretty much just to get a kill, and it was well worth it. Pango does have a Rolling Thunder available. Ghost, I mean, they have same amount of CS, so this Pango there is really set for a good game.
Yeah, I'm pretty shocked how well he was able to do up there, especially with like the supports moving around so much this game. But I guess he was left a little bit alone because the tree moving as well, so he wasn't getting pressure from Treant. And then also, like that first few waves, right? I think that was everything. I think the first 4 waves, he was dominating the Clinks. Bottom, Chalice. He's getting fully comboed up from the Inkswell. We'll get brought down. We'll get a nice spear connection. Might even get them a return kill at least. They do get that for Somnus.
Somnus going for BKB straight away, skipping Boots of Travel. I think it's the correct choice. He's playing into Phoenix, he's playing into Kunkka's combo and also Pangolier, so he wants to protect himself. Like, he just wants to be able to possibly like kill the egg and not get killed.
Look at this play by Planet. He's gonna get a solo kill onto Ghost. Wow.
This
Planet's been really impressive, honestly. The last couple days, his coddle and everything too. That was a really nice play.
Yeah, he's all over the place. I know you're a big fan of Phoenix, and yeah, after some buffs, I mean, it's mostly picked in China. A lot of the times it feels like it's a good Phoenix game, but in other regions we just don't see it as much.
Yeah. The egg is just really hard to protect, and I feel every time you pick this hero, it's literally this, like you're versus some Lina or Clinks. And speaking of the Lina, trying to go for Echo, but the boat is already out. Chalice is getting comboed up, the Rolling Thunder as well. He'll get brought down. Yeah, I just feel like Phoenix always does get countered because of some of these like Lina picks, Jugs, etc. But he's getting a lot of buffs. You know, Fire Spirits got buffed significantly in one of the patches before. Now Dive got buffed. We have the Shard that's able to be bought at 15 minutes. It's just, yeah, continuous buffs.
It's a strong Shard, yeah.
Come up.
Man, I'm still very surprised how well Pango played in the lane. This is the best. They brought 5 heroes here. We've seen that yesterday and how effective it was. So I can't really blame them. Like these stacks, as you said, they were made for Klinks. Xnoa trying to go in does have ulti, but he's gonna get silenced and he's gonna get brought down. The combination from the Grimstroke, he is trapped. Egg is down and they cannot go for it. They do have Rolling Thunder that's gonna protect it. Arena just to keep them a bit further away, but Zeal is going to be connecting with those Rolling Thunder, so that's going to be another kill for eHome.
eHome is dominating the map movements right now. They lost their Jug earlier on to a nice move from Kaka and Chalice, but with Planet now rallying in, another beautiful egg back-to-back, 2 successful ones, taking the whole stack, Klinks is going to have a hard recovery outlet now.
He does have his Maelstrom, but he doesn't have boots. Okay, so I mean, this is pretty standard, I would say, for the Klinks players, where they like tend to get the farming item, tend to clear the stacks, but this will set them back by quite a lot.
Yeah, because you need like quite a bit more items really as Klinks before you want to show up to these fights at all. Like he needs his boots, obviously, but then he even needs the +1 item after that, and now he's not going to get there nearly as fast. Also, a nice little thing that happened there was actually the double X. Gotta love Soulbind.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna go for the level 15 talent on X for extra slow. Just kidding. It's one of the weirdest talents that I've seen in a while. It's just like, what the hell is that? It just doesn't make sense.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's no way. Unless you misclick, you're never gonna go for that talent.
I was trying to think of like ways for it to be good. Like if you could somehow get the X off of yourself, you X yourself, run in, and somehow it's dispelled or something, but... Oh, Kaka set up top, being very sneaky. Same with Xnova. The Healing Ward scouts them. Nice play by Shiro.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm really worried for RNG right now, because eHome will run at them. Like we talked about the sustain, Healing Ward, both Shield Crash, Sunray, like it's getting closer to level 15, so the Grimstroke will also purchase the shard. Somnus about to finish his BKB, so he will be fight ready relatively early on in Lina.
Just feels like most of their team fights just Chalice though, and it's not going to be easy for him to just walk in versus a Jug versus Phoenix versus Pango. It's not the easiest game for the Mars. Somnus, you mentioned he's getting his BKB on the courier, but
it's flying, but it's not gonna be there. Zeal.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he's also there with the Swashbuckle and the Shield Crash. Kunkka also rushing his BKB, just a casual Bracer Phase Boots, and the Stumbler's Toy does allow him to close the gap a little bit more and get the initiation. You talked about how they don't have the real initiation. Kaka, he's there, gonna get Hex, but still X Mark and also Silence from the Grimstroke is gonna be more than enough. He just does not have enough to deal with that, especially attack speed against the Phantom.
They're getting... It's look at the pressure that they're applying across the map. They're not stopping the farm. Look at Zeal and ZZQ, like immediately see a hero on the map, they start running toward him. RNG is just kind of scrambling around trying to find anything because of all the pressure that eHome is putting on.
Also, one thing to notice.
Planet, but he gets away.
Shiro didn't go for Maelstrom. This is a full Battle Fury Jug 14 minutes in, so his farm is gonna skyrocket. It's a better overall farming item than the Maelstrom, especially if you get it earlier. And now, like, having 2 heroes with the cleave mechanic, so the lanes are always going to be pushed out. So, like, even Planet pushes out the wave, Shield Crash plus a Swashbuckle instantly kills the creep wave. So this is something that RNG will need to be careful about.
Yeah, even like I guess EZQ has gone more for he's a full support with like just 1 point in stroke, but they actually have insane wave clear on Radiant side for sure. And yeah, I'm struggling to see a way and when Ghost is going to be able to get into a fight and look strong as this Klinks. Because there's just so much AoE and massive amount of controls and damage, as you're mentioning, that it feels like even when BKB is going to be a timing, but when's he going to go for it, and is that going to be enough?
Yeah, I'm also picking... Oh man, he's so dead. Both Planet will dive on top of him. There's not too much you can do about that one. Going into Dragonlance next, just to keep the distance, but I feel like if he's going for Dragonlance, it 100% needs to be disassembled, and he will need a BKB. Like, he's playing into like so many things that can just stop him. Maybe it's difficult actually, because if they feel like he needs more damage and he needs to risk it, he just might get like another damage item, or get like Scotty to slow people down.
Yeah, I'm worried about how many things they have to get on top of him too, because like the Jug can just like spin, like pierce right through the Mars arena. I guess he has to worry about tree root and stuff like that a little bit early, but I feel like they have so many different ways to get on this Klinks that I feel like without early BKB, like I see a reason why Somnus went for it so early, right? Because of the nature of the draft from eHome.
Yeah, I mentioned it. It just feels, especially because they did lose the lanes, and he needs to be a bit more active. Zeal does have a Blink Dagger on Pango, so this is pretty huge. 16 minutes in, double Bracer makes him extremely tanky. Noah trying to break the smoke, and they know something is up. They know.
We'll get a D-ward out of it. CZQ will be able to find that one. He's got his shard finished, has to bring it. They'll find a really big catch onto Shiro, but turnaround Echo's coming in. He has his BKB, he has a haste. Doesn't need to pop the BKB. Looks like they'll just finish off Chelsea. Actually does pop it just in case. And we'll continue to chase for more.
And here comes Rolling Thunder. Soulbind connected on 2 with the silence. There's gonna be ulti coming out from Tree, and just to keep them in place, but Echo with the cleave finishes off Kaka, and seems like RNG will fall back a little bit, reset, and try to go for the next fight. Their lineup is also like very oriented with their ultis, because they do need like Shaman ulti, they do need Arena, and they also need Overgrowth to be able to take the fights.
Yeah, they get the pick off, but they can't transition it into anything either. They can't take the tower, and Shiro, he's back alive, and like you said with the Battle Fury, he's back to farming at that fast speed immediately. So even though they got the nice kill, it's just, yeah, eHome is just too fast to react every time, and already looking to make the next move. Next Nova, caught immediately. And they know how strong they are. Even without Rolling Thunder, even without their egg, their cooldowns are just, they have so many that they just come back up, like Boat's back up now. And now he's swinging across the map to the next power rune as well.
Yeah, that's why I said RNG, they need their ultis, but if one of ultis is from eHome, even 2 are down, they're still gonna be taking these fights. Big boy Philly, found by eHome, so that's gonna go for either Grimstroke or Phoenix. I think you give it to Phoenix this game, because I've seen that he has Shiva's Guard queued up. That's gonna be pretty big. Talking about sustain, and that goes straight into Roche Pit.
And he's gonna have this Shiva's almost done already. It's incredibly early. Almost like 3 position levels of farm on this Phoenix right now.
That's insane. 90
he's gonna have
in.
Shivas. He's 88 after this kill. He's like 700 something away from it. So Somnus. As the BKB will turn. They have the root onto Zeal too. They can focus fire this Pango. They'll bring him down. Omni onto Somnus. The Arena catches nobody because the BKB from Echo. Planet has egg in 1 second. It just came back up. Kaka, he's on Shiro. They get the Hex. He has Aegis though. Doesn't
That's
actually
a good Arena. That's a great, not Arena, I meant Phoenix ulti. Somnus try to focus it down, but a little bit too late. They're still standing strong, fighting near the Shaman wards, and now they're chasing Ghost. He's looking for an angle. Shiro, you mentioned he still has that Aegis, but Chalice blanking in. Shiro with the spin going on top of them. He's gonna pop one time, not gonna even get the kill. Living Armor actually keeping him alive there. And Zeal, now it's his time to shine. He bought back. They need to get something out of this.
Can they get another catch though? X-Nova, they should have a shield crash and a blink in a second, so should be able to catch him. Yeah, they will. Zeal, he's got him. Planets continue chase. On the other side, we actually have Chalice farming a neutral camp, and he's gonna get caught from Echo. As we see down bottom there. Okay, that was a little bit of a weird ending.
Overextending there, you know, thinking they're not gonna be there, so they give them an extra kill. We can still see that Pango dies in these fights, like playing into Overgrowth. He pops it immediately and just right clicks from Lina, and Klinks is more than enough to kill him. He tried to go for the shield crash, not as effective, but yeah, okay, Klinks finds Grobo. That's gonna be some extra range for him. Sometimes when you're playing certain heroes, you're just blessed by the items.
Yeah,
now.
it does feel like it. Yeah, and Clinks and Drow, I feel like, are one of those that... And Viper, I feel like they always get the Grove Bow.
Look at his itemization, something that I mentioned, like he is going for Scotty next, so he's going to be keeping the distance, and I think they need to protect him with Arena and Living Armor in these fights. Also, if he buys, like, Scepter, he becomes Ghost Scepter, so I think that might be the item that he wants to go. We're just kidding.
Okay. Actually, just TP's out. Hex is Echo, and we'll be able to reset him. He's going for standard Clinks items. I'm still just... Is it the one thing I'm just to keep reiterating is like, is it good enough versus all this disable and all this magic damage and everything too? He feels like it is, so we'll see if it ends up working.
Scotty's great.
Good.
Slowing people down and also reducing the healing, because they do have some serious amount of healing coming out from the team. Looking at the Juggernaut's items, he was thinking about getting Manta Style because usually that's what carries get when they're playing into Treant Protector, but what also they get is S and Y because they're playing into Shaman. And you do not want to get stunned. You want to reduce those duration of shackles. It's just like too much. Shaman, especially Kaka Shaman, has always been a treat to watch. And Ghost, he's gonna be found. Nothing to protect himself. Both gonna get on top of him. He's trying, he's giving his best, but sometimes it's just not good enough.
They throw everything onto him. The Mars Arena up top. It'll catch Shiro again. They seem to just keep catching this Jugzeal. He's gonna roll through. Soulbind onto 2. The Inkswell is gonna follow up onto Echo. Will explode. Will catch onto Chalice as well as Kaka. They'll finish off Chalice. They're looking for more. Somnus. He's looking pretty dead as well too. His BKB's down. He's isolated. Trying to turn for Planet, but can't quite.
Yeah,
I find the Jug again, but I feel like over and over again, they kill Shiro and then lose like 4 heroes.
I feel like both of these teams have like very good understanding of like what needs to be done. It's just that RNG is playing a little bit from behind, and they need Clinks. Like they definitely need his damage to be able to delete the heroes in a fight. Planet is massive. He's 6-0 and 11 on position 4 Phoenix, level 15 with Shiva's Guard. This is just insane.
Yeah. And I'm glad that so I've talked about this talent for a long time. I've been waiting for people to take it a little more. The Icarus dive slow, we didn't talk about it when he took it because he didn't take it exactly at 10. You take it a little later, you want your abilities max, but it's a 50% slow on Icarus dive when you take that talent. Like most people take the spell lamp because they're like slow on dive, whatever, but this is actually really impactful. So yeah, super over leveled. Really good game for him, and now he's gonna go back for Shard because he had such a good game. He delayed it, so we've done all these fights have actually been without Shard. So he's gonna have a big power spike when he finishes that on top too.
And also, if you combine that talent with Shiva's Guard slow, people are not gonna move.
No. The catch again, Chalice, as we mentioned, continuing to find these spears. Echo, he's got the BKB. He's sticking it around for a second. Actually uses his mana, so he cannot TP out. Gonna get caught Somnus. He'll find ZZQ as well. Kaka. Onto Echo, the egg is out. It's getting focused.
Egg's gonna die.
It's dead.
Oh, a little bit of a mistake there from eHome, and yeah, Echo is gonna drop as well. Let's see if they can chase. Kaka still a bit far away. This should be the tower. Phoenix, like it was kind of zoning egg, but yeah, you said it. But also maybe Kunkka didn't feel too comfortable TPing out immediately because he's playing into Treant Protector, and he's like, well, you know, it's gonna stop me, so I better try to make something happen. Maybe if he switched the Intelligence Vambrace, maybe it would have given more mana because he was sitting at like 50.
In the midst of all that, he didn't think about it, but yeah, he gets caught. It was a really over-aggressive play, and the other thing is too, they just bought a gem cost.
Oh yeah, they lost. That's huge.
Bought a gem and lost it immediately.
We see that quite often lately, that position 5s are going for these earlier gem pickups just to be able to like secure the second Roche and get the control of the map, and now giving that away to RNG is huge. It's massive.
Yeah. How do you feel about Somnus's build, by the way, too? The BKB MKB. I like it. I like it quite a lot.
Oh, well, like there's nothing to pierce through any kind of evasion. What do you think is so good here?
I just like, it's just this raw damage. Doesn't have to worry about any like uphill shenanigans or anything. He benefits so much from this just just as I mean, the damage from it is pretty crazy. So
Yeah, it is.
I like it.
We'll see. You know,
And eventually they will. Maybe he thinks they will build like a halberd or something, or they'll have some type of itemization to deal with him. So I always like to see these like just no funny business, just highest damage potential, these Lenas.
Ghost is back online. Like in terms of net worth, he has same amount of farm as Juggernaut at the moment. Scotty is finished, going into BKB next. Now Klinks is gonna be a real trouble to deal with because he's super tanky.
Yeah, and he's elusive as well. And they don't have the... They have ways to chain stun. It's just not the easiest. It's you know, it's your Ink Swell, it's the Torrent combo that comes mostly from Kunkka, and it's the Rolling Thunder. It's not these like, you know, Hex, Shackle, like Spear. It's not your usual stuns. It's a little bit different how they have to do it.
Also, I don't think they're gonna try to go for him, especially once he picks up the BKB. So once the BKB is online on Klinks, it's gonna be very difficult. You said like these are no instant stuns, silences, whatever. So they're not gonna be able to kill him if they like initiate with the X mark. They also have Overgrowth and Arena to protect him with. So I feel like Klinks is in a really good spot right now.
So they're looking for solutions. I see Shiro. So Shiro just bought his. He had like 4,000 gold saved up. He bought Shard and Blink. So those are the ones that tells me like jump into backline, right? Stick on Shaman / Tree / Klinks if he's able to get on them. This is going to give him that outlet. And now he's got the 20 talent too, just hitting it. So the spin really hurts. Now it's no joke.
Yeah, if you combine that with Inkswell, he might be able to kill supports with pretty much one spin. BKB used by Chalice just to counter the X mark. I mean, it's either you pop a BKB and live, or you're like, oh, maybe I can not use it and then you die. It's very easy to figure out which one is good.
Look, dude, look at the pings on the map right now. Both teams just like, oh, BKB was used. I'm sure they're both just like discussing things about like what to do because the BKB was used. We see that RNG is just playing really safely on their high ground after that, not wanting anyone to get caught. While you see eHome, they take the opposing high ground. Because that BKB was popped, they're looking for that fight, taking the advantage, or taking the aggressive position. Really cool. I love when you see teams just like immediately react to some type of little kind of thing like that, like BKB is getting popped or an ult getting wasted.
Pango is level 20, has his combo, has the Yule Scepter, and does have a Shard. It did get nerfed, but yeah, he can still stun people, doesn't need to lock them in place. But
he can also, he can break out of the roots and stuff too with the roll up. So the Treant root, he can actually just click roll up and get out of that, which was nice. I'm surprised he took the swashbuckle damage. I thought he was going to take strength since he was, like after we saw that last fight too, where he got burst in the root. He decides to take more damage. Bit interesting.
Especially with your itemization. If you had like one damage item, then it feels much better. But 20 strength, that's 400 HP, which sometimes Pango does need to survive.
Because it's more than 400 HP because you're going to have damage reduction from your shield crash. So it's actually, it always ends up being a lot more than that. So yeah, just interesting to point that out. We'll see if it ends up hurting him, if he's able to, if they focus fire him again. Because yeah, we did see it a couple times now where he is just getting rooted and killed. BKB's back up for Chalice. Both teams poised around this Roche pit. We've been seeing this a lot the last few days. And other cool thing to point out too is it's 25 to 11 the cost, and it's less than 1K. So I feel like RNG is doing a really good job of distributing their farm around the map.
Those were a lot of those were early kills, and RNG did kind of manage to come back into the game, especially Ghost. He's massive, and he is gonna have his BKB in 100 gold.
Yeah, level 21 as well. You see his HP when he's able to eat one of those good creeps. 3,500 HP. What neutral items have we? I've been clicking around to see. Okay, so Jug does now have Elven Tunic. So now the MKB for that Lina, you know, it comes into play as well too.
He was preparing for that moment.
He knew.
He's like, what will Juggernaut pick up? Probably gonna be it, so he's gonna get an MKB. And now inside the Roche pit, eHome, here they go. Chalice ready to jump in, already has a living armor. Let's see what kind of play he can make. Just gonna be a spear outside, and he's gonna jump in. Good egg coming out, and Chalice actually snatches it. Maybe he even got the shard on top of that. Clinks is getting controlled by Zeal in the backlines, but those right clicks on Zeal, they really hurt, and he got himself stuck. Chalice still alive. They didn't get him, managed to kill him even once, and now RNG, they're chasing. Ooh, that's a big one from Echo, pulling them back a little bit further. Kaka getting jumped on by Juggernaut. This is gonna be an Aegis used from RNG, but yeah, they should definitely be happy about how this whole fight played out.
It's over and over again. Chalice, like we mentioned a bunch yesterday, he spears the Kunkka out of the pit, jumps in, rebukes, doesn't get the last hit, but is able, I believe he didn't get the last hit. Yeah, he did not get the last hit, but he snatches Aegis, and then fights like full chaos. Phoenix didn't want to use Egg, because I think his tome was coming out. He wanted to hit 18 before he popped it, but was forced to do it because RNG initiated on him. And then Zeal's trying to clean up backlines, but the Jug and the Kunkka are just controlled. That was a really good fight from RNG.
Oh, they need initiation. Can he get it off? Kaka, he jumps in. This is gonna be a huge pickup for RNG. Kaka Shaman, always a treat to watch.
It seems like he always able to find his like good catches, his good disables inside. I mean, that's why he plays these heroes, these shamans, these lions. He's always able to find it. You know, he's 0 and 7. You're definitely feeling that impact of him always getting a hard lockdown onto a core. And now he's almost got BKB, so it's going to be pretty difficult to prevent just a blink BKB shackle.
What I like about his itemization is no funny business. Yeah, Lens is great, Shard is very cool, but what about that blink mana boots straight into BKB build?
And if you look at, if I'm not mistaken, I mean, I haven't pulled it up, but if I go look at all of Kaka's games, I can probably guarantee you that every game is this. He probably does not buy the Shard. He probably does not go Aether Lens most games. I know in the couple games that I saw him play, he did not. So I'm assuming most, if not all, he does this exact same build. The old school build.
Yeah, because there was no Shard, there was no Lens back in the days. No, I understand why. I mean, it's a lot of gold investment, and what he thinks about is his job is to just get that initiation on the right target, and with the blink, he's gonna be able to do it. Like, he's gonna be able to control people. Great ulti coming out from X-Noah to keep them in place. I believe Echo did pick up Shard, and then he used it, but yeah, we see Zeal getting stuck inside the arena, and the damage, the right clicks from both Clinks and Lina at this point is a bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, they never even got near the Lina or Clinks in that fight. That's immediately going to be a win for RNG in those type of situations. If the two of them are just able to sit back and just literally auto attack their way to victory, as 9K lead, RNG now completely dominating the map. And with the gem that they picked up earlier that we mentioned, you know, the gem that they snatched, they've been able to kind of kill all the vision that eHome has been putting out.
Chalice, full refresher. I mean, the reason why you can go for a refresher on Mars is because his ulti is 200 mana level 3, which is kind of insane. So you do have mana pool. It should definitely be more.
Should 25 scaling per level on mana cost? All right. Strength Hero is getting too much love in their mana costs, I swear.
Well, he went through the treatment. His intelligence did get reduced at one point, and he wasn't picked as much, so we had to revert it.
Yep, and then he got picked every game.
This hero is the most picked hero throughout the DPC, I believe.
Initiation, Zeal on high ground. Chalice just walks in with his first BKB, just saying, come at me. Gets the spear onto Planet. Zeal controlling the backline on the far right side, but Planet's just getting full CC'd from Chalice. Actually commits the refresher to get the secondary spear. Now has mana for another ult. Will catch ZZQ inside of it. Kaka gets the catch on the Shiro, but the Inkswell will dispel that Hex. They get the cleanup on the Kaka. Now they're going to continue chasing Shiro, trying to stick out the X-Nova, but he's rooted. Ghost and Somnus now going to town on Jug. He's just gone.
Yeah, I mean, once Lina with MKB and Clinks with, like, Scotty focuses you down, it's very difficult. Somnus finally uses his BKB, deletes Echo.
He's still going.
They need some buybacks. He's gonna blink in, gonna get speared. Not speared, but he's gonna die in the end. Okay.
That is such a Somnus. That's such a maybe play, man. Like...
Well, maybe it works, Somnus doesn't. I don't know. It just feels unnecessary. Like, I mean, if your team does have Blink Daggers, maybe. And the Chalice does get another good initiation by a Spear.
I continues to find these. He did it. Lacoste, he forced 4 buybacks with that buy. Right? Like, he did force like 2 or 3, 4 buybacks or something with that.
If we do the math, it's probably worth it, but I don't think many mid laners would do that at that point. I like how Chalice...
that's like the Thompson / Somnus, I would feel like. Just some crazy reckless play.
I like how Chalice used Refresher just to pin him down with another Spear, and then use Arena again after that. Arena is ready back up again.
They're on Echo.
He needs to close the gap. Yep, he seems pretty dead to me. This might be the game. He got the boat off, but Juggernaut is pretty much alone. So let's see if they decide to go for another set of barracks, or maybe they want to poke some towers. They know that Kunkka is dead for 100 seconds.
Kaka, another grab. Doesn't even pop the BKB. And now they've got the root follow-up. Shiro. Definitely seeing, like, you know, the SNY can understand why he went for it, but definitely see a couple of fights where he just was sitting in the root. It definitely hurt a lot, but RNG, they hit back pretty hard. I think this game was... It was pretty close until that top mistake from eHome. I think that one was actually really big. They kept catching Shiro. Like, RNG was doing a really good job of catching Shiro, but then they'd lose like 3-4 heroes. But that top fight where Echo dies, they lose the Phoenix, and then they lose their gem that they just picked up. I feel like they lost an incredible amount of momentum there.
Yeah, I think that was a game-losing moment as well. They were mostly trading 2 kills on the carries every single time. Like, the carry dies, the other carry dies as well. But yeah, Klings did manage to get farm. I was pleasantly surprised, and they did play around him. Like, even throughout the whole like wall of tankiness that eHome did have, they managed to go through it. So I'm really impressed. I did heavily favor eHome's draft, and I think they misplayed. I think they misplayed those fight that you mentioned, and also the one after that. It felt like they just crumbled after it.
Yeah, a couple mistakes, and that's gonna really cost it for you when you have you have a carry like Jug, and he's gone for this type of itemization. It can quickly turn. I think Danog, especially on the panel, will have some words because I know he doesn't really like the Jug. So we're going to be throwing it back to the panel in a few moments after the ads, and we'll see you in a few moments as well.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR, help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Looks like Raw Never Give Up's got a lot of pent-up frustration after their series up against Extreme Gaming, and it looks like eHome is the channel point for that anger. We're here to break down Game 1 after RNG take an early lead. Boys, RNG might take an early lead, but it didn't feel like it was going that way at the start of this game. What happened to eHome?
Well, let's start with how eHome, did well in the first 20-25 minutes. They made good rotations. Their lanes went pretty damn well. One negative point was obviously Juggernaut dying once to First Blood early before Creep spawned, then died again when his support rotated out of lane bottom. So he had a pretty rough game, but that was equal to the Klinks' game. The Kunkka did very well. Pango setting up fights up until 20-25 minutes. And Dan, there's that one fight in the top jungle, right, where RNG just suddenly decided, we're here to play some Dota 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was really weird. they had the wards just previously placed up by Planet there on the top side, and despite having all the information of all the different heroes that were keen to rejoin the fight, you see the first Juggernaut death here. It was really weird to me to see, like, 20 minutes in, literally no one had died except for this safe lane. You know, a Juggernaut plus a Grimstroke combination. That is a kill lane by any metric that I'm aware of, right? Like, against the Mars, he has no way to be able to stop the damage, no way to stop the stun. You should be getting a lot of these kills, but it just didn't eventuate. So I was really underwhelmed by the Juggernaut. I know Fogged as well talked about the Sanjin Yasha pickup. I definitely don't think that was the play either, considering you're going up against this this Overgrowth that was his undoing a few times. So maybe the Yasha into the Manta style would have been the better option, and then have the remainder of gold to be able to go into something like the Skadi afterwards, because it really felt like his impact was neutered a fair amount. This is the fight that we were talking about. For whatever reason, they turn around even knowing that 5 people are coming to join in on top of them. That gives away, I believe, a 6 and a 7 kill streak. They lose the gem, and it's just this massive net worth swing. Chalice, really good play as well, being able to get this Aegis steal, but have a look at Planet here. He's inside the Supernova, he gets off the Sunray, but then immediately afterwards dives straight into the arena. He's stuck inside the pit, he gets picked off again, Sunray completely useless. If he just stayed outside the pit and continued to use the Sunray, maybe they could have been able to turn that one around, but it was just a combination of little mistakes like that that really set eHome up for disaster.
It felt like really the key thing was really focused around this Juggernaut, right? Like that fight top, you could see he was mid lane, kind of transferring up towards top. That Roshan fight, he was running around inside the arena, not quite sure what to do. And at no point in the game did it feel like Juggernaut was ready to say, I'm strong, let's go take this fight because I can kill this hero, or I can do this in this team fight. He always felt like one item behind, or slightly behind the Clinks, who suddenly got that BKB like 30 odd minutes in and was ready with his Skadi to go and do some serious damage. Shiro just never had the impact, whereas the first 25 minutes was his other 4 teammates going around and winning the game while he was farming to try and get him there. And when you have your position 1, what was he, like 17,000 net worth, doing the 7th highest damage in the game. He did like 13,000 damage compared to like 20, 25 from some of the other cores. That's where you have a serious problem.
This was kind of the story though, right? I felt like we were talking about this behind the scenes, like what are the POS ones doing? It's more like a 4v4 a lot of the time. And in that 4v4, there was a standout player for our MVP. I believe we chose a cheeky mid laner here. And who can blame us after that dive towards the end of the game? Somnus really was feeling himself in this one.
Yeah, he never really fell too far behind, right? Like, that was the thing. You expect to win the mid lane, but against a Conquer, it can be a little bit challenging, I suppose. But it just seemed like every single rotation that he had, he was the one player keeping his team in it when they were in that precarious situation. Up until 27 or so minutes, they still had like a 75% win probability on eHome, but it was Somnus always seeming to be able to make the right rotations through. He actually died 6 times, but one of them was that super deep dive, so we'll forgive him for that, forcing out all those buybacks.
Yeah, he was top net worth the entire game, apart from like a brief 2 or 3 minute period, like 12 to 14, 15 minutes where Kunkka slightly overtook the Lina. But yeah, I think the itemization there from Somnus was prime. Like Sol Ring BKB with the MKB Blink Dagger, able just to jump in and do some big right clicks.
Yeah, and I guess like now when we kind of look back at where it went wrong for eHome, we mentioned that fight top as kind of a key turning point. But looking earlier in the game, I feel like we were praising Planet a lot, right? We were really impressed by his performance. Do you think maybe there just needs to be kind of a go on his mark sort of approach to this game? Because it felt like he had the best read for the first 25 minutes.
Maybe he should pick the carry hero next game.
No more Juggernaut, please. Just no more. I just don't see what it does that no other hero does in this game. You know, we're seeing a lot of Ursas get picked up, which are fine in their right sort of scenario. But like, what does a Juggernaut give that, let's say, Lifestealer doesn't? You know, you're still able to siege the high ground. You've got a little bit of an extra save for the middle of team fights. You're effective against these heroes like the Mars. You've still got that inbuilt spell immunity. I don't know. It felt very underwhelming to me.
I think one of the most difficult things is itemization. Like, there's a lot of heroes that have optimal item builds where you're like, this in a perfect game, I'm going to go this like 9 times out of 10. It will do me solid throughout the game. Juggernaut is like, I want Manta or Sanjin Yasha. I need Maelstrom. I need Skadi. I need Blink. I need Swift Blink. I need Aghanim Scepter. I need so many things to act. Yeah, just to play my hero. Shard comes out. It's like, I need to take second row so I get the Shard. Yeah, you just always feel behind. And sure, he's good at lots of little things, but he's not a master of one that makes him a great pick. He always feels like the backup carry. Like, oh, they've banned all my other stuff, like TB, Medusa, they're gone, so I guess I'll fall back on Jug. But it never looks good.
Well, did we feel a bit more forgiving for the Klinks pick? Because admittedly, like we were talking about, any other carry can go. Like looking back at the bans, I believe eHome banned out 4 carries compared to, I believe it was 2 that RNG got rid of. So did the Klinks at least make a bit more sense as to why RNG picked that in the last game?
Yeah, Klinks for me was kind of similar to the CK in terms of being able to right-click Jug through spin. I think that was one of the biggest things, just being able to punch the Juggernaut and make sure he can't freely spin on a Shadow Shaman, for example.
Well, looks like we've got Game 2's draft. Do you think we're going to see anything like the Klinks again, or do you think now we need to pick up the carries a bit earlier? Because it was the final pick, Klinks, right, in the last game for RNG.
I suppose, but I mean, in this draft, you've got you've got this Pangolier, right? He could be positioned 2, 3, 4, so you still have this maintained level of flexibility that RNG have, and they've got the better end of the later stages of the draft. So they're just going to go another one of these cores that have that flexibility. TA can be mid. If it's the ideal matchup, TA can be safe lane as well. So I don't hate this from eHome. It can be a little annoying, of course, with the disarm coming through and the Inkswell to be able to churn through those refraction charges, but it's never a horrible pick to be able to have that. And of course, anytime that you're playing on the Radiant side, it's always great just to have that extra Roshan potential, which TA provides you as well.
And you're already bolstered by this DK being that tanky tower pusher as well, who's also flexible, right? You can play him 3 or 2, so you've got double cores that double flex. Does leave you open to getting banned out in terms of strong supports in this next phase. Like Abaddon, Bane, saving heroes gone. They're protecting the Pango with a Bane pick as well, a Bane ban as well.
Seems like they just want that strong core-to-core matchup though, right? Like you can see the heroes that like to outrange the TA, that like to build the Skadi, they're removed. The Ember Spirit, again, another decent laner against the TA if it opted to go mid just through the Flame Guard and being able to dodge out a lot of like Melt Strikes, for example, with your Sleight of Fist. So I think that's what eHome are prioritizing a lot more. They're just saying, look, let's just make our cores as comfortable as possible, because it really didn't feel like that was the case in game number 1.
So, opening up on this next phase, like, Royal Never Give Up, do you think it's a situation where the carry has to come through? Because, like, to bring it back to that, I feel like it is a big point. Like, Shiro did get very clearly targeted out on the bans last game. Maybe don't leave it too late that you have very limited options at your disposal that might make you predictable.
That's why the TA is there, right? Pos 1 TA is perfectly fine.
Yeah. Gives them an option for it, right? Like, they don't have to commit to it, but we'll just see RNG, they're like, well, we're just going to pick something that's a good, decent space creator. I mean, Storm Spirit's banned, Ember's banned, so Puck isn't amazing, but I think they just wanted something that's going to not necessarily harass the backline quite as much.
Oh, sorry, I just realized I've got my bans the wrong way around. So RNG were the ones that had a lot of carries banned away from them. So I guess looking on the other side for Royal Never Give Up, is it a case of they need to think 3rd, 4th pick here, get your carry sorted, or run the risk of just having maybe only 1 or 2 choices left at the end of it?
I think you just want anyone that's going to build Skadi. I think that's really where RNG are looking to prioritize, because you're up against a DK who most of the time in the later stages, once you have the potential to get the Skadi, is going to be in that Elder Dragon form, and a TA, of course. You're able to have that level of impact. Even the BKBs don't matter because it pierces it. Obviously, Skadi not quite as good as it used to be, but I think that's where RNG are going to be looking to prioritize.
Ooh. Now, there's a hero we haven't seen since the patch.
Wonder if that's going to be... I don't think you can play at 5 anymore. I think it's just a little bit too greedy. You need levels, in my eyes, just because the Spirit Siphon, you can't be like that tanky frontliner, considering the reduction to the Spirit Siphon health that you're able to regen for yourself. Maybe you can into a DK just because he's not the highest damage offlaner that you're going to be coming up against. But again, this is all about the flexibility, right? You can run this mid if you need to. You can run this offlane if you need to. You can run it support. So they're just trying to keep eHome guessing.
I think it's there as the option, like you say, to flip between DP or Pango, but I do like that DP up against the TA. Just being able to pressure her. You're a ranged hero. If you have like a tanky strength, brawling position 4 that can play with you in that offlane, you can bully the TA, maybe even bully the Treant. And I think we've seen Somnus primarily play the Pango for RNG in that mid lane. So that's probably going to be where they end up.
You think they're going to pick the Lion here? Lion's not banned out, but Shadow Shaman is. So it's just something for Kaka that he's going to feel very comfortable on.
A hero with Hex for Kaka?
surprising, I know. I mean, it's not the greatest Nyx game. Otherwise, that was another hero that was really synonymous with Kaka for quite some time. Rubik? I wouldn't hate a Rubik this game. You know, just even just be able to save from like the Rolling Thunder chain stuns. If you go into the Aghanim Shard, you can steal Spirit Siphon, Exo, even just Crypt Swarm to be able to shove out a lot of these waves and keep the pressure off of you. I feel like there's a decent number of things to steal.
Well, has he played any Phoenix?
A little bit, not super recently. I mean, he's been out of the competitive scene for what, 5 months now, right? So he's certainly taken a bit of the backseat. But yeah, Kaka Phoenix is something that is certainly in his playbook. I know it's good for the healing aspect, but I feel like you've already got the Treant Protector for that. So I think they need something that's a little bit more damage oriented.
Yeah, he did play Phoenix against their previous series against eHome. So it's definitely come out recently.
I think of the Mirana instead. I mean, DK Mirana, Taylor's all his time, right? Even just the multiple slows coming out from the Treant Protector could set you up quite nicely for it. And they go a Chaos Knight against this. Okay. I guess they are kind of lacking in AoE damage, right? Against the TA, it's quite effective. It's really only the Overgrowth at this point in time that you're massively concerned about.
Yeah, they don't have an awful lot. Mirana's also pretty good against DP. She usually wants to be playing very front line, taking towers, kind of showing on the map somewhere. Getting caught by a random arrow really can be her undoing.
I mean, they don't have a ton of setup for the arrow. That's my main concern right now. It's only the Dragon Knight, and you do still need to be a little bit concerned against, you know, the likes of the DP, even the Chaos Knight, right? The Reality Rift takes away a lot of that armor potential, and you can burst him down reasonably quickly if you're not too quick on the counter initiation for RNG. But I really want to see. We still don't know what eHome are going to go, right? We don't know if this TA is going to be mid. We don't know if this TA is going to be safe lane. I would probably lean a little bit more towards it. Oh, I don't even know, actually. Like, the DP can still just go in both of those roles and have a very good time.
And they get rid of the Phoenix, so it looks like they've taken note. You said they previously had to go up against it. Do you think eHome could have possibly went for that Phoenix instead of the Mirana themselves? Because, I mean, that's a classic combo, right? The Treant plus Phoenix, just overwhelming the battle. Or do you feel like they needed this stun?
I think it's not just the stun, right? It's like you look at the way that DP and CK want to play around early catapults and objectives. Just having a Mirana who can be like, I'm going to TP to this lane and kill the catapult, can shut that down pretty much completely. Then you've got living armor to defend towers. You've got great ways here to delay the push from RNG. So TA has time to clear stacks and take ancients, protect that triangle for yourselves. So I think it's the pairing of Treant and Mirana in defending objectives that's way better than like a Treant Phoenix, who are more team fight oriented and are better later on in the game once they hit level 6 and get like maybe even level 2 in their ultimate. Whereas Mirana's ready, you know, from first catapult wave to defend.
I'm thinking like they're getting rid of the Brewmaster because, you know, it's still good. It is strong illusions that the CK has, but it's still decent at being able to toss a lot of these heroes up in the air, for example. I'm considering an Underlord for eHome as a potential option, just because the AoE damage that it's going to be able to provide against the CK, the illusions can't escape the Pit of Malice very easily, gives them that Fiend's Gate potential to be able to just consistently be pushing out a lot of these different lanes. I wouldn't hate it. It delays things a little bit, right? Yeah. Which you might need a little bit.
It's great against Pango as well. If you go that Rod of Atos build, you trap Pango for like 5 seconds in roots. He can't roll, can't do anything. That's a pretty good shout. What does RNG need? We're still unsure where the DP Pango are going. Pango could be flexed into support, so we could have our 5-4-3-1, and we're waiting for a mid hero from Somnus.
I'd say Kaka's hero is the one that's still yet to come here. What that is, I mean, it could just be a Lion, man, honestly. Like, it does feel like they're a little lacking in, like, sustained damage early on if they go down that route. Like, especially if they've got this turnaround potential with an early Blink Dagger on the Treant Protector for the Blink Overgrowth. But what else can they even pick in the 4 role that excels in it? Sand King's decent as well at being able to slow a lot of those pushes and gives them more of the catch for the Mirana arrow. So yeah, I like that.
So now you have Sand King Mirana, you've got Treant TA, and then DK mid is the most likely lane setup for you.
What about a Wyvern? I wouldn't hate a Wyvern here, especially considering they buffed up the Arctic Burn, to have 10-second duration on it. You're up against a TA and a DK that do very minimal damage that isn't physical. Yeah, I feel like if you're able to catch someone out with that Winter's Curse, especially it's another one of those BKB piercing disables, right? So you don't even need to use it to get kills. Even if you're just wasting BKBs, that's pretty significant when you consider that you've got heroes like the Pangolier and the DP with a Spirit Siphon that need to get a lot of their spells off to do their damage.
Yeah, it just feels like when you have a Grimstroke, I could imagine Kaka just being like, give me something single target. Like, give me the position for Sven, you know, something with a spell I can chuck in there, but a Monkey King?
Okay.
That's for Somnus. So we have the support DP. Oh, wow.
Does this feel good? We were talking about it a little bit earlier. It feels like support DP, I think you're saying Daniel, doesn't get enough levels anymore. It feels a little bit too slow.
Doesn't get enough levels, and it's particularly because the Spirit Siphon got changed. Right now, it was one of those heroes that loved to build into the early Aghanim Shard. The fear duration is reduced. The base health drain per second went from 16 to 10 at level 1 and only 12 at level 2, so that's a pretty significant nerf as well. Of course, the reduction in damage to towers means that you can't just commit a support to be taking towers. It needed to be a core, so I don't know. I feel like this DP just feels so much weaker as a 5, and I probably wouldn't have hated to see like, is it a DP 4 or 5, Gareth?
See, that's the question I'm asking myself right now, because earlier in the draft, I was like, DP in a lane against TA, I kind of wanted the 4 DP with someone tanky to go in front of her. And when you look at Grimstroke CK, you kind of want them to be together in a lane as well. So I feel like we could have that kind of lane swap where Kaka's with Ghost. I'm just not sure what lane they actually want to put them in. We might see some like lane swapping going on around here as well. Try and get this CK Grim up against the, maybe even them against the TA could be pretty good. Just burst her down early.
Well, whatever it is, eHome is going to have to be on their toes. They are one game away from being eliminated, missing out on a shot at that $4 million LAN in Riyadh later this year. Let's get the action underway between eHome and RNG in game number 2. Fog Lacoste, take it away.
eHome versus RNG. RNG round up their draft with a Monkey King at last pick that looks pretty good because looking at those core matchups that he was probably looking at, either versus TA, DK, or the Sand King, those can be pretty good for that Monkey King in the matchup, so it makes sense why they go for it last. Lacoste, anything you're favoring, anything you like?
A bit surprised how RNG just picked overall. A lot of these heroes did get nerfed, especially Dead Prophet that Panel mentioned. Exorcist, it's just too huge of a nerf. I mean, it's a balanced hero right now, I would say, because it was just so stupid. Made no sense to be like that. You take tier 1 tower with pretty much no commitment, and X, well, maybe I should take that back because he just got a first blood.
I'm still torn. I don't know. I still think like this is. I still think it's going to be a really strong hero in most situations because tower pushing is not the easiest thing to come across still in Dota. That's why especially I'm seeing like Shadow Shaman being picked a lot more than I thought he would. I still like this, and I think Spirit Siphon was so overtuned that now it's just a good spell.
It's good, yeah.
A broken spell. So I think it's especially versus tanky strength heroes like DK, like Sand King, like Treant and stuff too. Could definitely see the strength of it. But looking at eHome's draft, they have a lot of different ways to take fights, a lot of different ways to get catch, and I'm surprised they get Sand King. Like, as the last pick, I'm surprised they're still in the pool.
Sand King, even after the nerfs, he still feels extremely good. There has to be something, there has to be some kind of bias in Seattle, because this hero definitely did get a bit too much loving, and compared to Dead Prophet, I still feel like Sand King is super strong.
Agreed. I played it a couple times yesterday, the Sand King too, and you could definitely feel a little bit of those changes though. The solo kill potential, the pulse damage that you lose off your shard, like these little things, they add up, and the early mana cost too on Sandstorm increased to 85. Like these little things, they add up, but yeah, hero still is incredibly powerful.
Sandstorm level 1 buffed. It deals more damage, 5 more damage. So yeah, top lane, they did get the first blood, which does allow them to bring extra a little bit of items. That does allow them to play a bit more aggressive as well. Last time Ghost was playing CK, I believe it was yesterday, I wasn't really impressed, especially that move that he made on the mid lane where he heavily committed just to get the last hit on the tower. And it did cost, not gonna say that cost him the game, but it didn't really feel like, one of those CKs that go in and just do CK stuff. It felt very underwhelming, I would say, but I want to see what he can do in this one.
Yeah, same. I also want to see. He does have this like Grimstroke backup too, which is going to help, I feel like, quite a bit. And he has heroes that can actually start fights on the Pango, so we'll see. Looking at mid, like we mentioned, you know, there's a reason they picked this Monkey King last, because any hero that he was up against in this mid matchup would likely look like this. The TA probably would have the better matchup, but we've seen that before, you know, the tops and the Monkey King versus TA in the past a million times, even when the TA was stronger. Yeah, this is an excellent matchup. Amazing last pick, really, as he's going to just continue to dominate this one. And Echo's going to have to stack to ensure that he can actually keep up with the Sand King, because the denies are going to become too much for him to deal with too.
Yeah, he's keeping the wave near his tower, so that's going to be a lot of denies. Already at 5 on Monkey King, so Sand King is going to have a bit of a difficult time. One way to come back into the game is stacks. Mirana, I think she's going to need to make stacks in the triangle. She does have Sand King who can farm the Ancients big camp, and also Templar Assassin later on.
This is gonna give, like, it's scary though, giving Somnus such a start versus these three cores. Monkey King is great versus all three, right? Like DK, Sand King, as we're mentioning. Not even just laning phase, just once we get into like mid game, you're able to just kind of kill these heroes if you have high Jingu, which he will have because he's a mid hero. Yeah, this is a really good setup for them. So yeah, we'll see how it all plays out. Looking at the other lanes, anybody getting left in the dust? I guess just Pango. We're seeing Chalice having a really hard time getting any last hits down here versus the tree and the TA.
Classic Pango. This is type of the Pango that I expected in the previous game.
Yeah.
Because this hero just struggles, and he's going for Urn this time around. Eventually we'll turn that into Spirit Vessel against the Dragon Knight, and Living Armor works really well. Like Sand King is tanky. Even against Templar Assassin it works really well.
I can't believe how little he has. I'm just like, now I really want to rewatch what they did in that last one. How the hell did this Pango have like even CS versus a Klink's tree lane? So definitely something to maybe look at with that double bracer build at Zeal. Even though they end up losing the game, the lane is something that's always that we talk about with the Pangos in the off lane.
And now Dragon Knight, 2 bracers, 2 points in Dragon Blood. The arrow is going to connect. Yeah, that's going to be the kill and ghost. They need an extra right click. Planet will finish him off.
That is not an expected kill. And also, Planet also gets a courier. X-Nova just left it AFK there for a second. No stun skilled on Zeal, and they're able to get the enough harassment onto the CK and then also the arrow connection. That's impressive.
They don't even need the combo. They don't need a setup. Also, CK, he is going for Orb of Corrosion, which is not something that we see on safe in CK. I think this could also be the reason why he died there. There's like no bracer, no Belt of Giant Strength, anything that would give him a little bit of tankiness. Yet he does have Fluffy Hat from that, but a lot of gold into items that doesn't give you like any kind of stats.
No stats and no... The thing is too that's weird is like it doesn't give him like this damage. It gives him this like minus armor, which is cool, but Breathe Fire is annoying to deal with. Like you have such a big damage spread on CK. Can be problematic with like a corrosion to last it sometimes versus this Breathe Fire. Is they try to get aggro onto Zeal, but he's just fine. And yeah, this top lane is going better than I expected. I knew the DK was going to free farm, but I did not think that they'd be able to slow down the CK or get a kill onto him.
Yeah, they even got the first blood, and especially without getting Dragon Tail stun until level 4. So every single time Ghost gets close, he's gonna get right-clicked by Planet and also Breathe Fire, stun. This Dragon Knight, he does have enough mana, and if his next item is just gonna be like a nut Soul Ring to invest even more to punish him in the lane, I wouldn't mind seeing that. So Ghost...
They're actually trying to get aggro, it looked like a little bit onto Shiro, but this is not really a lane you can get aggro on as Chalice. Also seeing the skill build from ZZQ. No way you can get aggro into this. 2 points in Leech Seed. So anytime Chalice gets close, it's just gonna... I mean, Shiro won't die. He'll have Refraction plus heals coming in.
And now they can start playing a bit more aggressive. This is another problem with the offlane Pango. They go on you, you have to use your abilities to run away. Kaka, they need 1 extra hit, but he's gonna be fine. Urn of Shadows is done. This is when you would want to go in and make a trade your position 4 for like whatever you can get. Position 5 is going to be fine, so you have extra regen, because you do need to bring a lot of regen in that lane.
Yeah, a little bit of a fight going on in the top river. Nobody ends up dying, but Somnus, he has the Jingu stacks, looking to get aggressive onto Echo. Nice tree cut. We'll be able to get some decent damage onto him. Rotation also coming.
His middle tower is under attack.
No mana for stun. He needs 15 mana. Echo needs to be careful. Even silence, an earlier point from X-Nova. We have 6 heroes mid, 6 minutes in. Somnus will be picking up that illusion, or
he was scared of the mana. He was scared of the stun, but there actually wasn't enough on Echo for a second, so ends up missing it out. Now Echo fills up his bottle. Now he's got mana for stun, and the Sandstorm should be able to catch X-Nova. Oh.
Say that again.
On. Oh.
And X-Nova gets the kill. A bit of a... it's a, what, level 2 stun?
He put the, I was about to say, he put the second point in it instead of holding for Epi that we see most time, and still isn't able to connect because of that range. The silence too has tripped him up, I think, from X-Nova.
Yeah, Dragonite going for the Soul Ring as well, so extra armor on top of that, and we'll have infinite mana because he has infinite regen. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this Orb of Corrosion. I think he set himself up for a really bad laning stage with it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit torn on it. Because it just feels a little weird into something like if he was playing into something with lower armor, I could see the argument for it. But into something like with so much armor, it just feels like it doesn't really do much of anything. I guess maybe he wanted more chase because he had a weak 5 position of the DP. But yeah, I'm not sure. It's really interesting. It's
Also,
definitely maybe hurt him a little bit, but.
What I wanted to see from RNG is to block the Ancients early on. Because you have like these 2 extremely good heroes to farm the Ancients with, and then someone needs to go there, de-ward it. It's a lot of time wasted. Somnus making a move on bottom. Doesn't have a point in ulti yet, but if he gets the good connection on top of him, he should be able to die. Chalice with the Rolling Thunder actually misses on Templar Assassin, and Monkey just zooming around, gets 2-man boundless. There's a crystal that he can bounce off. Somnus still chasing. Seems like Train Protector is going to be the only casualty here so far, and Shiro, Refraction is on, but Chalice making sure that they do have enough slow with the Shield Crash and Orb of Venom. Even X-Nova, let's see the silence. He actually got it off.
They should have the chase. Somnus can jump after him.
One more leap. Somnus. That's huge. Not just because they got the kill. Somnus got all 3 last hits. And also, like Mirana using the early leap charges as a position 4 kind of ruins your hero. It's a long replenish time.
Yeah, and we do see immediately, like, it actually was a little funny because like he didn't get his Jingu stacks early, so his skill build looked a little weird, but you can see as soon as he gets Jingu stacks, he is immortal. Like, he's so good versus these 3 heroes early. Great rotation from Somnus. Top, Zeal gets very aggressive, and he's alone. He is quite dead. Oh, just kidding. I lied. They just whiffed the Boundless.
Whew. I don't think he needed to go with the Boundless immediately. There's just not enough time for him to TP. He can jump onto the tree, try to scout him out. A little bit of a mistake there from Somnus. Echo did
one too.
Yeah. Echo did manage to find the farm. I think he was farming the stacks in the triangle because he will have a Blink Dagger 10 minutes in, which is okay considering that he died once, wasn't involved in a single kill, and got shut down by a Monkey King.
Yeah, I think he farmed it. I think it was just a double stack, but yeah, he's very close to that Blink. He's not gonna have rune control though. They are sitting around these runes, so gonna prevent that sinking from filling up. Bottom, Chalice, looking for a solo kill.
Needs to make a big circle to be able to find him, and he gets him. Chalice knows exactly where he is. I love the build going into Spirit Vessel. As I said, you know, just earn on the offlane Pango feels really nice even after the increase of the cost. It's just, you know, still a very good item, gives you that extra kill potential, gives you the heal, reduce the healing on the enemies, and overtime damage. Just feels really nice to have it on the offlane Pango.
It feels like a jack of all trades, right? It gives you mana regen, gives you some stats, some armor, and then it also gives you the benefits of the actual item, and you're playing versus TA, so refraction, etc. It's always really nice. X-Nova, popping that exorcism, that first one, we see that reduced damage. You know, the tower's not dead already.
There's also living armor, Echo, with the big ulti on top of X-Nova, which is
still alive.
Gotta get him killed eventually, but Somnus gets the return kill, and this is pretty big for RNG, just to be able to get these return kills. How many charges does Mirana have on the leap? Because, okay, there is one, but he might need to use it.
Well, bam! I love when you see an over-leveled Monkey King early. The 4-1-4 build, top! Whoa! Zeal gets a solo kill onto Ghost.
Not sure how that's possible. I actually got to see the replay. CK dying to solo Dragon. There was actually no one close to Dragon Knight. Somnus is getting ton of farm, but so is Shiro. Like all this action happening, which means that some pressure is off Templar Assassin.
Yeah, look, I mean, look at top right now. It looks like the CK. I'm looking. So we have the fight happening mid. I know we're focusing a bit more on that because we see them all like dying up. But look at top. Look at the HP pool. So DK's low on health. CK's low. Looks like they just fought to the death. At least just from like what we see on the HP pools. Very interesting.
Just what I've been waiting for.
Somnus going for Diffusal Blade on Monkey. From what I've seen, especially in South America, because they do love to play Monkey on a mid lane, they do go for Echo Saber. I don't know. I feel like, Diffusal Blade is great. I feel like Echo Saber gives you that like big power spike on the hero, gives you a little bit of tankiness, and also the disassemble mechanic so you can get to the earlier BKB. Feels really good. Burrow Strike into Arrow. Chalice feels really dead, and he is.
Yeah, that was a quick little replay of what we missed.
Oh, that was a replay. Never mind. We go back and forth in time.
Yeah. And, yeah, I don't know. I'm also a bit torn because I actually wanted him to be a little tankier too. Maybe it'll. I mean, we'll say it ends up being like how he plays around it. Because the thing about the diffusal is you can set up for a little bit more of like solo action and kills onto some of these side laners in comparison to what Echo Saber might provide you. But
also the thing that he has phase boots instead of power treads on Monkey King, which does not give him extra 10 stats. So, ooh, Arrow almost connects on Kaka. It's gonna tick down anyway from that Urn of Shadows. But another big kill on Echo. Just like Echo dies, and the only trade that they get is either position 4 or 5.
Yeah, he's getting fully addressed from laning phase to mid game. They're all over this sinking as mid. Somnus quickly jumps over to Chalice. They have the Exorcism again. Living Armor was put on the tower beforehand, but it's still going down as Somnus stunned up, dropping low. Arrow will hit a creep. He's trying to run away, will get rooted. They also get the root onto the Pango. He has 36% damage reduction though, so will be okay for the moment, but now gets caught by the stun. The trap's slow as well. Another shield crash, but only 18%. And they actually close the gap onto him. Dealing decent damage. Another stun in 2 from Echo.
He's trying.
Reach. Epi will get wasted.
Woo. They even commit with the Epi. Okay. A bit overextension there from RNG, and Zeal will get a kill on Exo. Dragon Knight is all over the place. They're gonna get another one. It's a disaster. I mean, from what I've seen 2 games in a row, I just don't like the way Ghost is playing on his CK. It just doesn't feel like the hero he feels comfortable playing, where he needs to be and what the job is.
Very split up from RNG there too, just I guess not expecting the speed of eHome moving around, but eHome has these double blink daggers, so they could be very mobile around the match, and they have a lot of ways to pick off, like with traps being laid down in certain random spots, and then this double blink dagger plus Marana. RNG has to be a bit more cautious how they go for these sieges. And they didn't even finish the tower off. Living Armor is healing it up.
Because he bought back. Trent did buy back, which did, like he used the ulti just to be able to kill off Monkey King, and they needed a little bit of extra. Look at this. Okay, finally they get the tower, but the Zeal is already in vicinity to be able to set up another kill with the Dragon Tail.
Zeal is playing unbelievably well, really. Like this double, like he's from the laning phase, he was super farmed. He was having such a good start already versus the CK, getting these kills. Now he's getting solo kills. Now he's making moves around. I think he's got the shard done too. So blink, shard, treads, double bracer.
And the one soul this is not a off-lane Dragonite. This is like more like mid free farm or safe lane Dragonite type of a farm that he has at the moment.
RG set up. Somnus jumps onto Planet, but X-Nova, he's caught completely alone. He's dead. Kaka will be able to TP out. But eHome, they're starting to run away with this game. Just pick off after pick off. Set up even around the Roche pit now. They've got the Deso on Shiro. As you mentioned, he was quietly farming the majority of this game. Even looking for another setup. Gets turned though. Kaka soulbind on 2. Diffusal onto the 2 of them as well. Rolling Thunder will connect onto both. They're in the Wukongs. Inkswell will connect also onto Zeal from Somnus. They'll get the bring down onto that DK. Kaka will drop in the back. Echo now comes in and cleans up Somnus with an Epicenter. And it's an Arcane Rune too, so it'll be back up soon. Chalice sticking his ground here, but the Deso will hurt. X-Nova now comes in with Exorcism though. Do they have the catch? They've got the Reality of the Rift. Pull back onto Shiro. Is he gonna go down? He will. Buyback coming in. Echo coming with the stun. Will catch out the Chalice.
Ooh, he's in trouble. That's gonna be a dieback.
Oh my god. X-Nova, the 5-position Death Prophet.
Exo Nova, pretty much. Like, that was huge. They overextended. I like that diffusal. Like, that's their combo. Double diffusal on a Grimstroke ulti just to keep them inside the Wukong's command. And Pegalier did manage to get, like, multiple spells off in a fight. Finally, Ghost joins, and well worth it. This is a big, big throw from eHome.
Especially this, like, the Echo, right? The Sand King now has completely stagnated his item growth for the next few moments of the game. He's under-leveled now, too. Only level 11. Ghost got much-needed cleanup kills as well, right? Like, he's been having a troublesome time. He's able to finally come in and get... I don't think he got the last hits on anything, but at least being there for the experience was
also
important.
Like, the way he bought back, and they knew exactly where he's gonna TP. I think TPing into trees would be much better. And I mean, they know you're coming anyway because you bought back like 15, 16 minutes in on a mid sanking, but still showing his hero immediately.
Seal is getting caught from the stun. The arrow will connect onto the Death Prophet. X-Nova dropping low, gets the Spirit Siphon off though. He's gonna be able to turn it, and Zeal now dies. Root onto 3, but don't think they have anything to follow up with it. He has to cancel the TP on the Sand King. Zizuku will hide for the moment. He'll be alright.
If Echo was there on time, with just not necessarily his ulti, I always keep thinking about the Echo Slam because he is called Echo. Epicenter, just Sandstorm and Burrow Strike would make a lot of a difference in that fight.
Yeah, Ghost would have definitely died. And now Ghost, after, as you said, like he's still not all the way caught up, but he's got Echo Saber, he's got Armlet, and he's got Brigand's Blade too. A really big pickup on the CK. So we're seeing a couple of times like the armor reduction, how much it's doing versus this squishy Sand King. Echo he gets negative armor when he gets Reality Rifted. That's why we see him die so fast on this SK.
Yeah, physical damage from Monkey, and Death Prophet did manage to get him killed twice. Looking at Planet's build, is this you, Fog? Is this you playing Mirana?
I can confirm I've done this a lot. I think it's not. I don't think it's good. I think it's kind of just...
It's too greedy. You're playing for yourself. It's
super greedy. You're playing... It's not just like you're playing for yourself, but also it's like... It's expensive. And your arrow cooldown is still kind of high. So it's 14 seconds that you're doing just for one little burst combo. As Somnus dodges the arrow damage with the Mischief. He's holding his ground with the Wukongs, trying to survive here. He's got Kaka behind him. It's not a shard, so it won't dispel off that urn, but he should still be fine.
He would have died. There was a misplay there because he used Mischief and Mirana misclicked Urn of Shadows, a healed Dragonite instead of using it aggressively on a Monkey King at the start. So this was like the second Urn charge. He would definitely take from it.
And the Mischief dodged the arrow damage.
Yeah.
Which was really nice.
I like how we don't see everything, but, you know, I see one thing and you see the other, and...
How it works, man.
Yeah.
Dota's... I've said this for a long time, so like there's so many different ways of looking at the game and so many different things that people notice, like, oh, great shield crash. You're like, yeah, but he could have turned and done it the other way, and it would have been like, well... There's always a million things that you can see. That's how complex the game is.
It's very difficult to see everything in Dota. It's just like so many things happening, and the game is getting more complex. Like, we are adding new stuff, you know, the like status resistance and stuff like new items, especially if you have all the effects on in the game. Everything is shiny, sometimes hard to notice.
At some points, we had elements being added too. Primal, you know, the stupid fire brewmaster thing where you have to flame and ignite it and stuff like that. RNG smoked up. They have Chalice with an arcane rune, claiming the high ground here.
Chalice still needs to be careful. Like, Templar Assassin does delete you, especially with Treant Protector. We've seen it in the previous game, like how effective it is. Like, you can apply the same logic by having Klinks and Lina with the Treant Protector to be able to hold them in place. Like, yeah, you're tanky. He might need to get like 2-3 man shield crash just to be able to survive while he's in the route.
They've gotten, I see they've prioritized quite heavily on RNG. Usually we see those shard picked up early, especially on like the Grim. He now has it, but I look, they both built Force Staff. So we always see like these sanking Maranas. They have ways to disjoint Chalice. He rolls up, he sees it coming. They get the stun on the backline onto Ghost, but with the roll up, they've kind of broken the initiation. Kaka gets a Soulbind down too, but he's getting in focused. Ghost cleans up Zeal very fast. Chalice, beautiful Rolling Thunder onto 3 heroes. Now getting stunned, but he's tanky. Shield crash onto 3. He is very durable. Now they're chasing forward. Echo, he can't get away.
I mean, exactly the same thing happened that I said. Like, he needs to get a 3-man shield crash to be able to survive. If it was a 2-man shield crash, he actually dies there. They're still chasing double sentry ward and an observer just to chase down Mirana. This is her last leap. Oh,
it's a big fight too because they have this ward on the high ground, right? That spots them for like a quarter of a second, and because of that, Chalice gets roll up off, and then Zeal actually over blinks because he wants to get somebody with the initiation instead of going for Chalice. The only thing he sees is the CK, but it gets him killed. Ghost actually just pops Phantasm, and he's like, oh, perfect. He actually did the initiation for me on the DK this time around.
They have double Ghost this game. Like, the damage did get reduced, but they do have a player named Ghost, so this is where the extra damage from Exo comes from.
Yep.
That's how logic works. Yeah, they're gonna stop attacking Roche and pause it for a little bit, wait until their spells are online. Yeah, you mentioned the Chalice's roll. It was nicely made. Just roll up into initiation, and he also did have Inkswell on top of him to get rid of a... I believe he dispelled something. Did he dispel Overgrowth at the moment?
I think he might have, yeah. RNG smoked up, 5-on-5 smoked. eHome has the high ground. X Nova, he breaks it. He's got the Force Staff to reset. Chalice is going in, and there's the Inkswell, like you said. 3-man stun from Somnus. They have to follow up with the Soulbind. Tanking's going down, Treant's going down, everyone dead. eHome.
What a beautiful fight from RNG. I mean, that play from Eknoa going in, then Force Staffing himself out, and then Kaka using the Soulbind, Boundless Strike on Treat, Rolling Thunder connecting. Like, you see something like this happens, I think everyone on eHome knows that the fight is over.
Instantly. It's like, as soon as... You know, we're seeing Echo, he's having a bit of a tough time on the sanking this time. After the laning phase in the mid game, he's fully dressed. And this one, right after that stun misses from this Force Staff, the game, like the entire fight is over. And we did talk about those Force Staffs. RNG prioritized them so heavily, and it's working out perfect. Look at that connection. Like, couldn't have asked for a better one.
And Chalice finds the angle, connects again. Like, he's just like, okay, it's done. Exo is popped. You're sitting inside Wukong's command. I don't think you can ask for a better teamfight execution than this one.
No, picture perfect. 7k gold lead now. Lots of items being delivered across the board. You see the BKB for Somnus was delivered actually, I think, just before that fight. Kaka now point booster on his way toward Ags. Ghost, Blink, and a Mithril Hammer. Everyone just pretty much got a full item. Blink now on Chalice too, so easier initiations as if he needs it. And eHome, yeah, they're shaking up a lot. And, you know, we're talking about a lot of these like early game moves that they were able to make happen, especially with Planet. But it's really fallen off a cliff in these last 2 fights, and he's still...
Because he doesn't have an item.
For Ags. Yeah, he's going for Ags.
That's the problem. Like, you need to find fights on your Mirana. Like, yeah, having Alacrity, Blades of Alacrity, and Point Booster doesn't actually do much. Like, it's just, okay, you have extra 10 damage, a little bit of extra armor and HP, but that in a team fight, in a real team fight, it doesn't really matter. For example, if that was a Lotus Orb, I think I would have preferred that quite a lot more, to be able to dispel stuff, dispel the silences, and also potentially like bounce back the Grimstroke ulti, CK stun. Maybe he thought
anything, right?
Yeah,
like this is just like a damage item that's going to be added, but is damage really what they're missing at this point? It doesn't feel like it. It feels like they're missing a lot more.
Maybe he thought we need extra bit of AoE to deal with CK illusions. I'll scout Monkey King in the trees with it. Just trying to figure
a
out.
lot, Lacoste. I've tried this a lot too, and I'll tell you right now, I've seen a couple players buying it and stuff too in some games, but overall it is lackluster. To the usual builds that we see, like your Yules, your Lotus, your Vessels, your even like Force Staffs, etc. It's a very greedy build and usually doesn't pay off in any ways. And he's even queued up like Octarine next, so it's like...
Oh god, this is like some Jin Q stuff, but you know, a couple of those builds, only Jin Q can manage to pull off.
Yeah, RNG now with very comfortable footing, the Aegis on the CK, now getting some great wards. This game, I actually was clicking around, I'm checking to see, this is one of the few games I've not seen a gem purchased early. And we do have a TA in the game.
TA and Mirana, and Sanking.
Yeah. I guess it's RNG is the one in the lead, and Kaka wants to go for his own selfish items, which is very rare. He's a very selfless player. But, yeah, kind of cool. Chalice, looking for a grab, does have the dust onto Echo. Gets the Vessel onto him, and he's in a great place to just ping-pong this Sanking.
I love that. Shield crash into immediate swashbuckle while you're in the air. Just some style points there for Chalice.
It looks so swag. X-Nova, bottom. Exo is popped. He's getting the Spirit Siphons even on some creeps and everything, but he still is a 5 position. Does get brought down, but now Shiro forced to pop BKB defensively. Ghost tries to toggle Armlet. Won't be able to, but he's got Aegis. He's level 20 also, so we do have Reality Rift Pierce's spell immunity, one of the best talents in the game.
For sure. I mean, that talent is definitely... Anything that interacts with spell immunity is good. I don't think I know a single talent that just like, oh, it's underwhelming. Using Living Armor, Kaka's in a rough spot. He used the Force Staff just to get himself out, but yeah, did get the Soulbind, and now CK's going in. Good Overgrowth just to keep them in place for a little bit longer, but goes with the BKB. They know that Templar Assassin doesn't have one, so they will just run it down. There's no vision, there's no dust, no sentries left. RNG will need to fall back, and now Echo is on the chase. He's trying to find an opening. Arrow.
Look at that Ag's arrow. Look at it go.
That does absolutely nothing.
They didn't have detection, and Kaka actually like ran out of mana completely in that fight. So weren't able to go for some further kills. Couldn't finish off the TA, but still looking to get aggressive. Still forcing reaction from Ehome, and you know Kaka. We're mentioning how he's usually very selfless. He has Aghanims in 200 gold. So another element that Ehome's gonna have to chew through.
I mean, it's not an Ags only. It seems like Kaka just dislikes getting Ether Lens. Maybe he thinks that he is a position god and doesn't need to be able to have... Look at that, the Starstorm damage from the Aghanims, huh?
Dead. Chalice rolling through, connects onto 3 with the Inkswell.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Drives away. No funny business, says Echo. Looking for Kaka. They'll find him.
Overtime damage from Ehome is insane. Like traps, Fireball, and also Sandstorm, also Starstorm.
And Nature's Grass. Come on, you gotta give the tree it, man. The Nature's Grass does
give him some loving. Yep, there's the gem that you mentioned. It's
okay, they did pick it up.
Now on Monkey King, going for the Nullifier next. Why
like
Nullifier?
He saw the Ghost Scepter on the Sand King.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's really early, like, pickup.
It definitely is.
Maybe he will need a little bit more tankiness. Like, I want to see Scotty. Okay, Ghost has one queued up.
Oh, yeah, I actually would have liked the Scotty, I think, on Somnus a bit more, but I guess he's like, he's not trying to play the carry. He's trying to play the mid. CK is the carry, so he's letting him get those like overall, I guess, carry items, and he's trying to do more of like the
because mid fight, you know? If you're too farmed and someone says go, yeah, like you can. I can't kill so many heroes. I'm only a mid Monkey King. I can't really carry the game. It's like, okay, this is the only thing I can do. Now I feel like he should get something different. That one Ghost Scepter, there's a way to play around it. Maybe if it was like a Yules as well and something else, I don't know, Pugna in the game to be able to get rid of something.
It is really good versus Living Armor as well, to be honest, but yeah, I guess, I mean, I can see, like, it just looks a little weird having that as his, like, second item. He looks a little squishy, he looks a little fragile. X-Nova, again, they keep finding him. He's got Spirit Siphons going, he's got the Inkswell to protect him too. Chalice, he's kind of giving him some protection. Zeal will pop BKB, still gets reality rifted. Ghost holding his BKB as long as he can while Chalice tries to control backline. Nice roll up. Dodges some spells. Exorcism coming in. Soulbind on 2. Boundless only on the 1. There's the nullifier though. The Ghost Scepter does nothing. Shiro also nullified. The Root will catch Somnus in the front line. He's going down. Ghost now trying to stick onto this TA. Do they have vision? The gem is on the ground, so it does provide them that vision. Ghost now cleaning up with Chalice. There's an epicenter coming in, but nowhere near enough damage. Sandstorm now perhaps going to be enough, but Kaka swings in with the silence, with the Inkswell.
Oh, he has a Ghost Scepter, so he can't remove the the Phantom from him. So gonna drop. Chalice did one hell of a work in that fight, just to be able to connect on multiple heroes and use roll-up, didn't die. He is tanky, that's why like this Nullifier seems good, but if it was like any tankiness item, Somnus would have probably lived there. Sure, it's like 2-man Diffusal Blade, Inhibit, and the 2-man Nullifier. That's their combo pretty much with the Grimstroke ulti. But yeah, I feel like the tankiness would have been a little bit better. Overall, still decent fight for RNG, just to be able to get more farm on a CK. He's getting levels. I love the build on Chalice. I miss Chalice. I miss
Chalice.
I miss watching him play Dota. This is why.
He has a really cool perspective on a lot of heroes and just itemization that he likes to go for. It's nice. And that fight in particular, I'm glad you highlighted it too, because, you know, I was attempting the play-by-play.
What do you mean attempting? Nah, that was good. I didn't want to interrupt you. I didn't want to say anything. Usually, you know, I notice the small things, throw in a couple of words. I'm like, my man Fog, he's doing it. I better not say anything.
Right there, like that moment right there, we actually just missed it in the replay, but that roll-up, I think he ends up dodging, I don't know if it was the Dragon Tail, but he dodged something and able to just play on the outskirts of the fight perfectly like you mentioned, and just keep getting spell combinations over and over again. Instead of like sitting in the midst of all this, the Fireball, look at that. 3-man Shield Crash, 3-man Swash. Yeah, beautifully done.
Just having also disarm against Templar Assassin Dragon Knight does hurt them a lot, and what he's going for is Heaven's Halberd. It's gonna give him extra tankiness, extra status resistance, and another way of disarming people. So this
and the Soulbind combo, a double Heaven's Halberd too. Azeel, he actually ends up stunning an illusion, trying to go in initially. BKBs tries to turn and TP out, will be able to do it successfully. Chalice trying to control the backlines, will get rooted. He is tanky, though, with his Halberd as well as that Blast Rig.
Oh, extra status resistance on Chalice from that Sanj, giving him enough time to blink away. Exo using Exo inside the pit. Also, Grimstroke with the Aghanims, he actually gives the real Black Dragon. You know, the ones that Dragon Knight gets with his Aghs is not as good as this one.
Kaka eats an arrow, will get comboed up from the epicenter as well. Ghost standing his ground in the midst of an epicenter, will be able to clean up the Treant Protector. Shiro just BKB TPs out of there, and they're gonna focus onto Echo. He's gonna drop, and that's a long time that he's gonna be dead. 50 seconds. Doesn't have the buyback from earlier. And even looking for the Mirana.
Oh, another roll up.
Okay. And they're gonna clean both up. Another roll up from Chalice, and Zeal, a little bit of an unfortunate timing to blink in there. Lands right on top of a Boundless Strike.
I think this one might be over. Like,
feels like it.
We were really harsh on Ghost first 10-15 minutes, but yeah, he's godlike right now. This is the type of CK that usually we see in the games. Like, even after the nerfs, the hero still feels really good holding on to Aegis, has a shard as well on top of that. Shard did get nerfed. It's not 300, it's 150, I believe, right now. Extra cast range. It was OP. It definitely was. And now with the Scotty, once he connects to a hero, has that level 20 talent that you mentioned, Reality Rift pierces spell immunity, so he can be the one controlling Templar Assassin. Like, if he gets the jump on TA with the Reality Rift and just Scotty, she's gone. Like, there's not much she can do.
Even for the even for the Dragon Knight at this point too, like the healing reduction, the slow that you're providing through BKB. Yeah, I mean, he's hit pretty much critical mass now at the point that he needs to be in this game, and Echo, I think, is the other one that we have to really look at, as he's had one of the rougher games I feel like I've seen. You know, I know you are a bit critical sometimes on the mid Sand Kings. This is one of those that I feel like you're bang on with where this really.
I was not a big fan of mid Sand King because the shard back in the like 2 years ago was I don't know if it was a different shard or it was just not good enough, but yeah, mid Sand King now feels much better. Also, like the build up for getting E-Blade is better. All these things tend to add up, and just feels nice. Also, I changed a little bit my perspective on Boots of Travel because how the meta is played out, so a lot of these things make more sense. This might be the potentially last fight. Chalice going in, getting the Rolling Thunder, connecting on multiple heroes, Spirit Vessel as well on Zeal, so he can't blink and get the initiation while the rest of the team is going for the towers. This is with level 15 talent, so Rolling Thunder does lasts for a very long time, gets a roll up as well, and Lotus Orb on top of him. There's not much they can do. They're leashed, they're running them down with the Scotty, and the Treant Protector is gonna be the one getting caught. TA with the buyback, like they're just way too tanky. This Black Dragon from Kaka doing one hell of a work. They didn't manage to kill it for a long time. It looks like this is like type of hero / neutral creep combination. E-Home, they need to... Oh, the Aghanim Scepter Arrow from Mirana coming through, doing absolutely nothing, just with the damage. 27k gold lead for RNG. Ready to go in once again.
Gets the pull. Shiro, they've got dusts. They've got stuns. And he's gone. 120 seconds. GG. Planet calls it 2-0 for RNG. This game had a little bit of weirdness, I guess, in the early game, in particular for the CK, but overall, I think this last pick, Monkey King, did exactly what they wanted to. Dominated the lane, made easy rotations early on, applied pressure, and then it allowed Ghost to catch back up. But I also want to touch upon the Death Prophet. You know, we had a Death Prophet 5, and I feel like X-Nova, he owned 10, 6, and 19. He was actually part of 29 of the kills, and I feel like I'm actually going to check scoreboard because I want to see how much damage he did. I feel like he did a ton of damage in this game.
I mean, if you look at the nerfs on Death Prophet, yeah, shard duration half less second, base health drain per second reduced, but only on early levels, same levels as after, and also Exorcism, like, it still does the same amount of damage to heroes, which he did quite a lot in that game. But for me, I think Chalice just... one of my favorite players to watch, what he does. Like, we already praised him, but every single game so far in this tournament that he played, he had an amazing game.
Yeah, I think he's just really good at knowing like how to absorb pressure and stuff like that. His spellcasting is always on point. He's one of my favorite spellcasters. Like, his Mars, he knows when to go in. He got that Aegis steal. He kind of set them up for that big victory in the first game. This game, I feel like situations where he should have died like 4 or 5 times, he ends up surviving, ends up 4-4. His score doesn't look that impressive, but in the game you could feel that presence, how many spells he was able to get off, the predictions, etc. Yeah, beautiful game, RNG. I think they should be pretty happy with this one. Maybe still a couple things to tweak, especially on Ghost in the early game, in the laning phase. Still maybe trying to get his footing. You know, he's still, new addition, still things starting to work out with the team, but yeah, a good showing. As I think that's it for me and Dominic for now. We're going to be throwing it back to the panel and some highlights in just a few moments.
Well, Raw Never Give Up may have had an awkward start to their day with the DPC performance, but they make up for it here, solidifying themselves and giving themselves that secondary slot in the Grand Finals, which will be happening tomorrow for SCA China. And it will be SCA China, as we knew it was going to be either way. I'm here to break down the action once again with Gareth and Daniel. And boys, RNG, whoo, they are looking on form. They're looking scary right now.
Yeah, definitely looking good, especially on like the macro level against eHome, where we've seen, you know, a few laning mistakes here and there from RNG. eHome doing very well in the first like 15, 20 minutes of both of these games. And you realize that as that game gets longer and longer, gets dragged out with RNG just putting Kaka and Xnova, these supports like on lane so their cores can farm, just showing them like, hey, you can come at us with your two offlaners, your DK and your Sand King can jump and blink and stun us all you want, but our core heroes are going to be huge compared to yours.
Not just the core heroes either, right? Xnova, we mentioned that the Death Prophet, not as great at taking towers, not as great early on with the Spirit Siphon, but as soon as you get those multiple points into it, you have the exact same base regen as you used to. And you're just, we saw multiple times Xnova getting a huge number of kills, right? Just look at his itemization. He went into the Boots of Bearing, Lotus Orb, what a great 4-staff usage as well. Also had the Aghanim Shard. And he was just this constant frontline presence that it felt like, honestly, eHome didn't have. And this is your position 5 that's fulfilling this role. So it really did feel like with Xnova, with the Spirit Siphon, Kaka with the Swashbuckle and the Urn/Spirit Vessel. And you also had, I am forgetting the third thing, but lots of Ixwell to get through the TA refraction. It just meant that so much emphasis was put onto that BKB usage, and there were a few times where they were caught out because they weren't taking team fights around their own vision, that it never seemed to eventuate that they actually got the optimal usage out of a lot of their items and spells.
Yeah, and without that vision, it's very difficult for you to execute like target acquisition. You see the key hero you want to kill and actually blow them up. Like the Monkey King, for example, would be prime target for a Sand King to jump and the rest of them to follow up. But you always have this, Xnova DP with a 4-staff sitting on the front lines just being like, hey, waving the flag, look at me. Even the Pango, right, was just sitting on high ground, breaking smokes and being that first point of contact, which was always a difficulty to break through for eHome, especially if they whiffed out on a Burrow Strike or missed their smoke wraparound.
Yeah, and we even eventually got to that stage where the Chaos Knight probably didn't have the greatest start to the overall game, but it got to that stage where they still had nothing to be able to deal with it. You know, they attempted to with a few of the item choices, like for example on the TA, she had a Butterfly at the end stages of the game, but eHome, they're really going to be regretting how this game 1 in particular turned out, because they had that game in the bag in my eyes, and well, even regardless of the results of this game 2, would have been able to force a game number 3. Fortunately for them, though, it's just never going to eventuate, and they're going to finish 3rd within the Asian region.
Still, with that first spot, you do still get a decent amount of money going to a charity of your choice, but it means you are going to miss out on that opportunity to go to Riyadh, where you actually be playing for some money going in your own pocket, of course, which is a dream that RNG still keeps alive. And I guess maybe bringing back to the CK fort, like, was this just a case of it was impossible to answer as the game goes on, or should eHome have had the answers to this as the game continued?
It felt like they took their foot off the pedal a little bit. We had Sand King pick up his Blink Dagger and they went into mid, got a kill, and they went bot. And then they kind of slowed down and they were farming all 3 lanes at the same time. It did allow them to take top tier 1, but it gave so much room to RNG from Monkey and that CK to farm jungle, get towards the armor, the BKBs, the pivotal items that allow them to win these mid-game team fights and actually swing the match for them. So it's, I don't know, I think it's like kind of a good sign for eHome to realize that the way you lost this is against the experience and the knowledge of RNG rather than, being outplayed in some regards. You're not being out spellcasted, you're not being completely outdrafted. It's those mid-game decisions about warding, where to fight, how to fight, and what you're actually doing to get into those fights, which was their undoing, and RNG showed why they're so good with the talent they have.
I'd say maybe there's one exception to that, and it's just on the Treant Protector. He went for an early-ish Blink Dagger, and I didn't quite see the impact of that one coming out. The reason you're there is to be able to stop Rolling Thunder from happening, to be able to stop the Phantasm Illusions from ripping apart the team, and it felt like he was getting locked down by Chalice at the start of a lot of these engagements. So great presence of mind by Chalice to A, play around the vision, and B, make sure he was focusing that Treant Protector, but also you probably shouldn't have been that close enough by that you were capable of being locked down. You know, that's the whole purpose of the Blink Dagger. But as you can see, we get a rematch from the upper bracket semi-final that we saw previously, or finals, I suppose. And I'm sure even the fans are going to be very happy about that one because it was a banger of a series. The only one that's gone to 3 games so far.
Probably the closest looking one overall as well, right? Like out of all the ones that we've been watching, I think that was the most exciting one. That felt like each game could go either way. You know, now that we've seen a little bit more RNG compared to what we've seen out of Boom so far, Gareth, do you think that this is still a Boom favored matchup, or does this really feel like a coin flip, or maybe even RNG favored?
I think it's still somewhat a coin flip. I'm curious to see how that loss in the DPC is going to affect RNG and their mentality. Now, obviously, winning 2-0 against eHome feels good, but not a massive opponent to take down. So going up against Boom again, they've obviously got a chip on their shoulder. They're going to have that revenge in the back of their mind. I think it's still up for grabs for both teams.
And they've got everything to play for now, right? Like, they don't have to worry about potentially leaking strats in case it makes them miss out on the DPC Grand Finals. No, they're out of that, right? Whereas Boom, they've got that little, I suppose, like, imp on their shoulder, just saying, like, hey, make sure we don't reveal our position 1 techie strat, you know, like, it could happen. So, you know, just these sorts of things that you've got to keep in mind. And I feel like, yeah, of course, they're going to be hurting that they're not moving on further in the DPC, but now they can put 100% of their focus onto this with RNG. So I think we're probably going to see another 3-game series tomorrow.
Fingers crossed we do get that. And like we said, you know, there's much to play for, right? $4 million tournament on LAN in Riyadh. I mean, a lot of people just love visiting Saudi Arabia alone. I've had great things from the players who've been there so far. But on top of that, $4 million up for grabs, making it the biggest tournament outside of TI. So much to actually want to be there for. But you know what? You're going to want to be here for what's coming next. Because although Asia, China is done for the day, there is still more games to be played. In fact, there are 2 more series coming up, 2 more best of 3s, and there are 2 more elimination games. Of course, we've got Europe later today, but next up on the hit list is the MENA region, where we're going to have Ooredoo Funders versus O1 Esports. Let's just get a quick round out of thoughts. I mean, Danok, you're going to be on that panel. Anything that stands out between these 2 teams? Any favorable choice between O1 Esports and Ooredoo?
I'd say O1, probably my favorite team at this point in time. I think yesterday Stormer was trying to show off a little bit too much. He just needs to play some solid Dota, understand the limitations, and not treat this like a walkover that he can just, you know, try and 1v5. I think he needs to play a little bit more strongly with his team, and I think maybe yesterday's loss was a little bit of a reality check for him. So I'm still going to favor them, provided he can keep his ego in check. These mid players, you just gotta keep them there.
Any exciting picks we're expecting? Like maybe we see a Stormer Invoker sneak in?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, do we know if Noob is playing for them? Because they had to stand in early on in the tournament, right?
Yeah, he should be playing for him.
Okay. So I think that's going to help them a lot. But I still look at O1 and think Stormer, exceptional mid laner, and then Fishman is like your captain, your driving force, giving the calls and telling your team where they need to be. Having those 2 elements, I think O1 have the upper hand just with that.
Oof, well, sounding a little bit 0-1 favored here. Luckily, though, we're going to be switching up the panel because after a short break, some of us are going to be departing. I believe Danog is going to be the sole survivor through to the MENA region. Hopefully, they'll have a little bit more of a balanced take instead of us just be 0-1 esports and Stormer fanboys. But before we get to that, folks, we're going to have to head to a short break. It shouldn't be long, though. The beautiful thing about the DPC delay in the start of this game is even with a 2-0, it means it's only a short wait before we continue the action when we move into the MENA lower bracket final. All that, though, after a short break.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. It's time for our Saudi Arabian games. Now, if you've been with us so far today, you got to see RNG take down eHome 2-0, and that's right, today are elimination matches. And you know what, right now the game that we are getting ready for with Danong and Purge is going to be O1 Esports up against Ooredoo Thunders.
It should be a really good match today, that's for sure. I think Ooredoo had a little bit of a rough series in their last upper bracket match, but they looked a lot, or in their first match, but they looked a lot better in their second one. So I think it'll be a pretty close series.
Yeah, and we saw in that 0-1 as well, they probably were the favorites going into that upper bracket final against D-Boosters, but there was a few perhaps cocky situations coming through there from Stormstormer in particular. On his puck, he wasn't quite respecting the heroes that had the ability to lock him down. He was trying for the big 1v5 plays, and unfortunately it didn't work out too well for them, and it's put them in this elimination scenario.
Yeah, and, you know, we've got Elimination Day, like these guys are saying, you know, we have to say goodbye to these teams, and they are playing for something pretty big. If you're wondering what the overall Gamers Without Borders is, you know, we're going to get into a little bit the charity side in a moment, and here it is. So the Gamers Without Borders event has $10 million going to humanitarian aid. This is actually the third event that they have done, so we are up to $30 million in donated to charity. And Dota 2 this year is representing $2 million of that, with teams from the different regions, depending on how they place, donating their placement related amount to the charity of their choice that you can see up on the screen. These are a lot of different really great humanitarian efforts to really help support people around the world. And you get to learn a little bit more about those after each game, and we play a little bit of info about each of these. Now, the teams for this event, we had 2 invited teams and 2 qualified ones. We have 4 total. Every single team does get money to donate to charity. So for what we're watching right now, which is the Saudi Arabian side of things of our 3 regions, those teams collectively have $500,000 to determine where that goes, with first place donating a whopping $250,000. And then for Europe and Asia combined, that's $1.5 million, bringing us to $2 million total donated to charity from Dota 2. Plus, these players are also playing to qualify to a $4 million LAN in Riyadh in July. So there's charity on the line. There's a major tournament. We haven't brought this up for a couple of days, but we believe this is the largest prize pool outside of any Valve event, right? So this is their biggest third-party prize pool. And here's a look at that bracket. Whoever wins this game has to go up against Deep Boosters in the grand finals, and they've been looking very strong.
Yeah, they have looked really
absolutely
strong.
Okay, so O1 Esports, Ooredoo Thunders. You guys talked about it a little bit, about what to expect from this matchup. Now, I think O1 Esports were probably one of the favorites heading into this, right? Just because of some of the more recognizable names. But now they're in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, the more recognizable names, they were one of the only actually directly invited team for this Saudi Arabian / MENA region. And I think particularly from D-Boosters, we've had some really solid performances, particularly coming out from Funnick. You know, he's been showing that he's a fantastic player. He still hasn't lost too much of his step, and this might be the real stage that he needs to be able to put his case forward again, to be picked up by one of these Eastern European teams, perhaps. I'm sure he's still hungry for a lot of that international glory, and he's already put in a pretty good effort so far. But he's not playing today. He'll be playing tomorrow in the grand finals. It's just about who's going to be facing up against him.
Yeah, he has been playing really solid. I've been impressed with some of his Underlord stuff. One of the games that they had was a little bit rough, but it feels to me like he's playing with confidence and decent variety, and he's been doing a great job as a whole.
When it comes to O1 Esports, I was taking a look at some of Stormstormer's games over the past couple of months in pro play, and I saw a ton of Invoker. Right? They've been picking him Invoker a lot in other games. But in this tournament, we haven't seen any of that Invoker. Has it just fallen off in relevancy and it's not useful right now?
I think it's been first phase banned against him very often, if not
Every
that
time.
second phase. Yeah, it's just like one of those players that the association with the hero is so strong, you just don't let him have it. With that said, he's a very fantastic player at a lot of other stuff, and he's had some variety. Got to see him play OD the other day, a hero that almost nobody picks these days. So even if he doesn't get to play his best hero, I'm still pretty happy to watch him play games.
Yeah, we even saw, for example, the Enigma was first phase banned a lot of the time, but I think at the last series of yesterday, we saw Nas get to pick it up. He performed okay on it, but they just got ran over anyway. So I wonder if that's another hero that's going to be allowed to slip through once we get to the later stages here.
Okay, so Enigma, a hero to keep our eyes on. Let's talk about Ooredoo Thunders just a little bit. Now, Noob was our MVP the other day when we watched them play. Absolutely incredible. It was the Batrider and the Rubik plays, which I'm not going to say unconventional. It's not that we've never seen a Batrider or Rubik mid, but the way that he played them, you know, there's a reason he was the MVP. Noob has an incredibly diverse pool, right? So if I'm looking in this tournament, Puck, Pango, Viper, Lina, Void Spirit, Death Prophet, Batrider, Rubik, right? This is a huge number of heroes. With Noob being the MVP and the playmaker, can they even try to ban against him, or does O1 Esports have to take a different strategy?
Yeah, that's a really good point. If he has that variety, if he does have that much variety, then banning out his heroes becomes difficult. But still, the best thing that you should do then is just ban the most obnoxious heroes for the current game state. So you can ignore the player more or less in the sense that you can't target ban him. Instead, you have to worry about what counters your planned mid-hero, what hero counters your draft. And when somebody has a really wide variety of heroes that they can pick, that does undermine you can't perfectly predict it, right? Because if your opponents have really good knowledge of different heroes and the meta stuff that can work, they're going to be able to find more tools and utilize those to provide a good game outcome. And Noob has been providing those.
Yeah, and you can ban out a playstyle, or you might just go down a different route and like counter pick. So he likes to go for a lot of these super deep dives on a Batrider, for example. Pick some heroes that are able to punish that. You know, some instant lockdowns, some high damage that doesn't necessarily rely on, you know, him staying in one position at the one time. You know, the things like the Shadow Shaman, perhaps. You know, if he's going for a super deep dive underneath a tower, Hex, Shackles, tower can do a lot of the work, and you can take a lot of that pressure away from him.
So one of the other things that I'm thinking about when I look at these picks is they're not farming heavy mids, right? They're not a throwback to the Arteezy Sumail farm and have a massive late game impact. So is it a possible strategy to go late game against Ooredoo because you're kind of missing that farming core in Noob?
I mean, you can potentially. It really depends more like what the hard carry is. If it's less of a hard carry, more of a semi carry, certainly it's possible. But I would say it's more common right now, with the exception of maybe TAs who are sometimes mid. It's pretty common to have your mid be some kind of playmaker. Even the farm heavy ones like Storm Spirit, for example, still has the potential to go gank side lanes, and that's really relevant. But you don't really see too many like Viper mid laners either. Someone that like wins the lane but doesn't rotate very well. It's important that you have both the ability to do well in the lane, sometimes that is just farming, but also so that you can move around the map and get things done. So even if it's not a super hard carry in the mid lane, I think it's still something that is going to be a little bit hard to beat.
Yeah, it does feel like a lot of these mid laners either need to be something that has an inbuilt mobility skill, like any of the spirit heroes like the Puck, or something that's very comfortable building into, let's say, the Blink Dagger, or in the case of like Alina, who can kind of fulfill that win condition role, the Boots of Travel, and then into Silver Edge, Shadow Blade, so that they can look to roam around and be that constant map presence, I suppose. Still a little bit of that tempo for the rest of your team.
Well, in O1 Esports, they like to have that map pressure. You know, we were talking during the break about micro heroes a little bit and torturing yourself by becoming a micro hero expert. And, you know, Nas must really love that because some of his most played heroes, right? He's got the Enigma, he's got the Beastmaster, the Visage. And did you know that he's a sneaky brood picker?
Oh, I didn't know that.
We don't want to see that. No brood mothers allowed, thank you. I get enough spiders here in Australia, but I wouldn't hate to see the Beastmaster come through, that's for sure. Just another one of these Helm of the Overlord heroes that love to build into it, especially I'm keen to see how that interaction is going to work out, if the lower cost is going to translate into an even stronger potential pick.
Probably will, I assume. I mean, Vlad's got I mean, Vlad's is cheaper too, so kind of covers a lot of different bases right now. Yeah, I think Beastmaster has been trending a bit since the most recent patch. The hero still seems effective. His laning stage is also less counterable. 3-3 does this consistently, but he scales axes to potentially get kills and also win his lane. So yeah, definitely a hero that I expect to see trending, not just because of the helm change.
Yeah, and we don't have to theory craft anymore. We have an actual draft about to start in front of us, and the only matchups we didn't talk about were the supports. So I'll start us off into this draft with a question about them. A ton of Grimstroke, a ton of Bane. Is this because other supports are getting banned out, or are cores getting banned and then these are the absolute best supports?
I'd say they're the best.
Yeah, they seem like the best this week for sure. I mean, Bane is the exception to that. Bane has been strong for months, I think. Has been one of the best supports for months. My feeling is just that the other supports have some vulnerabilities, but it's very safe to pick Bane in the first phase. And then Grimstroke is just kind of pairing super amazingly with a lot of the heroes in the meta right now. Like CK, for example. Almost every region is picking Grimstroke and CK. So those just seem to be the heroes to play right now.
Yeah, I'd say probably the only other one that's really up at the very top would be Shadow Shaman, just because it's still very capable of taking towers. You have this spirit meta, instant lockdown, always going to be very effective against that. So yeah, I think we could probably see that one slip on through as well.
Yeah, Shaman definitely does trend. I just have worries about the hero because he can mega feed. We saw GH have a really rough time in the laning stage. It's basically because Shaman doesn't really commit super well to getting kills unless like your dual lane partner is also ready to be super aggressive. And if your opponents just go on Shaman, the offlaner's kind of like, well, sorry, dude. It's like you can't do anything back. And he can't also just stop moving and cast Shackle to save himself. If it's a hero with like a stun, like Lion, for example, and they go on him, he's like, all right, well, I'm going to stun them and I'm going to run away. But Shaman's like, I'm 285 movement speed. I can't just use shackles on you. So it leaves you a lot of lane vulnerabilities right now. And I think that's why Shaman is a little bit more of a sometimes pick.
Yeah, it does feel like you need to be playing around that level 6 for the Roche potential, and it's really only get the key timings, of course, the Aether Lens, just to have that slightly extra cast range so that you can be playing with the shackles, such a low cast range normally, right? Plus the Blink Dagger, of course, to be able to get the instant Blink Hex onto some of these more maneuverable heroes, or even the ones that aren't, to be able to prevent that BKB from coming out on some of the perhaps tankier heroes.
And they grab Shaman instantly with the CK. It seems like
it wasn't a Grim CK.
Yeah, but from what I feel like I've seen, I feel like Grim is almost always picked in the second phase. Pretty much never first phase, so I wonder if there's some kind of like abuse. I mean, you don't see enough heroes, right? So if somebody picks Grim in the first phase, you're not going to pick like your Puck Storm type heroes because that vulnerability is going to be there. So maybe they leave to pick it in the second phase because that's where it'll for sure undermine the enemy lineup. Maybe it's something like that.
Well, we see a lot of Grim plus Storm picked together, right? And Grim plus the Ember Spirit. So I feel like if you've got the 1-2, I feel like they can opt to do that. But yeah, it is vulnerable if you've got that potential for the counter pick. I mean, the same argument could be said for the Shadow Shaman though, right? We don't know if it's going to be played as a 4 or a 5 this game. Different regions put it in different positions. I personally prefer it as a 4, but you know, if it does end up being a 5 into the Mars, you are in kind of that vulnerable position that we were talking about before.
Yeah, that's true. And they go for the Rubik. Ooh. So this could potentially be Noob playing it again. Doesn't have to be. Rubik support, not so common as a whole. I feel like I've seen him more mid in the last week. But Noob had an excellent game on the hero. If we look what he's playing against, stealing spells from CK, mostly bad until he throws the stun, I guess. I guess stealing the stun is probably really easy, right? Because he's going to almost always Reality Rift first. And after he throws the stun, there's a decent window to catch him if he hasn't, if he's used ulti any time in the last 90 seconds, like you're going to steal stun. And once you still stun a Rubik, you're just going to be landing bombs from like 1,200 units away or something like that. So that could be really effective. Stealing Shaman skills, maybe less good potentially, but it depends what you get kind of. You know, in some ways,
Shock for farming could be nice.
Yeah, I feel like Ether Shock is best of the 3 skills for you to get generically, whereas obviously like throwing out a Hex here and there is good, but you know, you want disable and damage on the hero on Rubik generally, so that's why it feels a little bit iffy otherwise.
This almost does force the Shadow Shaman to be that position 4 though, right? Because let's assume that this is a 4 Rubik, then you're going to have lift on a Shaman into a Spear, you've got that really slow movement speed, and they're probably going to be able to kill you from like level 2 onwards in this offlane on Uridu's side. So I really feel like they need to go something that's a little bit more beefy, capable of frontlining, even if it's something like an Abaddon for 0-1 Esports, just to be able to play that little bit more passive role. Yeah, you can soak up some damage, but just to be there with the Aphotic Shield to counter out any kind of aggressive plays against the POS1.
Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, the double whammy, protect yourself while also being able to save your core. I don't really expect CK to struggle super hard in that lineup. Or the other thing that they could do is try to get aggressive themselves, take advantage of CK's inherent strong offensive nature, and you just kill the Rubik instead. So you could potentially pair CK with somebody else that goes offensive. I think there's maybe 2 ways to do it if you want. But as the game continues, ABBA is still quite effective against Mars. If you're in the arena, you don't care that much. If you are slightly outside of the arena, hopefully it's close to the guy that gets speared to the wall.
And Fishman, as I'm sure you guys know, one of his heroes he's been playing a ton is Abaddon. In this tournament, he has only played Bane, which is currently banned out. So they will have to switch something up there. He's played a few other things, but Bane a lot.
Yeah. That's what we want to see. I mean, against the Mars, I'm also considering like CK in the lane, it feels fine, right, Purge? But later on, you use the Phantasm, you just drop the arena, and suddenly your illusions aren't really doing too much of anything, because you might be able to BKB, but others really can't help. I mean, the Reality Rift helps somewhat, right, to potentially drag someone inside that was out and all this sort of stuff. But I wonder if they're going to go a few more of these heroes that, you know, do specialize on just being able to ignore the arena, like the Pangolier, for example. We've occasionally seen Earth Spirit, but I'd be a bit hesitant of picking a Pango into a Rubik as well.
Yeah, that's true. Pretty easy spells to steal. Good ones too. I guess I mean Mars Arena is a little bit annoying for CK to deal with, certainly, but I just feel like at most stages of the game it's okay. Like you'd think that maybe Mars will reduce your damage as well. I feel like CK does okay against Mars anyways, because the fight gets a little bit chaotic as he jumps around and pulls people in weird directions. You're individually relatively tanky. You almost always build BKB. Like, you can burst down a CK, certainly a CK core, but it's usually going to require some like really high physical damage hero, like a TA or maybe like a Farm Tiny or something like that. So there's some worries there, definitely. But I think Laney's stage of CK will be fine. And as the game transitions, he's got options as long as his net worth is semi-comparable.
And we've seen some of the bigger counters to things like the CK be the Underlord, but it's kind of hard for them to pick it up since they've already got the Mars. You don't want to pick it up this early either. I mean, you have the flex, I suppose, of being able to put the Mars or the Underlord mid, but doesn't feel amazing until you know what the matchup is and you don't have the last overall pick of the draft, and this upcoming phase makes it even more challenging. Ooh, I don't hate this Omni Knight. You know, it provides you that extra layer of protection that I was talking about, and it even enables you to get aggressive like you were saying before, Purge. Just putting the points into the Heavenly Grace, you actually buff up the CK's damage by quite a significant amount, so I think you can get a lot done against this Rubik in particular. Just keep the Omni running at him, get an early Orb of Venom, probably level 1 Hammer of Purity, get him low, level 2, go for kills.
Yeah, exactly. It accomplishes a lot of the stuff you said that you wanted with Abaddon. You get the Dispel. You're also individually tanky, and then, like you mentioned, buffs up CK at later stages of the game. Right now, his ultimate doesn't seem very useful, but there will be physical damage eventually. Surprisingly, Omni did just get a nerf in the last patch. I was a little surprised to see that because I didn't really see Omni pick that much. Yeah, that one was a little weird.
Why did they do that?
His Heavenly Grace went from like 80 mana to like 100 or something like that.
105 or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I think he had a really high pub win rate. You know, I think people were following the Sir Actions.
That was because Tiny was busted. That was because Tiny was busted and they were picked together and you just became this beast if you had Omni Knight with you. But now Omni's in the bin, so CK's kind of okay with it, but not to the extent that Tiny was.
Mm-hmm. And Uridu opts for a Abaddon and a Puck. Abaddon is going to protect against Shadow Shaman, but as a whole, that pick to me seems a little bit weird. I feel like CK can Reality Rift him one time, pop his ulti, ignore him, go work on somebody else. But if Abba can save the guy that CK goes on initially, that could be huge for their likelihood of winning team fights. But right now, it doesn't look like a great pick to me.
As weird as this Lycan being picked into a Mars, I feel like that's a little odd as well. I mean, when I think of the counters, that's probably towards the top.
Dream Coil is a little bit effective against it as well, but that's what they want for their lineup. They want to go for this death push thing. I think this is probably why they banned out the PL in the second phase. That looked a little bit weird to me. I guess CK has some AoE troubles. He would probably have troubles with PL as well, but they have a real lack of AoE at the moment. And yeah, they continue banning illusion heroes. So they know what they want to do. They want to take these 2 strength cores. They want to buff them up with Omni, and they're going to dive their opponents and push towers.
And it's the
they've
micro
got decent
hero for
survivability
Nas
as well, right?
as well.
Yes. Potentially. It could be a Lycan one. We never know, right? Like, it's a decent pairing together with the Omni as well. Just depends what they feel with the overall, how everything's going to shape up. I mean, again, they've got the last pick, so they're going to be able to change the lanes up to depend on what Aridu do against them.
They ban Lesh, so is there an illusion hero left that Aridu's going to pick? Are there any other ones?
I don't think so. Not anything I can think of.
Maybe like TB or something. It's not the most illusion hero, isn't necessarily the most conventional Lesh.
And I feel like there's a lot of downtime. Like when you're wanting to go this all-in like Deathball strat, I think waiting for meta can feel a tiny bit slow, perhaps.
Yeah, that's true.
Are they going to go like Kunkka, maybe? Just Kunkka into a puck feels pretty solid in that mid lane. You get active really early on. You can shove out, you can even just proc the borrowed time if you get farmed enough in the early stages, and having Boat for a little bit of extra survivability on top of Guardian Angel and just Omni seems pretty solid to me.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Buff up the team, another strength hero in case Omni wants to buff him up, and they go for an Alchemist. Okay, cool.
This is the first Alch I've seen in a long time.
I'm pretty into this. I mean, it provides AoE. Acid Spray is AoE physical damage. That'll be good against wolves and other stuff. He loves Kill Serpent Wards because he gets to spend them for extra gold. If he goes a Radiance build, it'll be even more AoE for him and his squad. He's relatively survivable, so he'll be able to stay alive relatively well. I mean, that's if he goes Radiance, of course. You could still go Battle Fury, but it seems to me that teams and players are trending a little bit more towards Radiance these days. Just a little bit on a couple heroes. Not necessarily successfully, but how can you pass up that effective 23% evasion, right?
An OD to be able to face up against this. I mean, it's a little bit of extra push. They've got a lot of burst potential. Somewhat tanky. I feel like maybe the Leshrac being banned out. Of course, Omni is great paired with both these strength cores, but honestly, the Death Prophet and the Leshrac are probably the 2 other ones that you just want to make as tanky as possible. So that was what I was thinking with the Aridu's last ban. But yeah, the OD, you are a tiny bit vulnerable if you just put yourself out there on the front lines. So with an Omni to be able to back you up, you could just focus on killing heroes while your other heroes focus buildings and objectives.
Yeah, so they must have been the Leshrac because they were worried about having somebody else to kill towers is what it was about, probably not the illusions. But anyways, I really like 0-1 Esports picking the Leshrac. It gives them, solves some of those problems, right? You can buy Meteor Hammer if you want to help kill buildings, and it gives them another double save similar to what they had last time they played OD. They're going to have saves from Omni, and they're going to have saves from OD. And against like Mars, I think that's going to be a decent solution. Save whatever guy gets banished, and then he'll be able to back up his cores as well. So I think I like the 0-1 Esports lineup better, but I'm curious to see how the Alch does.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like in Pause 3, by the way. So
So it is Nas on his signature micro hero. We didn't get a Broodmother. Okay, so our analysts, they like the early action from 0-1 Esports. They like their ability to run down this map, take Roshan with all the heroes they have. They're going to be great at Rosh. But Oridu, Thunder, and Noob have really impressed us. So, you know what? It is time to throw it to our casters. We have Lacoste and Fogged ready to cover this army of 0-1 Esports minions.
Thank you, Renessa. Yes, 0-1 Esports versus Oridu, Thunders. Pretty different approaches from, I think, what we're used to seeing in most of these drafts. I know we've had some changes and stuff like that, but very different style. We've got a Lycan, we've got an Alchemist heroes that I think are pretty unknown for the most part. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see if we see new stuff or if they go back to like the old, you know, with the panel saying Radiances, Battle Fury, stuff like that.
It's been a while since I saw Alchemist in action, so I'm very happy about it. Also, he's going to be laning against, like, I mean, some of these heroes, you know, there's no Necro for a long time, there's no Venomancer Viper, and you're like, well, I want to see those heroes, see how that's going to go, and then after 2 games you get tired of it. Same thing probably going to happen with the Alchemist, but looking at his lane, like, he should have an easy lane. That's gonna be Shaman and also Lycan. Sitting in Acid Spray is no-go. It's just deals way too much damage. It's also a way to deal with the Wolf, some extra units in the lane, which means he's gonna be getting extra gold, and also having a baton behind him to be able to just get him extra healing until he hits the critical mass, get that level 6. So looking forward to see the Alchemist. Yeah, you heard that correctly. On the other side, there's gonna be a lot of, yeah, it's just also a disgusting thing. 0-1 esports, they have a lot of sustain, they have a lot of saves, survivability coming up from the heroes, and also a lot of like just stuff on the ground, the CK illusions, Shaman wards, Wolves, Helm of the Overlord. It's gonna be very difficult, I'd say, to deal with all of those, but at least they have Alchemist. Like he's the hero that deals well with any kind of summons.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's probably why they ended up cleaning it up, and maybe we will see one of those, you know, probably the Radiance, probably that Radiance. But I've seen it a couple times in pubs, so I'm curious to see like how much what it's gonna actually do inside of a pro game. But yeah, it can be cool. Look at all this chat. Do you see the 260 ping? No way, Noob.
Why is he complaining? What do you mean? What's wrong with 260 ping?
And they're like, do you always have this ping? He's like, I think he said, yeah. What? Like, how do you play with this? Like, what?
Yeah, I mean, the 260 is fine. Just kidding. Yeah, if I have more than 30, I'm like, this is lag. I can feel it. I can actually feel it.
I mean, they were like, yo, we have 115 ping. This is too high. And Noom's like, I'm 260, chill. But you know, speaking of Noob, I think that's obviously going to be the one that we're going to be highlighting the most, right? The Noob versus Stormstormer matchup. I'm probably just going to look at mid lane the whole game and pretty much what these two are going to be doing inside of the.
There is no way that Noob played the other day with 260 ping on a Batrider.
No, no way. No, the Rubik either, right? Rubik, if you're playing with ping like that, you can't even like. By the time the spell reaches you, like, yeah, things just don't work, right? So. Long pause. Do we it's just because of that lag.
Yeah, I wonder why. One guy has 260 ping. I don't know.
But he's not the one disconnected. He says chill. He's fine. His teammate has 100 and he's complaining. So.
Let's see. I can't read underneath the scoreboard. What's that? Oh.
If I need some improvement, show me. I'm not sure. They said some. I don't know what they really said. Maybe they're flaming his Mars.
Oh yeah, they talked about his spears. My cousin, Peace and Lane. So either me or you.
Oh, I like it. He's saying no. So they're not gonna bully each other. They're gonna play the passive lane so that they both look good. They're both gonna be really farmed. No denies.
Similar things have been said in the past, and from what I remember, people don't tend to do that. Like, it is a gentleman's agreement, but seems like people do tend to kill them in the lane.
What tournament? Was it TI even? There was like a couple of tournaments where I feel like we've had teams like dancing around each other and then just like one person breaks the rule and everyone just like starts attacking each other level 1. It's just... I love seeing it.
I can't blame the guy who starts. You know, he sees the opportunity. You know, the other guy's gonna do it as well. Because it never happened before that, you know, after seeing that, they didn't attack each other throughout the whole game.
All right, so getting to the Dota, do you think that they have enough on the Radiant side to deal with all of that overwhelming like stuff that you're mentioning? You know, the Shaman wards, Overlord, the like everything, the CK Phantasm, etc. Does their lineup eventually get it? Do you think the Alchemist can?
I think he can eventually. I'm just a little worried like how they get there. Also having Mars Arena against Lycan just feels really good because you're gonna be trapping him inside. You also have Rubik against OD, Rubik against Omni, like even Shaman, so it's a really good Ruby game. I don't think you want to steal stuff from Lycan and CK anyway. You're going to mostly be looking at that Astral Imprisonment.
Yep. Yeah, I can definitely see the potential for the Radiant side to take out. Just I'm a little worried because there's this like Omni Knight, a lot of these Dispels versus Mars could kind of break a lot of that combo. Same thing versus the Puck Coil, right? Like you can just snap the coil and then you just tell your Omni Knight to Heavenly Grace you afterwards. You have a couple different things that you can definitely do. So looks like we are going to have that remake. I believe that Rubik could not reconnect. So a couple moments until then. But yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious and happy because at least it's a little bit different. I'm also not happy about saying this, but I'm happy to see Alchemist because it is a different hero, and it is, I mean, he could get a lot of bonus gold this game, right? From all those summons and all these things that are on the ground.
Yeah, I agree. They also have two ways of just breaking the coil with the spear and also telekinesis. So that's really good. And I think one thing that, I mean, we don't see too much of Rubik anyway. There was some picks, but he's not like, you know, super meta hero right now. His shard is insanely good. Having that save, just like on top of the Astral Imprisonment that he's going to be looking for. So having 2 saves is going to be pretty crucial.
And it's also, it gives you the bonus too, right? Like if you get the shard, you get Astral, then your teammates can like move while they're Astral as well too. So yeah, can definitely see it. Yeah, should be interesting. I think we're probably going to be cutting to a small little break. If I'm not sure if that's happening, but it looks like we do have a little bit of time until we have to find out. So no, we're gonna wait. We're gonna chill out. I'm looking forward to just, like I said, mid matchup, really cool, and different heroes. I don't know. This is gonna be very different from what we saw earlier, though. Extremely different kind of like games. Even
this is
and all that.
Yeah, I agree. This is also, you know, 2 really good players. We have Entity and Entity mid player Stormer, also Fishman, and then you have Noob. Like I think everyone has been impressed the way he's been playing so far in the tournament, and definitely want to see more of him.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Lycan too. I know they talked a lot about the microing. Nas, he's a big fan of that one. And yeah, it does seem like we are going to be tossing to a break. Looks like it's a little bit of an extended issue for the players to remake and rejoin. So we'll throw it to that break and we'll come back in just a couple minutes for you guys. And we're back for Ooredoo Thunders versus O1 Esports and getting right back into the action. 50 seconds until game start, and yeah, already some scouting coming out from the Wolves. Looks like they want to get these, probably just like some lane scouting just to be sure they're getting the matchups. Will the Wolf die?
They almost got the Wolf. I got a good one for you, Fog. They had to Ooredoo the draft.
But they didn't, though.
I mean, they had to, you know, redo the game, so start it all over. And yeah, we're gonna hop into it. What's besides the mid matchup? Because I know you mentioned it two times already. But how do you think the other lanes are gonna go?
Let's see. Top is gonna be Mars and Rubik versus what? CK and Omni. What can Mars Rubik do to CK Omni? Really? Maybe they can catch the Omni, like Fishman, out of position, perhaps once or twice. But I feel like this is a free farm lane for CK. I think if anything, the Rubik is the one who's gonna die in a lot of situations if he steps up too far. So So it looks like a really strong lane for O1 Esports top with that CK and the Omni. Bottom, I think, is probably the one that Oridu does win because the Alchemist and the Abaddon's just going to be able to out-sustain and push out the lane. Fishman, look at him go.
He's still going for it.
Look at this Mars. This is not what you want as a Mars. Look at this. He might even... He actually is forced to pop his stick. May have almost even died. Has to go all the way back to base. That's not how you want to start the lane. He's
TPing. Monster kills.
Okay, he has a
healing salve.
Okay. But if he dies, I mean, if they somehow can commit onto this Mars, that'll kind of just lose them the game. So Bloody Massacre has to be careful these first few waves. I would imagine they're going to go on aggro on him right away.
Trading so much and then using the resources, they will also need to bring some extra regeneration in that lane. Look at bottom. Skull's already going in. He gets one wolf, so some extra XP, extra gold. Abaddon level 1 is so insane. Pops the shield on himself, goes into 2 heroes, trades, and then the shield pops. So the damage is pretty nuts. It's 100 damage.
Yep. You're negating all that damage, you're doing damage back. It's like this double benefit. Yeah, Abaddon level 1 and 2 is one of the stronger. Bloody Massacre, first, yeah, he gets his level 2. Looks like they didn't actually go aggressive onto him, but onto the Rubik, perhaps, at the start, because I really thought, like, after you see that TP, after you see Salve used, you want to, like, immediately start trading on them as much as possible.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And mid, they did not block the small camp, so I think this is going to be pretty important. So this matchup, I feel like can go... It can be kind of even a little bit, I'd say, for the OD versus Puck just in a straight 1v1 like this. But if the small camp is open, I think this is where the Puck actually pulls ahead in the farm overall in the lane.
It's been a while since I saw that matchup, and they will get a kill on Rubik. Fishman will die. It's okay. Getting the first blood, coming back to lane with items, full HP, full mana. Definitely worth it for him. And Mars has no mana whatsoever, so they don't need to be careful about like his lane presence anymore. Rubik maybe has a couple of mangoes, and it's gonna take a while until he uses his career because he just brought the items on the top lane. A little bit of a pause again.
Yeah, we just see Fishman again. We see how he full commits. Yeah. I guess I don't think they're going to be able to apply any pressure on CK. Like the Omni dies a couple of these times, they'll have mana to spam with the Rubik, but this is not like, this is the problem with Rubik. I feel like this hero never isn't the same as a lot of these other 4 positions that you play with Mars, that it's like we're going to bully a lot. We're just going to keep poking and bullying. Rubik just he doesn't have that oomph. He doesn't have that hit, that damage.
I like when you say oomph. I like when you say
it makes sense, you know, the oomph, you know.
Yeah, he doesn't have it until he gets, you know, his levels. But yeah, in the laning stage, Rubik is pretty much just a Fate Bolt.
Yeah. See the level 2 on the Abaddon come out. Already starting to trade with Nas. Are seeing the Alchemist struggle a little bit down here, just securing the last hits, but not missing too many. 8 and 4. This is a funny lane, though. We have Shield to prevent damage, and then we have Shackles to heal. So they kind of both offset each other a little bit here from the supports.
It's the little interactions in Dota.
And my favorite chat wheel, by the way.
I always hear Funnick whenever they say it. And we do have Funnick playing for the boosters in this tournament.
Oh, Fishman. Spear. He's holding it for a long time. Isn't going to be enough damage. Too tanky on Fishman. Maybe considering a suicide or something soon, because he's pretty...
He has a healing salve, but let's see if he decides to go for it. He put in the healing salve, put in Deep Observer Ward to scout things out. He has 1,000 HP on Omni Knight when he uses Heavenly Grace, and here we go on the bottom. Shackles on the Alchemist. They used the opportunity because Aphotic Shield was popped before that, so he knew, like, level 1, level 2 Aphotic Shield. Pretty long cooldown.
I gotta be honest, I would never have expected these two to kill an Alchemist in this.
Same.
Sure, they have high base damage and all that, but with an Abaddon behind, that had to have been a bit of a mistake there by Skulls. We've seen this a couple times, too, in the lane. I feel like from Slawi and Skulls, they've died a couple times. Like the other day, too, I saw them like with a winning lane matchup. They were just like the Bane would just die. Then in the mid game, he made up for it, so.
A little bit of a misplay there. You also gotta factor in the ping issue that they were talking about.
And Stormstormer's actually still just winning the mid lane. I thought Noob would be able to pull ahead because of that, the small camp stacking and all that, but no, the denies that you get from Astral, OD still seems to be OD.
Well, Mars doing okay. I mean, he's not gonna beat this lane. It's very hard to bully out the CK out of this lane, as you said. Fishman a little bit low on mana. Did pop a stick.
They're gonna go for the Mars instead. I thought they'd commit onto the Rubik. Are able to get rid of that damage reduction too we see from that Heavenly Grace, so adding even more of a bonus of damage and health. And Bloody Massacre now low. No salve on them either, so he's gonna have to bring one up. He's gonna miss out on a good chunk of XP, so even though he started well, now it seems like it might get a little harder until that salve comes around. Stormstormer. He's got the ult.
Nailed it.
Noob shouldn't die. Stormstormer shouldn't die in this matchup, but Noob could possibly die because you said there is ulti available on OD, and if he uses coil on him, he's just gonna Astral himself and get away from it. Puck going for the Witchblade, pretty standard stuff, I would say, just to be able to have that extra overtime damage, gives him the solo kill potential. Rune is spawning, trying to get the Rune against OD. That's always a bit tricky, and it's regeneration, so Stormstormer's gonna pick it up.
Nobody helping the Puck. That is, like we said, very big difference from what we've seen from the more experienced teams and all that. Like we were watching earlier, it's the 4-minute rune gets checked, the 6-minute rune gets checked, these double supports checking runes constantly. Did see O1 Esports, they did check that bottom rune with their support, but yeah, not seeing the Radiant side doing that whatsoever. And that's the Puck with the bottle, so usually you'd want to help your bottle hero compared to the opposite.
Skulls. Silencing Shaman, but the damage output is just not there. Abbott does. I mean, he's relatively high level, almost level 5, 6.5 minutes in.
Pretty damn good.
Alchemist, 32 CS. Like both safe laners having the same amount of CS, but in terms of net worth, he should be ahead because of the extra gold that he gets from the Griot's Greed.
Nas already has his Dominator up. Level 6 too. He might actually be able to like bully them out of this lane bottom. With this Shaman and with this Lycan having such a good start. He's level 6, the Alchemist not 6, a bad in either. I think this could be become a bit of a problem for that safe lane Alchemist here. As top Bloody Massacre. Still sitting relatively low, has to be cautious.
There's the Shackle. Lycan does not want to commit with the ulti. Even neutral creeps helping out. This is the funniest stuff. I always get surprised by it.
It always pulls me in, even when like the enemy is hitting me. I don't know what's going on. Like, it griefs me. The creep likes me.
So in the end, it's gonna be the Radiance build as we expected from the Alchemist. Monster kill.
Look at Fishman go. He's kind of like zoning both heroes off from the CK, giving that free farm, and they can't even take advantage of it. They can't even turn onto the Omni Knight because he's, like you said, has like over 1,000 HP in most of the situations.
It was a good play from Bloody Massacre. He hid underneath, like behind the tree, so CK couldn't get Reality Rift off. Noob makes a rotation, gets a kill on Shaman, gets the last hit as well. I think that's what he needs, considering that OD... Oh, top lane. Fishman will finally fall. Bloody Massacre did hit level 6 off that creep wave.
Alright. Decent little kills. But still seeing the lanes overall really going all on esports favor. This OD in particular, I thought that the Puck was actually going to do a little better, but really getting out farmed, even though he's getting a kill and making moves. Stormstormer just playing the lane and crushing it, really. And now, as we mentioned, I'm surprised Alchemist stayed down here. I think this was expected to happen. They have the Abba TP in, get the shield off, maybe turning for the Shadow Shaman. 1 or 2 more hits, but no.
Oh, he's gonna die as well.
On the Lycan. Yeah, too much damage. He's able to scurry away. Monster gets the lift onto the Omni Knight. Fishman also surviving with a sliver of HP. Nas, shapeshift has ended. They don't have the best damage to do with this extremely tanky Lycan. He's turning. He gets the Heavenly Grace on him. Skull's getting
good
body
block.
Beautiful. The range creep Dominator, and now turning onto the Rubik as well. Really nice play from Nas.
They're deeping. They lack stunts. They needed like Puck to be able to lock them down with the coil. And here comes another rotation. It's gonna be Mars. Still no ulti for another 5 seconds. But at least Slavi gets something from it. Like he got the last hit, he got the solo XP for it.
I'm still shocked that they really wanted to just keep pushing especially with the Puck not being able to be down there using the coil earlier, that they stayed down. But okay, Bloody Massacre just finds the solo kill. Nas stays a bit greedy for that hard camp, and he's able to pick it up, but... And now Alchemist is top net worth, so okay, it ended up working out.
Yeah, because he got the kill. They already used their abilities. He knows there's no shapeshift, and they were like half HP, so there's not going to be any pressure on him. Can farm that lane pretty safely. As we see, good body block just to get a kill.
Range creep even gets the last hit onto him too. Alk getting free farm, CK getting pretty similar a farm. OD, as we said, still all the way at the top, only 400 behind Alchemist.
He has Hand of Midas.
He's a really good hero to kill Alchemist too, right? As well too. So if he's got this type of advantage, he will kill that really fast. Even though there is that Radiance, that burn can be a little annoying, the evasion and whatnot. As an OD, you don't really itemize to deal with it. Unless you go for maybe like a Witchblade or something. I don't think that's expected on an OD though. But yeah, this is an insane amount of farm for this OD.
Bottom tower is under
Monster kill, getting the best spell he can get early on. Have that Astral. It's very easy to steal it anyway. Like there's 2 abilities that you can steal anyway, so... Straight up 50-50. Love those odds.
Yep. Set up on top. The Alk is under the tower. The Astral will buy him some time. His team is coming in. Skulls tries to get the shield off, but Stormstormer just drops the hammer. Monster kill being chased out. He's got another Astral in a second. Does get stunned up. It's an arena to cover. It's going to connect onto Fishman. Big damage from Bloody Massacre. Habu and Stormstormer. They've got the Astral onto the Rubik. He's got an Astral himself, though, to protect if he wants to. He's got the shield, out of mana, and will die.
They're still not done. They're chasing another Astral. This is going to be a fun game to watch. There's going to be a lot of Astrals. Bloody Massacre gets the spear, but the right clicks from Stormstormer. As you said, like this hero just munches through the tankiness of the heroes with his orb. There's going to be another Astral.
And during all of this, Noob died, by the way. The Shaman, I guess, got the grab with the Lycan, get the kill onto him, and they turn it into a tower as well. Dude, it's 5k gold lead out of nowhere. Even though Alchemist is farming so well, the 3 cores on the side of 0-1 are just free farming completely, and the Puck and Mars are just not getting much on. The Mars keeps dying, and he's moving around the map so much that it's actually crippling his net worth.
Hand of Midas kicking in.
Yeah.
So Lycan, he does flash farm. This hero is insanely good at farming. Use that Hand of Midas. There's no creep. Ooh, he doesn't want to use it on this camp. Where's the value? Whew.
Oh, he's gone.
He's coming back. It's like, I'm gonna use it on whatever.
Level 12.
Very fast Aghanims on OD. He's so-called rushing it after getting the Hand of Midas and Power Treads. I think this fight started, maybe Alchemist could have lived because he like ran to the right side and tried to cut his way through the trees, but Abba was coming from the left side. Like maybe one Aphotic Shield would make the difference.
My bigger thing is, if they're going to look for doing these type of plays and they're wanting to fight into OD, the only way you fight into OD is with Puck. So I'm just a bit confused where Noob was during all this. I know he got caught mid, but he was pressuring the tower, and that's what caused him to get caught instead of showing up, which is very different from the Noob that we saw the other day. His Rubik, his Batrider was unbelievably active. This time around, much quieter of a story.
I guess he doesn't feel as comfortable playing into like Shaman OD. If he gets like one stun, like he can be blown up. By stun, I mean one disabled.
Yeah. But these type of games, like, you know, times of, you know, we've had some patches, we've had things change and everything, but, you know, we'll use the Cinderin thing. It's an Alchemist game. And this Alchemist is not top net worth. They're actually extremely behind, so on top of being extremely behind, they're even more behind because of that fact that it's an Alchemist game. So I'm already really concern for Radiant to having very limited ways of actually catching back up in this game.
This hero does need a momentum. You can't just rely, like you need to hit your timings correctly with the hero. It's still gonna be, what, 15, 16 minute Radiance? Because they were fighting with the Alchemist, he died. If they had Noob playing instead of him, just with the 4 while Alchemist farms, I think that would be a much better choice. And you can see Nas on the bottom lane, pressuring the tier 2 tower. Arena is available. Spear will connect, but Shaman is already there. Yeah, look at the damage. They dropped the wards. They have this Helm as well, but CK shows up. This is the confusion that we talked about and the panel mentioned. Like, once they get in with all this stuff, Lycan running at you, you have a Helm. Yeah, the Helm creep.
Look at it go. It's taking out, it's doing a ton of damage. It took out the Mars with the last hit, and now the tower too, and that's... Oof. I mean, that's Oridu looking for the fight themselves. Losing a tier 2, losing the fight massively, using all their cooldowns. This game looks like it might end quite quickly. The Radiance is going to be online for the Alchemist, but he is not as farmed as he'd like to be. He would have liked to have this like 3 minutes ago, on his way to the next item already.
I like how Shaman immediately drops the wards to understand, like, well, how are you gonna fight into this? So they have CK illusions, they have Lycan with the wolves and the Helm creep. It's just very difficult for them to deal with this, because, as you said, Alchemist is not fight ready yet. Like, at least the Radiance is online, but I don't know how comfortable he feels just joining a fight. He would definitely love to have another item.
Yeah, it's too far behind. I think he's just going to die to the burst damage, really. Like, he might survive versus the Lycan onslaught and the CK onslaught and stuff like that for a little bit of time while it builds up, but I think as soon as OD comes in, he's just dead. Like, he's just going to get ulted every single one of the fights. The CK actually probably will just shoot through him anyway, too. The CK is pretty farmed. The Echo Saber armlet already done. We'll be able to clean up their ancient stack at the very least, but they will lose their Abaddon for it, and it's right around Roche.
Yeah, exactly. So even without having Shaman wards, they do have enough damage. They do have sustain with Omni Knight and Helm of the Overlord. On Lycan, plus
dies so
full
fast.
Aghanim Scepter. Orb does work against Roche. Now having 2 charges plus Omni Knight, it's very difficult for Oridu to focus a hero. Like, they start with the arena, or they start with the lift. You know that there's gonna be like a dispel mechanic, or there's gonna be one of those astral imprisonments. So very difficult way to just, like, when it comes down, it's like similar when you're playing into like 2 saves. Let's say you have OD Shadow Demon, something that has been popular throughout the Dota history, and you're like, well, if we like don't stomp the lanes, if it comes down to that, like how do we approach this? Because they don't have enough lockdown. One is taking care of each other.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It definitely starts to be very problematic, as it feels like the Mars and the Puck do kind of the same thing in the game. So yeah. And the thing is too, is like looking at the way O1's playing, they're not splitting up. They're not even giving like chances to go for like the pickoffs where the Puck and the Mars lineup sometimes can thrive. They're just setting up, sitting on towers, staying grouped up around the Omni Knight. Top net worth, but yeah, usually you'd want to see him like 5,000 ahead or something like that. The fact that he's even with a CK and an OD.
He's behind.
It's very behind, yeah.
It's a very weird thing to say. The most farm hero in the game is behind, but Alchemist is a different hero.
Always has been. As the invasion. Wolves scouting, deep wards as well that we saw plays from earlier, since they got such early tier 2s. Does give you the option to be able to play even more aggressive, and the Alchemist, he stalked the Wolf right on top of him, Stormstormer.
He turned off the Radiance, trying to hide.
Okay, nicely done. But he's completely surrounded. There isn't a Abaddon coming over to attempt to save him, but he looks pretty dead.
I thought he was just gonna turn off the Radiance and try to TP out. I think that play would have been a bit better, instead of trying to go in and fight into them. Problem is, they didn't have a tier 2 tower to TP to. Outpost was available, but those are longer TPs. And mid lane, they caught him inside the arena.
You took that jape too far.
Big gold, Noob. Needed gold too. He went for Boots of Travel on the Puck this game. Okay. rather than going for more early centric kind of items, looking to just be all around the map. Interesting. When they are this far behind, their map's already so small. Bit intrigued to see him that he went for that boosted travel on the puck so early.
There's still Aegis on OD, so 0-1 esports, they want to take the fight. There's going to be a save. Good silence on Omni Knight. Can they focus him down? There's going to be no Astral save. He used it more offensively, and now it's time to strike. Noob with the double kill so far. Alchemist going in with the Radiance. Getting Astraled again. I think I'm going to be using the word Astral quite a lot.
Noob toying with them. Nice little jaunt. Dodging the stun. Stormstormer. 1-2 hits. Oh, they hurt. Stun connects onto OD. Does have to banish the spear. It'll actually hit the illusion instead of bringing Stormstormer up. And Stormstormer, he's holding his ground. Look at this damage. Oh
Astral
my
in
god.
a second. Ultra kill, give him the rampage.
Give it to him. Oh, it's Fishman. He still had Aegis too. So it wasn't even really close for him to be going down. Is easily able to clean up the fight by himself. They did have to commit every other spell and maybe over chasing afterwards. Oh,
They finally get him. A bit surprised that they decided to like try to focus him down there and still try to take the fight. Maybe they thought it's gonna connect on CK, the spear or something. Because OD, like, look at it. Like,
they're probably just trying to bail
473.
out the Alchemist or something, right? They're probably just like, oh god, we need to bail out Alch, we need to help him, but then the spear actually doesn't actually latch onto anything and Stormstormer just freely hits him. Because if he's latched, perhaps they can like reset and run away, but game getting even more out of hand. 13,000 gold lead, 20 minutes in.
You would assume Alchemist lineup has that extra goal 20 minutes in, and Habu, he jumped in. Photic Shield keeping him alive, but big ulti from OD. The hammer plus the right click is going to bring him down. Fishman, concoction, but there is a save from Astral. 4-second stun, a Photic Shield immediately.
The saves, the Astrals, the shields, the Heavenly Grace.
Yeah, it's very difficult to commit. There's so many layers of saves that they can throw into, and so many ways to reset the fight. Puck finally has a Blink Dagger, so they might be able to... Oof, I'm gonna say jump the back lines, but then again, this OD is massive. He's sitting in the middle of the fight and not caring too much, because he knows there is another save on top of him if it's needed.
It also is scary for Noob, really, right? Like, jumping backlines, but he can just get insta-hexed, and then if he jumps backlines, he's distancing himself away from his Abaddon, who's been saving him time and time again, as Bloody Massacre ripped to shreds. Skulls, they're just toying with him with these Astrals. Stormstormer building up that mana.
Also, Astral, one of the better spells against Abba. He uses ulti, you put him down, he gets out, he's dead. Noob playing these split pushing game, trying to buy a little bit more time.
But their base is getting sieged. Lycan's like, all right, I don't want to deal with this. You know, my hero can bypass everything like this if you're gonna try to cut some creeps and stuff. So onto the Rex. Looks like it should drop. Don't think that Oridu can defend this by any means. I mean, this game is well and truly over.
They just don't have enough. Alchemist was shut down. All it takes when you're playing a hero like an Alchemist, Meepo, any of these heroes that are momentum based, you die once or twice and you feel like you lost a lot of value from your hero. Okay, they're gonna leash. I mean, cage the dog one more time. There's gonna be a leash as well. He's still alive.
He stood still. He got heavenly graced and he just stood still on the Lycan. That was really weird. Something must have happened. He is still leashed.
Oh, can we click on Lycan, please?
He's got heavenly grace and GA on him.
Look at all these positive and negative buffs. Most of them are positive. What happens if you have too many? I never noticed. You have 2 rows of it?
No, it goes. It like overtakes the bar. I saw it on a Terrorblade kind of recently, actually, during DBC, where he was with, I think he had a Chen or something on his team. He had like 50 auras. It was actually so hard to keep track of what was on him.
Well, we are into the replay. We just wanted to see that ultra kill from the Stormstormer. We don't care about Lycan potentially dying.
No, it was pretty.
Look
how hard he's hitting.
Yeah, the game could potentially still be paused, so we're into the replays. A Stormstormer, I mean, he's been, I'd say, a shiny, up-and-coming player in Division 1 in EU.
Yeah, this is like his year. He's been super good, even in pubs and everything. As we're back in the game, Monster Kill will die to the CK. Looks like they actually were able to bail out their Lycan in time with both the Heavenly Grace as well as the Guardian Angel. Now the double Astrals continue to toy with poor Oridu as they're trying to get their Alchemist away. Actually
almost killed him. 2 hits and ulti to kill the enemy carry hero. That's pretty nuts.
I thought he was dead, to be honest, because they had the Grove Bow. I thought the Magic Amp was going to be enough, but still pushes him back to base, kills the Abaddon, and back to business.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hex, instantly, it's onto the puck. Look at Devil go. Beautiful grab.
It's time to start thinking about the next game, like how you're gonna approach it, because this one feels really over. He gets jumped, he gets hexed and dies immediately. Alchemist is trapped. I mean, he did have a BKB, but still the right click is a bit too much. 0-1 esports. I mean, they showed some great performance.
Yeah, they kind of just dominated this game, even though it was Oridu looking to make some aggressive moves early on, especially with the Mars with Bloody Massacre. They started to fall behind super fast. Like this Lycan just taking these buildings incredibly early, setting that pace. And the OD just going for this Midas, almost doubling the net worth of the puck really early on. And yeah, a bit of a quieter game from Noob than I would have expected. Like I thought he was going to be much more active around the map, and he got caught a couple times and it felt like they couldn't do anything after that.
Those kills on the bottom lane, when they start TPing, I think this is where the game started to break. And then Alchemist dying on the top lane again did set him back quite a lot. And yeah, delaying his Radiance, delaying his second item to be able to be unkillable in the middle of the fight is what kind of sealed the deal for him.
Yeah, we got to see an Alchemist. I kind of saw what I expected. I don't really know if that hero is very good. It doesn't seem very good right now. Still feels up too slow, especially with the meta being so fast-paced. We kind of saw what happened, where even if you get your Radiance so early, it's not about... You need to have the successful lane and be able to get that second item as well and all that. So maybe the meta doesn't fit the Alchemist right now, but we'll see what our analysts think after we go to an ad break, and we will see you guys soon after that.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ, तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ पिलानी है। किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना कि हमारा अब लोकल टीम में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिला। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
Well, I think our analysts predicted that one fairly successfully. I knew OD was a counter to Abaddon. I knew that was going to be rough for that support, but my goodness, keeping up farm with an Alchemist, I did not think that one was possible.
Well, it's a mix of both things. He farmed very well, and they also just killed the Alchemist a lot. He got killed in the laning stage. He got pressured with like 3-man ganks, and when your Radiance gets delayed until like 15 or 16 minutes, it still sounds fast, but in Alchemist terms, it's quite slow. You're supposed to have like finish Radiance quickly, then you finish your next items like 4 minutes later, then you get another item like 4 minutes later, and then you bring that weight to bear, and he didn't get to do that.
Yeah, it really did feel like I think he finished 1-6-5 at the end of that game. And even at the very end, right, he TP'd back. It was good to be able to juke out some of the rotations that were coming back to be able to punish him. But he was still holding on to 4,000 gold and didn't buy that next item to contribute to even the last team fight. I know it was kind of a foregone conclusion at that point, but you kind of, like Purge said, need to be playing on the edge. If you're going to die as an alchemist, you're one of those transformation heroes that does need your ultimate anyway, so you may as well buy out when you know that people are going to be constantly running at you. You need every single little bit of net worth actively working for you rather than just sitting in your bank.
Yep, that's exactly right.
One of the players that we said was going to be key for the success of Oridu if they had any here, which, O1 Esports shut him down pretty successfully. Noob on this puck. We really didn't get to see any playmaking or anything strong happening here. Why did he get sort of shut out of this game so strongly?
I mean, there's a couple different things. Number one, they were trying to make sure that the lane went well for Alchemist. Going to check runes is going to make that harder because then Alchemist is by himself against two potentially scary heroes. Like if he leaves a lane against a Shadow Shaman and a Lycan, then he's going to get shackled and they're going to right-click him a lot. He's going to lose regen. It's going to hurt his timing. So it's partially that he got a little bit left out to dry a bit, but it's also that Puck's offensive capabilities, if you're having like a rough game, can feel a little bit mediocre. But yeah, certainly, it feels like Noob has these like boomer bust games. He either looks kind of disappointing, or he has these like amazing god tier performances. So they definitely need a little bit more towards the latter for them to be able to take the series.
Well, it was certainly a boom game for Stormer, who's up on our MVP screen right now. I'm going to interrupt the Noob conversation a little bit so we can give Stormer the props that he deserves. Why did you pick him as your MVP, Danog?
I just feel like he did everything that he needed to. He didn't die a single time. He was constantly there for not just the Astrals onto the Abaddon, but also just to be able to interrupt some puck initiations onto the backline. Part of it does come down to what Purge was saying before, though, around those power runes. There just wasn't the rotations coming through from Eridu to be able to secure that for him. Obviously, a puck with a bottle needs those runes so much more than an OD. It's just capable of being able to stay in the lane, right? Just through your essence flux that you can have for your constant mana regen. And it was actually the OD's team through Devil that made those rotations and prevented the puck from being able to come back into the game. So it really was a team effort coming through from 0-1.
Some of these fights looked okay here. Bloody Massacre's initiation against Nos looked all right. They committed the Dream Coil as well to it, but once they just banish him, this whole fight just feels over because they'd used almost all of their abilities to try to make an effective fight, and they still lost Bloody Massacre on the retreat as well. And at this point, Puck's level 10, so he's got some damage, but these tanky cores, especially when they're protected by by Omni Knight and OD, just made it a lot harder for them to win these fights.
I feel like it went a long way if they could kill Fishman at the start, right? Like, he was a big part of just constantly re-engaging it. Lacoste, I think, called it out in the middle of that game, just saying, look, we're seeing Astrals, we're seeing Aphotic Shields, we're seeing Heavenly Graces, no stuns were allowed to stay on the field. So I feel like if you could at least take away one of those components from the enemy team, it would have gone a long way towards, a more successful team fight. So props to Fishman for only dying a handful of times.
Yeah, they did a really good job with that. As a whole, the Dream Coils were decently used, but they were often counteracted, or it was only on about one hero, which made it difficult for that value to be there. And a lot of the times that you see Noob get kills, it's usually on Shadow Shaman alone. So just like one of the lower level heroes, the lower net worth heroes in the game. So it helps, but it doesn't really snowball him nearly as much as you'd want for the hero to feel valuable. So it feels a little bit like the OD counter pick was just really effective to me.
Mm-hmm. So there were so many different ways for O1 Esports to keep their heroes alive. In theory, Oridu should have had the same options with the Abaddon Shield, with the Rubik able to steal some of these, right? Were they too slow? Was Fogged right? Is Alchemist just not right for this meta?
I think so.
He's a little slow.
It's not just the fact that, basically the issue is that you don't contribute to your lane as an alchemist. You put an acid spray down and you pray to God that you're able to fight them in the acid spray, because then you do tons of damage. But almost nobody wants to bother putting skill points into the stun. It's been buffed a few times, but it's still kind of a crappy ability, and if you do skill it and use it, you run out of mana faster that you could be using for farming. So if you're having a perfect alchemist games, you get every last hit, and you get to buy time to get your Radiance or your Battle Fury, and then your first item after it at a good pace. If you do that, your game is unlocked and you feel incredible. But if you don't get that, your hero doesn't feel like it contributes enough in the lane, and therefore it can lead to situations where you just die too much, and then it makes everything else you want to do worse. So I feel like if people want to make the hero work, you have to be either pair it with a really strong dual lane, or you have to be willing to maybe put a skill point into stun so you can actually contribute to defending yourself, defending your support, and maybe getting a kill.
Yeah, and Renessa, you were talking about the Abaddon and the Rubik, their ability to potentially have an impact in a lot of these team fights. They just never got the opportunity, right? A, because of the OD, but B, you just had this like horde of heroes running at you. Not just heroes, right? But controlled units as well. So they never had that luxury to be able to stand around and, you know, get the saves onto the heroes that needed it, because there was just so much pressure being put on by this fast-paced 0-1 esports lineup. I mean, the game ended less than 25 minutes in.
And Lycan is banned, so yeah, they do not want to deal with that again.
It was pretty effective. Even it's fun to see people using the Wildkin a bit more as the creep. It felt very weird to me to see a Wildkin running around with Lycan. It's like the first time I've ever seen it in the history of Dota, because no one ever takes the creep unless they're trying to like clear stacks or something. So, but yeah, it looked really effective.
Do you think it was specifically against the Alchemist, just for that extra armor that it could provide if Alk did decide to turn up and fight?
Yeah, it's a reasonable point. The armor aura is an aspect to the hero that is decent, but the offensive force staff is also really powerful. Directional force staff. You can use it defensively, you can use it offensively. It's pretty multi-purpose, so you don't necessarily need to have a centaur stun or else. So yeah, another refutation to Wolves need no armor, I guess.
Yeah, and even just for pushing towers, right? Just having that extra armor. He's obviously already a very beefy creep, but towers can soak up so much more of those tower hits. But we're seeing, obviously we got to see the Nas, Enigma. They made sure to ban out, of course, the standard heroes and the Medusa, which reduced its impact in that last series that we were watching. But they just go ahead and pick up a silencer on 0-1 esports. So one of the main counters doesn't care about the BKB. As long as you're just on the back lines, not being CC'd, you're going to be able to interrupt that black hole.
Yeah, and it is one of the most annoying things to play against if you've ever played Enigma, for sure, because it just feels like you don't get to play Dota anymore. If they force him, interesting that they pick another strong teamfight ultimate hero that Silencer is kind of okay against, but Kraken Shell's also very good against Silencer's other abilities, and frankly, if Tide's taking damage at all, he's going to be able to pop his ulti. So my assumption is that this is their dual lane. If you commit Enigma, if Enigma's already countered by Silencer, you probably don't want him to be as high net worth, because then his ultimate's being countered is less important. But yeah, that's probably their dual lane. I'm guessing Tide plus Enigma should be able to decrease the farm that CK gets and also offset some of his damage. But with that said, in Europe, in the European region, we did see CK play very successfully against Tide as well. Even though Kraken Shell is great to remove disables, the overall main damage that CK has is just so much that that it still matches up pretty nice outside of the lane.
Yeah, I mean, you can even just use the Blink Dagger. Obviously, it's important to have Blink for the Blink Ravage, but even just blinking on top of whatever target CK goes on and using the Anchor Smash, it's a decent response to it, right? But you just got to make sure that you're not the one taking the brunt of that initial damage.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Is picking up the Silencer worth giving up the super OP Grimstroke CK combo?
You could still get it.
Yeah,
potentially, right?
You're saying if they lose the potential of having, yeah. It seems okay to me, especially in this case now that they see Tide. Like if Arito don't ban out Grimstroke, I feel like it's going to be a huge mistake, because the silence against Tide is fantastic. Unless they pick it themselves, they could potentially try to steal the pick away, but it does seem like the obvious pick to me now they mention it for 0-1 esports.
Well, yeah, they're going to have to get rid of the Rubik, right? Because obviously Enigma, Tidehunter, two heroes that you absolutely need to make sure the Rubik isn't available for. And well, it's actually going to be 0-1 that have the first pick coming out of this ban phase. So I think Grimstroke's probably going to be pretty high on the menu, not just for, of course, the combination with the Chaos Knight, but even if Enigma tries to get a little bit sneaky with some of that split push, you're able to deal with the Eidolons somewhat. You know, they were given a little bit more magic resistance in the recent patch, up to 60% now, but if you're hitting multiple plus the creep wave, you could still look to either take them out or put them to pretty low HP.
Yeah, that is true. There are ways to deal with it for sure. They go for a Doom pick first to be more ambiguous about their draft. Grimstroke still seems like the obvious follow-up to me, but maybe they were a little bit unsure about committing to the Grim, not seeing as many heroes. Doom is a little bit more flexible. Again, it's an ultimate counter hero, basically. Doom Tide, you're happy. Doom Enigma, you're happy. And whatever other heroes get picked, I think he'll have lots of good targets, but it's only going to get better if they pick Grim after.
Yeah, and they kind of telegraphed it a little bit with the Wraith King ban. The thing is, now you might be able to say, oh, Aridu can just go for something like a Grimstroke plus an Ember or a Storm Spirit, but you're against the Doom, of course. You're against the Silencers, so those heroes just reduce heavily in value. So not too many good Grimstroke pairings left in the pool.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, I don't know, looks really good for O1 Esports. The CK opener just feels really safe for most drafts. I just don't feel like it puts you in a bad spot in a lot of circumstances, so makes me assume that that hero is going to be the first phase pick hero for the upcoming major as well.
I know you're not a huge fan of the Monkey, but I wouldn't hate to see a Grim Monkey, you know, just against a Doom, be able to put a lot of pressure onto him super early into the game. You've got multiple AoE abilities that you can get value out of the Wukongs. If you use the Wukongs, it doesn't really matter if you get doomed or not. You're still going to be able to get a lot of those passives off, which can be nice. So I wouldn't hate to see it.
I think it's better this game than some of the other times that we brought it up. I agree with what you said about the AoE combos. They're two very, very good AoE disables. What Monkey needs is setup time for his ultimate. In a lot of cases, you pop your ultimate after stunning and you're only getting a couple hits in, but if he can drop an ulti on top of a Ravage or a Black Hole, that guy inside that Wukong's is going to be dead. And Doom definitely feels like one of those heroes that needs to be exploited in the lane to me a little bit, because otherwise you just get too much farm from Devour, so Monkey could be an option to do that.
Witch Doctor. Okay, we finally get to see the Witch Doctor. I still want to stay on the Monkey train for a little bit. They're going to go with a Terrorblade, but I was just thinking, if you could have him jumping around the trees and being able to engage onto the Silencer, quickly take him out, which you probably could do with the farm that a position 1 should be able to get into a Doom lane, then suddenly the team fight is freed up heavily for your Enigma and your Tide Hunter to have an impact. But they're going to go down a different route that they're just more comfortable with.
So I think this could be a little bit of similar to what I said. Beat the Doom in lane, basically. Witch Doctor is probably the strongest lane killing support in the game, I think is maybe safe to say. There's other heroes that have other benefits, but the amplification that you get from Maledict is incredible. It just got buffed. It went from doing about 70 damage over the course of Maledict to like 140. So the damage is huge right now in terms of what it contributes. In the past, when people play Witch Doctor, they still generally get Cask at level 1 to secure like range creeps, for example. But if they go Maledict and get some hits in, Doom is going to take an absolute crapload of damage. He's going to have to spend more in regen than normally. It's going to delay his Midas. That could help offset the Doom advantages that they are working with. So later on, Witch Doctor is generally less valuable, but hey, throwing a Cask during some AoE stuns that Arido is outputting, I could see that being quite useful. And Cask against CK is decently valuable as well, because those illusions should be stunned. I think didn't they change the Cask stun? It doesn't last as long on illusions now. I think they changed that recently, if I'm not mistaken.
Not sure.
I'll have to look it up.
I haven't. Yeah. You've also got like somewhat, like, you don't want to obviously commit a Doom onto a Witch Doctor. You don't want to commit a Global Silence to kill a Witch Doctor. So as long as you're pretty quick on the fingers, you will be able to, if he gets the Aghanim Shard, also be able to survive that extra couple of seconds with the good old Voodoo switcheroo as well. Maybe provide the time with the big teamfight ultimates that you've got to be able to rejoin, participate in the team fight. By that time, CK might have popped the Phantasm, so something like that Blink Anchor Smash that I was talking about before seems pretty useful to be able to have.
Yeah, and even Reflection against CK is pretty solid. I think he'll be content with that. You can see which CK is real, and CK Illusion hitting himself is going to be a little bit extra damage. The Windranger pick, though, is kind of interesting. Not the most common hero, probably going to be their mid, so Stormstormer probably playing that. It's definitely very tempo setting, and I think what they were looking for is a little bit more pick-off, because when you're playing against enemy lineups that have amazing team fight, if you don't have very good pick-offs, what ends up happening is the only time you fight them is during team fights, and then they have advantages. But if you're able to walk around, get a pick on Witch Doctor or Enigma or even Terrorblade, then your opponents aren't going to want to use their teamfight ultimates, and that gives you space to actually take buildings. So I think that theory with the Wind Ranger pick is pretty cool. He doesn't know what the matchup is, but look at the other heroes they already banned. They already banned Lina, they already banned Void Spirit, they're banning Bat Rider now. They're protecting this Wind Ranger mid, and it should allow her to have a decent game, get her items up, and then once she has BKB and Maelstrom, she can get a lot of kills in fights.
Yeah, whenever I think of a Wind Ranger, I always think, okay, ways to counter her, either just have a lot of stun to be able to keep her in place, wait out the duration of the Wind Run, at least force a BKB charge, and also stuff that's just able to go through the evasion as well. So True Strike, things like Swashbuckle, for example, would give them even more team fight. You could look to build potentially into something like the Diffusal Blade, just to give you that extra little bit of impact. Wouldn't be terrible, and it could be okay as well at just disrupting what a CK is trying to do.
That is also a possibility, yeah. Last bans for Redo, they do finally ban the Grimstroke, the most obvious 4 position left in the pool. I still feel like O1 Esports could have gotten away with Grim, and now they're probably really kicking themselves like, oh, Pango, that sucks. But
yep, Pango's pretty good against this lineup, as long as you obviously don't get doomed to start things off.
Like, was a Redo going to ban Wind Ranger? Probably not. Probably not.
Probably not.
So, but hey, look, if you want a different support or whatever, make it work. But again,
maybe one grab a Bane here. Still on the table.
It's okay.
Probably not.
Like, they could set up for it, or they could set it. The problem is that that would leave them kind of weak at like initiating with their supports, unless Bane's in position, gets Nightmare off, stuff like that. So it would give them a BKB piercing disable against Enigma, but they don't really need it because they've got Doom and Global Silence. So they probably want a more active initiator fighting type 4, is my assumption. And I'm completely wrong. They're just going to pick Pugna. That works too.
All right, well,
I just want to see who's playing what as well. The thing is, like, go ahead, Reina.
Oh, I'm saying I have no idea who's playing mid on a redo. I cannot figure out what's happening over there. I was going to ask you for your predictions. If you figure it out, go for it.
Yeah. It's probably Pango.
Pango's playing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to be pretty effective against Wind Ranger too. He could do Rolling Boulder, Rolling Thunder plus, I don't know, any other hero potentially kill Wind Ranger with that. Maybe Witch Doctor rotation or something. So they've got some options. But I think I like what Zero and Esports is doing better. To me, I feel like they're going to be able to exploit their opponents. I think the Nether Ward is going to give them team fight advantage or enough damage reduction from their opponents and their big team fight ultimates. Not to mention Global Silence on top of that. I just feel like they have the better solutions here.
Yeah, it's not great into the Witch Doctor though. Like, it's going to be played as a position 4 this Pugna. So in that lane in particular, like, it doesn't feel amazing. Witch Doctor's still going to be able to get plenty of right clicks off. The decrep's still going to have a good amount of value. If 0-1 Esports lose this game, I think it does go back to that Wind Ranger pick, right? When the Grimstroke was an option, you didn't know what your mid matchup was quite yet at that time. So if they lose this one, they'll be kicking themselves. I still feel like they're able to execute just that slightly level higher than Iridu, though. So I'm going to go with 0-1.
All right, both analysts for 0-1 Esports. Will 0-1 silence any comeback from Iridu, or will Iridu manage to fight through it all? Lacoste and Fogged, take it away.
I guess we'll find out if that silencer will be enough. And it's a bit funny that you pointed out, because I also am just looking at these drafts, and I don't know how you feel, Lacoste, but I feel like we're in a throwback of like kind of when we used to play Dota. We see an Enigma first tick and a silencer to counterpick the Enigma. Like, I actually feel like this is like old school drafting styles kind of coming back into fruition.
Yeah, definitely not what we call meta picks coming out from both of these teams, but looking forward what the Tide Enigma can do on the other side. Like, I think Pango is gonna be the key for Iridu here, because he should have like relatively easy time. I mean, yeah, he's playing into Doom, he's playing into Global Silence, but the only thing he needs to be careful about, I'd say, is also focus fire. Just that focus fire once Wind Ranger gets a BKB, so he can actually die. On the other side, a lot of long cooldown ultis. So having Meta, which is kind of ulti, Pangalier's Rolling Thunder. I think Iridu will have a really hard time like ganking if Pangolier is not active. He was not as active as we've seen him be in the last couple of games. So all eyes on Noob to see how he's gonna perform. Good cast.
It's gonna bounce back.
Yeah, so Fishman, he's gonna die.
And that's a good start. You know, we're talking about how like they're very cooldown reliant. It does feel like on the side of Uridu. But if this Pango gets off to a good start, he's gonna be the one that makes their lineup feel a lot faster paced. Because if you look, you know, Enigma, TB, Tidehunter, this is like the 3-minute cooldowns that like this that makes the game extremely slow. But Pango can definitely offset that if he has a good start. But we'll see. I mean, laying it, I think this one can be a pretty tough one for Pango a bit of the time, but with that first blood, maybe it's just going to offset it completely because he gets a bottle anyway.
Yeah, it's insane. Just extra gold on Pango. I don't think he would do as bad. Also, I want to see if he decides to put just a value point in this arm. Like that lucky shot might change how this matchup works in some of these situations, especially once Windranger gets level 6.
Look at bottom. Did you see him? Dude, Pugna just bodied the Witch Doctor out of lane pretty hard there. Really nice trades coming out onto Skulls. Again, you know, I'm keeping track of this a couple of times. I feel like Skulls does have a little bit of trouble in his positioning in the laning phase. He did last time as well. Just always gets brought really low, I notice. He steps up a bit too far sometimes.
Look at him sitting between like range creep and the melee creep, being kind of the front line, and Slavy now. I mean, they need that cask bounce to be able to get the kill. Also, looking at the 0-1 esports lineup, they need to have a good catch. When you have Doom, you have position 5 silencer, so he doesn't provide you with much. Your position 4 is going to be Pugna, so you will need to land either Shackles or you'll need your CK to be active to be able to actually pin them down.
Yeah, probably going to be more of Storm's job, I guess, just to be the one that gives that extra little bit of lockdown that their lineup is lacking. Bottle versus bottle. As I said, should be able to see pretty decent farm for Noob because he does get that early start. And the mid Pangos just lately, especially in most matchups, do very well, even versus those ranged heroes in the past. I think like Windranger and Puck used to be, Puck more so than Windranger, but used to be able to bully the Pango really hard. This is not the case anymore, really. A little bit, but not too much. Nas, he got the creep, I'm seeing. I see this little armor above that Doom's head. I believe he got the ice.
Ogre, Vampire Mage, yeah, he got it.
Yeah. So he's going to be unbelievably tanky. So bullying out that Doom, probably not going to happen down bottom ever.
Remember when that, back in our days, you know, you mentioned it, Tidehunter Enigma, but also back in our days, Ogre Frost Mage, he gave 8 armor and slowed people down by 30 or 35%, which was nuts.
It's very balanced. You know, we had some really balanced back then. I'm sure, you know what, nowadays we still don't really have those like super balanced neutral creeps. They got patched, you know, some of them, but there still is the creep, of course, as we like to call it, the mana burn plus mana regen restoration one. Skulls. It's the Maledict on Devil, but look at how slow he is. Every time he hits him, down to 225 move speed, also hits him for pretty much 0 because of that ice armor.
I know this feels very awkward for Silencer. I don't think they're gonna be getting much kills in this lane. It's also a deny lane because Monster Kill will be getting those Eidolons up, and I don't think Silencer gets to play the game. It's gonna be more about getting that global silence to stop the Enigma from getting the ulti. It's also a little bit of a like weird instant response to Enigma. I'm not sure if like Silencer would get like straight up banned. I think they had a couple of options left. Wyvern comes to my mind just to be able to like get a bit more value from the hero. Because I don't believe in Silencer. I know we do play Silencer, you and me, when we play the game.
Yeah, but we're trolls.
Yeah, sure. we don't play meta heroes, but it's just not strong. Like, there was one point of the time when Silencer felt extremely good.
And a Fairy Fire. Devil should survive. Dude, it takes hard now. That Maledict takes a lot harder than you'd expect because of that buff. Yeah, no, I agree. It's also like the skill build that he's gone for. It's like you always want to do this skill build because you're 5 positions, so you want to like get your Q and your E max because they synergize so well together, but not having glaives really feels bad versus something like Tide and Enigma. Can't even kill the Eidolons.
Can't do much in the lane. So 3 points in the shield crash. Once he gets level 6, if he gets a connection stun on the Windranger, like Windranger might just die. Tidehunter, no point in Kraken yet. Let's see if this takes him down. And he got him, yep, as you said. But unfortunately, no intelligence stolen.
No. That's the one bummer about being able having to go the glaives. They should build it into the hero, honestly.
Yes,
I feel like it's something that, because it allows the hero to actually play 5 position like this, which is the proper way. You know, you're getting your Q and your E, you're synergizing well, but you're not stealing in. You need to get glaives. I just don't, it's just such a weird thing that ties to the hero.
I completely agree. It needs to be same as Flash Heap. Make it work retroactive.
Yeah, I can agree with that. You know, I'm actually cool with that one. You're just like, you're playing and then you just like level it up and the enemy hero just loses in the middle of a fight. What do you, like?
Maybe that's why. Maybe, yeah, maybe that's that's why. So he's like, okay, I'm gonna use the black hole. Never mind, I'm missing mana. I don't have enough mana.
Can you imagine? Don't skill glaives until a team fight just to steal the int. Like, that'd be ridiculous.
No, what if you stole like, I don't know, 6 int from him, and then mid-fight you see him low mana and you're like, yeah, this is the time. 17 minutes into the game, I'm gonna get it.
A buff that's needed, as we say. You know, Silencer needs some loving. Tier 4 items, every single one dispels. Poor Silencer just becomes worthless as soon as 37 minutes hits half the games. But we'll see. This game so far, off to a good start, getting those 2 kills early. Bottom. The meta, they just can't push Nas out because this armor. Maybe he actually dies? That would look like a lot
extra
more damage than I thought it would be.
regeneration, he's gonna be okay. From the tower, pop the stick.
It's close.
DB already has Falcon Blade. He's super farm. 38 CS, 12 denies on top of that. They might have trouble locking down this Terror Blade. Also, their damage output, like through the BKB, is gonna be what, like Doom Focus Fire? We already talked about how Focus Fire might need to be used to kill the Pangolier during the Rolling Thunder. Devil, he'll just use the Cripify himself. Also, back in our days, the Cripify did slow you and did slow your allies as well, so you did not want to use it.
The one thing that they do have, though, is like the BKB is going to be annoying, but the Doom is always going to be that big counter, but they have the Pugna versus TB. So your Shard, you put down your Pugna Ward, you drain it, you instantly kill all the illusions if the fight does kick off like that. I think this Pugna Ward is going to be something really problematic for the Radiant draft, because just that little bit of damage reduction that comes out too versus these big team fight ultimates can be pretty crippling. Like, if you don't win the team fight because of a Nether Ward damage reduction, that's crazy. You know, those type of situations do happen.
Like, magical damage output on their side is so-so. I mean, Pango deals some, Enigma okay-ish, like Terrorblade, Tidehunter. Like, this is not the spell damage, you know, that you need to be too worried about, I would say. It's not like you're playing, I don't know, Leshrac Zeus type of a hero.
Everything adds up, though. Fishman getting chased. Noob. Will likely find the kill. Will keep replenishing that Arcane Curse onto himself, but it doesn't do too much damage when you're a mid laner. It's a top net worth, 3,600 for Noob level 8 already.
That's insane. Pango from mid lane is a completely different hero than Pango on the off lane. The items that you go for, like what you can do, I expect to see that mana burn again, get that Diffusal Blade. He did pick up mana boots as his first item. I don't mind seeing that, just to be, because you kill the creep wave with 2 abilities, so you do spam out mana. Even with having bottle, sometimes your mana pool is just not good enough, so getting that mana boots, I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with it too, because like something that they pointed out also on panel last game was like he didn't get too much help in mid lane for runes, so maybe just feel like he always needs mana pool, so the Arcane Boots will give him that. The Doom comes out, but Nas is so deep, not going to have any follow-up from his teammates either, and he's going to drop to his Maledict. There will be a follow-up here though. Stormstormer, Fishman trying to come in, but Noob trying to reset himself away. Stormstormer will get the Shackle connection, but he's still hot on the chase. But an Arcane Curse cuts a path to freedom. Nice quelling. Okay. Will lose skulls. He tries to slow down Stormstormer, just gets power shot to the face. Nice quelling blade by Noob.
Yeah. There was not much follow-up on the Doom usage. I think they needed Windranger to be there a bit earlier, because something that we mentioned, like there's just not enough lockdown. Like their chase potential is okay-ish later on, like once Windranger has her Wind Run maxed out, and now, the stuns. There's nothing to latch. Yeah, look
at the Pugna Silencer supports just looking at him. They're like, yo.
Someone please stun them so you can deal damage. Otherwise, it's not working.
It definitely is a very awkward support duo. I don't think I've ever seen a Pugna Silencer on the same team. Probably because I just don't see Silencer ever, because that hero is just
That's
very
one of the
underwhelming.
reasons, yes.
Oh, it tries to go for the gush onto the big creep, but Habu will be able to claim it on the CK.
Tidehunter, I mean, he does play into Doom this game, but if you get doomed and let's say Rolling Thunder's used after that or a Black Hole to be able to like hold them into a place, that's gonna be pretty good because Tidehunter is super tanky and then he might rejoin the fight. I'm a little worried for Dire, to be honest, because I don't think they did like stomp the lanes. It's only 1k gold lead, and Oridu is more than fine with that. They do have this beat teamfight ultis. Ravage is available. He's gonna pop it if they get closer, but the Shackle is gonna keep him in place. Now Noob rolling in. That Rolling Thunder's gonna connect. He's dead. I don't think they needed Ravage there, but because there was another stun from the Witch Doctor, Noob stun would connect. Maybe they just thought, you know, why risk it? We'll get it anyway.
I don't like when I see like those, you know, 2.5 minute cooldown used for something like that as the Tide. If the game stay was a little bit slower, perhaps. I mean, it is kind of slow, but I do feel like now they could maybe take advantage of just having like just the Rolling Thunder going to be up in the next fight. I mean, we'll see if it ends up hurting them or not, but a good punch back. Good move.
Look at Silencer farming the mid lane. Position 5. What a useless hero.
Yeah, his job is going to be global for Black Hole, but what if there like never even is like a Black Hole casted or anything like that? Then what's his job? Just to be there?
I remember one game.
Damage.
Sure,
max your nukes, but
I always bring it up when I see Enigma versus Silencer, where Silencer one game, it's just stuck in my head. Like he was never joining fights. He was sitting near the tier 2 tower of his own to use global silence while his team is fighting near the enemy tier 3 tower. And he was just doing that whole game. Like, I think he found a fillet and went for refresher, because Enigma did have refresher. So he was just waiting. Like, he was not close to a fight.
It does get to a point, especially in like later stages, if you are talking about like when you're that farmed, you literally are just a global. You're not doing damage anymore. You're
Deadly sweet.
You're just a hater. Fog.
I'm not. I love the hero, but it's bad in most situations.
I agree. He's. I think he's my top 3 most played heroes. That's why I am on the hero, because he's dog shit right now.
Yeah. And it's a hard hero to make work sometimes when you don't have like really clear initiation. One of the biggest combos we used to see was like the Bat Silencer back in the day, right? Because he jumps in, lassos you global, you cover him, you win the fight because you get a pick off. This one, it's a little more awkward because he has this Doom.
Focus fire on the tower. Ooh, man.
Finished.
It's gonna be a lot of damage. He did max out the Wind Run, so gonna be more movable inside the fights. Oridu, smoke. Ravage is gonna be back up online in less than 10 seconds. Slavic farming very aggressively. Does have a Sunder.
Blink on Noob. This is such an awkward game, just like because of the lack of stuns, really. Just everyone's just kind of dancing around each other. O1 Esports, I feel like they're getting a lot out of the map because of the Doom and the CK, but it feels like they're the ones having to dodge fights a lot more right now.
And that's not the situation that they want to be in. I feel like with what they're playing against, TB, Enigma, Tidehunter, like these heroes are going to scale insanely well into the late game.
But they do have the Silencer versus the Enigma always, so, you know, they can always count out that Enigma.
I just don't count that. Like, if we're talking about the super late game, the spell neutral items are going to be too good against the Silencer.
Yep.
Ravage, is he gonna drop it? There's gonna be the global silence finally, and Stormstormer with the Maelstrom is gonna finish it off, and a good power shot in backlines to finish off the skulls as well. This Ravage doing absolutely nothing, just holding them back a little bit, and Slav is half HP, so now it's a really good time to chase. I mean, their damage output is a bit limited because they're playing into Tidehunter, but eventually they're gonna kill him. It's gonna take some time, especially if he gets those anchor smashes off, but yeah, that's gonna be 3 kills. A bit of a late one, I would say. Maybe he needed to pop the Ravage immediately.
Maybe. Noob got caught though very far aggressive up on the northern side, and he got caught by, I think, a shackle into a global afterwards. And just, I think if the Pango dies, they cannot fight. He is pretty much everything, the damage as well as the control in the fights. TB doesn't want to walk into these fights still just yet. You saw Slawa, he kind of walked in, but he was like, wait, I'm half HP, 0 mana. Like, this is not my time to shine just yet. So I feel like as soon as Noob dies, the fight's just impossible. That Ravage probably just whiffed again, just wasted.
For the event.
Look at that. Fishman actually skill. I thought he was trying to get Glaives and walk up to Tide there when they were trying to kill him.
Nope.
I was hoping he did because I was like, oh, he's going to steal in, but that wasn't the case.
Yeah. We're going to see that again. Yeah, he... Well, where's
He
the
just
shackle?
died. He didn't even get shackled to anything. It's just a ton of damage. I guess a couple Maelstrom procs.
Power shot even connected on Terrorblade.
Oh, I didn't see
remember,
it. Went through. Nice.
I remember because Dubu was playing a lot of Silencer, and he like never skilled Glaives in the lane, even though he was involved in a lot of those kills. So it was just like, I think 1 point is enough. It's about that mental damage that you do to them.
I agree. But then it can also put you into a playstyle where what happens to me as Silencer is I just start using Glaives in fights, and I'm like, what the hell am I doing? If you have 404, you can't use the Glaives, so you're not tempted to use them.
That's true.
It's a, you know, you said mental damage. You mentally damage yourself sometimes with Glaives.
Pango is going for a different item build. Like, I was fine with the mana boots. I think getting a Blink Dagger, because you do have Tide with the Ravage. You have Enigma going for Blink Dagger as well. It's too many items just for like mobility. You're gonna be lacking in damage department, I would say. And with this build, you're not gonna be able to scale. Like, sure, you're gonna get the farm. You one-shot creep waves with 2 abilities, but still, I want to see, you know, something. Maelstrom, Diffusal. Big fan of Diffusal.
Yeah, I agree. I guess because he's playing with the TB, he's just feeling like he has to just be this like fully controlling, like supporty kind of style Pango. He doesn't want to be this damage dealer, so I can understand on that perspective. But for me, I'm the same. When I see mid Pango, I want him to just be doing some damage. And he did go for the corrosion after he had, like, you know, his arcane boots and everything finished up till he went back for it, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so. I think he went back to it.
The blink, I can... Like, Blink, I know it makes a lot of sense, especially versus Wind Ranger, because if he's just rolling into the fight and just rolling in slowly, he might just get focused and killed. So I can understand, like, the Blink to get in. The Yules, I can also understand because he's playing into global, but like
I mean, if you want to get a Dispel, Lotus Orb is a best item in this game. Against Doom, Pugna, Shackle Shot, and removing the global silence, pre-casting it on someone like an Enigma or Tide Hunter. Yeah, that's why I was a big fan of Arcanes, because I thought he was going to go for it eventually. Not as a first, second item, but later on. Noob going in and going out.
Did he make a mistake? Did he bounce? He looked like
no, he didn't. There's nothing to bounce off there.
Something looked a little funky with the way that he landed initially. I don't know. That looked a little weird to me. Either way, Rolling Thunder missed. They will get the kill on the Silencer. And it was... They didn't see it. They actually have really good wards placed out right now from the Radiant side. Dire has no vision. They have 1 ward outside Roche Pit, and that's it.
Habu is chasing with that Shadow Blade pickup.
There's a lot of enemy heroes down here, though. He doesn't have any backup. It's 6 to 6, 18 minutes. I mean, we kind of had a feeling it was going to be slow because the lack of disables and stuff, but whew, this is one of the least kill counts I feel like we've had in a while. I
feel they want to fight right now. A lot of pings, a lot of sentries. This smells like a smoke. Also, does Pugna have a shard right now? Not yet.
Oh, going for Lens. Okay. And TB, I think he's ready to fight. He went SNY, so I think they're gonna actually look to start making their moves as well on the Radiant, on Oridu, to just actually take all these head-on games. They have Blink on the Enigma as well, I believe. So they have Blink, Pango, Blink, Enigma. Didn't see what Tide had.
Blink,
a lot of different elements to start fights. So yeah, 3 different ways to start fights and get on top of this Silencer in particular. Did see BKB on Doom and a BKB on Wind Ranger on the opposing side, but no way to actually start fight yet. The Blink, I don't think, was done for the Doom yet. So So
Shadowblade CK, if they find an opening, they're going to follow it up with Global and try to delete one of those heroes. Seems like that's going to be the smoke from 0-1 esports.
They did get the blink now. Nas just picked it up. So they have their own form of initiation with the Doom as well on top. Still hanging on to the ice cream.
They know something is up.
Who's it gonna be?
Monster kill. He got it. Yeah, that's gonna be an easy pickoff on Enigma. Skulls with the TP. They're also bringing the Tidehunter. He pops the Ravage, connects. But Doom is fairly tanky. Doesn't get. He actually does get the Doom off.
Wait, what?
I don't know who. What did he do? Did he do an illusion?
What? I think he doomed a creep or something. I'm not sure. The CK now went in, getting dusted. Also dies.
Yeah, because I thought he was going to get the chain stun there, but and I see the Doom is on cooldown, but I don't see it on TB. Fishman also going to draw. Like, this is a good time for Oridu to just go straight into Roche Pit and take it. They have minus armor from Lucky Shot and Gush, and also TB still has some time left on meta. So, huge mistake. I mean, that was a good Ravage from the Tidehunter.
It was a beautiful Ravage, really. I was a little worried because they trickled in like these 1x1 TPs, but they caught them a bit split up while Stormstorm was running in. And now I gotta see, they doomed the range creep? Yeah, he doomed the range creep.
Value.
For like a split second, it dies right away. Okay, and Noob ends up being able to get the follow-up. They don't even use the global. I think Fishman is just like, what the heck is going on? I think he was what happened in the fight too. So, bit of panic coming out. Panic.
So, who picked up the Aegis? Yeah, it's going to be Terrorblade with the Aegis. Like, sure. Oh, another stun. Not going to connect, but they do have Reveal with the Dust. Gonna back off. Devil is there. Gonna heal him with Pugna.
Oh, and esports can't hit back though. Like, even right there where they make this kind of misstep, it's like the Pugna comes in and he's like, well, this is what I do. You know, I just replenish health and mana.
So pretty much they have 2 position 5s at the moment. Cause sure, Pugna can scale, but what your job is in a team fight is to try to save people and to do the life drain. So you're going to be half HP. You can't get close to the enemy. So you're going to be pretty much doing the position 5 job from position 4. And your other 5 is Silencer. Nas gonna get Black Hold immediately.
But there's a global
silence, and Shackle does connect. Stormstormer does not want to commit with the ulti, saving that for a bigger kill, and they're still chasing. Bigger kill, position 5. Never mind.
And Nas also now, I think this is important. I was pointing out for a reason that he was hanging on to the Ogre Frost Mage. Now he has a real form of initiation besides just like Blink dooming someone. He's got Blink Stomp, actual ways to catch heroes. So now
because last time
we're gonna see a difference.
Didn't have it. He had the Ogre Frost Mage. He didn't stun them. Might need those 2 seconds just to be able to maneuver his mouse over the hero instead of the range creep.
Any stuns that they can get, they need, right? Like, it's just awkward right now for their catch, so it's always going to be the best creep you can pick up on Doom anyway. Close game. Neck and neck. We do see Fishman. Look at his scaling, man. He's got Tranquil Boots. He's got his drums, double bracer. So I guess he's going to turn into the 4 position a bit on this Silencer.
Position 4 Silencer would have those glaives skilled. I mean, he still deals damage. He's preparing for level 20, for minute 25 with the double bracer. So that's gonna make him extremely tanky. He might like survive through Rolling Thunder possibly. What does Noob have? Did he decided to go for the Yule Scepter? And what's his next item?
I think he bought the Shard, right?
Shard, and now going back to Maelstrom Eggs.
Okay, and he did take the Shield Crash talent too, so he did not take the Rolling Thunder thing. So I guess now he wants to be that, the just-in-case versus CK as well, right? Having that extra element to deal with Phantasm on top of with TB. Fishman gets blinked right on top of. A very easy kill.
But Doom is in. He jumped in. Oh. There is no global.
Okay. He'll bring down
Skulls. Get the Witch Doctor. Doom still available, but no BKB. Monster kill will stun him. Noob will follow up with his Rolling Thunder. A bit of a disconnection from the team. Who needs to do what? I guess this Yule Scepter is also good for dispelling Windrun and also dispelling the Creepify.
Protects him. He can also just throw the Wind Ranger up if he's not BKB'd when he starts focus firing him. So yeah, there's a lot of different benefits. What was Nas doing there, by the way? I don't know. He just really wanted to kill the Witch Doctor. Just wanted to bully Skulls. That was a bit of a weird Doom play. Just blinking into low ground. And the reason I say that is because Doom as a hero is one of these that you don't want to just die like that randomly. You build up so much gold when you're alive with your Devour. So, Stormstormer turning out to noob. The global comes out a bit late, but it should be enough for him to finish off the Pango.
And now they're chasing Habu. Can he find the opening? Like this Shadow Blade pickup, like eventually you will want to have it to be able to break the Tidehunter and just straight up kill him. But I don't think...
bought it already.
He bought... Oh, is it the full one?
I think he finished the Silver Edge, if I'm not mistaken. The Ravage come out on
0.
Nothing. Yeah, he does have Silver Edge finished, we see now.
So CK finding Witch Doctor, but the good cast, because the Witch Doctor actually destroys CK. Bloody Massacre will die. Stormstormer is unstoppable. Chasing them more.
He's got the reality. Nas also in onto the TB. The Aegis is still though. Sunder will turn out to
Black Hole hits nothing.
Oh no, the Ravage whiff into the Black Hole whiff.
Oh my god. That's one way to play around the big team fight ultis if they can cast them, and now they doom the Pango plus the focus fire. They're crumbling. Fogged. They're misusing like completely. Like it doesn't get worse than this. Like if you connect it on one, still gonna be okay-ish. But yeah, they whiffed both of those.
Yeah, there's not much else to say about that, right? They literally just completely whiffed both spells. Got a little greedy on the Enigma. I think he went for the Midnight Pulse, causes that to whiff. But oh boy.
Not sure why they decided to like try to take this fight, because there is no Pango, there is no Roche, so they can't lose anything. Also, I don't think Tidehunter should be initiating like that. I would assume like Pango needs to go in first and provide some vision for him.
It felt just a bunch of unforced mistake, like a bunch of forced mistakes that they just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no one's gonna look at this and say, yeah, this is the way that they should have approached the fight.
Maybe something was, I don't know, maybe someone was making the call there that something was used and they could
Oh yeah, I hate when people make the calls and also use my hero.
Because like, it looked so forced. Just looked really awkward. As now, I mean, that was their Aegis time. Like the whole time there during those fights, that's when TB had Aegis. Weren't able to find a good fight for him. He's still top of net worth, but Stormstormer is really starting to just snowball on this Wind Ranger a bit too hard. I think he's beyond godlike. Getting close to Daedalus after a Blink Dagger.
Not just because his courier died and is dead for 50 seconds, so once the courier respawns, he's gonna have full Daedalus and a Blink Dagger to be able to position himself better. But we've seen in the fight that Witch Doctor deals really well with the CK. Like one cask, because CK illusions are always grouped up. We need a script for CK, the same thing that happened with the Broodmother, so you can just spread out the illusions. Just kidding.
What? Oh, did he just jump in and snatch that? I think he did. And Nas just saw this Paladin sword on the floor from Noob and blinks in and takes it. So, stealing away that one. That's a big neutral item denied from the Terrorblade.
And also giving it to CK, potentially.
Yeah, that's a big snatch there from the Doom.
Also, looking at the talent that you mentioned on Pangolier, I'm just a bigger fan of the Rolling Thunder. The extra 3 seconds. It's one of the best, if not like the best 15 talent in the game, considering what it provides. I get it, you're trying to build the Aghanim Scepter, but those 3 extra seconds could mean a lot. Noob, now, whew, I don't know about this one, Chief.
He is
solo
so
pushing tier 2 tower.
I think they've actually completely crumbled after those last 2 moments. I don't want to just fully say it just yet, but
they're still in the game. But the way they played
TB is fine. It's just
last 2 fights was really not optimal. Look at Fishman. He's the real carry now. +2 intelligence stolen. Boots of Bearing randomly pops it just to get away. It will replenish anyway.
I like that they gave him the quickening charm too. Stormstormer on the chase. He brings down anybody so fast if he catches them. He's quite a menace. Skulls won't be able to TP out. Dead in 4 hits or so.
And now Shiva's guard on Nas to provide vision for the team. This is gonna be pretty big. I mean, he does have a BKB, but very low on mana, and also no Doom. Next Roche will respawn in 30 seconds. Doom will be relatively available. I mean, they need to drag the fight for like 20-30 seconds if someone decides to go in there immediately. And that's a full data list that you mentioned. Level 23 Wind Ranger with the BKB, Maelstrom, and Brigand's Blade. I don't think you can ask for a better item.
No,
there are some tier 3 items that drop, but you still want to keep that.
Yeah, one of the better ones that synergizes with Focus Fire really well. We do see the wards coming out from Riyadh. They do have them really nicely positioned around the Roche, so they are prepared for that next big fight. They just have to get some type of connection with this Ravage, or I'm really concerned. I don't know how TB's going to stick on targets, and it is starting to get a bit of like that TB versus the world, and it is a TB versus Doom. So if he gets doomed up, could just see the fight go completely one-sided.
Lotus Orb is done on Tidehunter for quite some time, so he can dispel the global silence. Devil is gonna get found, Rolling Thunder committed, and now Stormstormer going in on Tidehunter with the BKB. He does have armor, but with the data list, it's just not enough. And they also found the TB. Doom, yeah, he's just gone. Bloody Massacre bought back, monster kill. Oh man, Witch Doctor turning into Voodoo, but still gonna drop after that. And now inside the pit, he's going in again. Can he finish him off? No, he can't. That is just the stun, very annoying. Oh man, Nas tipping skulls.
I think
Hearts dropped in the chat.
I think Nas has something with because in the river when he died before the earlier one bottom, like he just jumps in for the Witch Doctor, suicides himself. But yeah, we see this one. Stormstormer gets the connection. BKB just completely eviscerates Tidehunter, and I don't even know how fast this TB died, but that was even without Doom. That was just a Infernal Blade and then a CK Focus Fire, and he's dead almost instantly.
I mean, they do use... I like what Stormstormer did, just focus down the Tidehunter with the BKB. It's like similar to what Dead Prophet does when she's playing against the Tidehunter, runs him down with Exo and the Spirit Siphon BKB. My man Nas, he wanted skulls. All right, let's see if there's going to be some old chat after this.
Give him a heart. No heart. Abu? That's the BKB.
DP out. Yeah, Scotty, once Turboblade gets Scotty plus reflection damage on you, you're not moving.
No. You are stuck in place, but he's going to get his own Scotty to counteract that Scotty. And since it's going to be versus that range TB, it's going to be even more effective, of course.
I wish you could click on Scotty to dispel enemy Scotty. I think that's the interaction that we need.
That's the one we're missing.
Catch! The Wind Ranger, who picked up the shard from second Roche?
Guess it was the Doom, right? Because we saw that in Infernal Blade. I didn't see if he purchased it or not. Must be him. Stormstormer? Does he get the...
Okay, he picked it up. Yeah, he definitely picked it up from Roche.
Okay.
Because you don't buy.
Hold on 2 seconds.
And Bloody Massacre dying. Silver Edge, break the Tidehunter, break the Watermelon, get the seeds out, get that juice out. Man, Noob has 5,000 gold in his pockets that he didn't spend. And Stormstormer, ooh, was Shackle not available?
Maybe showing some mercy. He's got the Invis talent, level 25. Tower gonna be brought down.
They crumbled. They crumbled after that fight with Tidehunter, zero-man Ravage into zero-man Black Hole. Your teammates, they see that, they kind of, you know, also feel bad because what they want to do is they wanted to have this gigantic Terrorblade, follow it up with the Tidehunter and Enigma. Did he actually buy the full Shivas?
He wants survivability, I guess, through like focus fire and stuff like that on the Pango, that is, but that's not gonna save him anyway. It's a very bizarre choice. Doesn't provide him any damage, and then now his shield crash talent doesn't make any sense, right?
Yes, that's why I would love this to be something different. Stormstormer popping the BKB. He's gonna solo kill him with the focus fire. Didn't get the
Nas
scissor
throws
off
it to him. Not needed, but he throws it out there.
He could have just BKB'd. Maybe he was afraid that he's gonna use the Sunder on Noob, and now Noob's gonna die. Another great shackle from Stormstormer. I know they have these two big ultis, but we still have not seen them synergize it well, and they might, like, the pick-off potential from 0-1 esports is just too good right now. They have two heroes with the Invis. Doom is online. And also,
it's the Storm
Silencer.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Talking about the show. They don't have any reveal. Devil drops down the sentry ward.
Cask. Look at it go.
He's
now
hiding.
Invis, but he's dead.
Double sentry inside the base. I'm not gonna say that this is it, but I think Terrorblade's damage output is really low in this game. I feel like, you know, he was not... Most of that damage came from the laning stage. Other than that, I have not seen Terrorblade hit a single hero.
I agree, and I don't think he can now at this point either. It's just impossible. They're never going to be able to get these Ravages. He gets a Ghost Scepter to counter Stormstormer, but Stormstormer's just going to BKB afterwards and then continue to focus fire. The Tide. Ravage will still go out on a...
Will be able to blink out. Ooh, tries with the power shot, does not get it. So let's see how they approach this one right now. Nas blinking in, he's gonna actually manage to finish him off. Blood Massacre already used the buyback, so he does not have it for this fight. But the extra slow from that Scotty and the reflection, they don't have any vision. They lost the tower.
Stormstormer's still looking to think about going in.
Even without a BKB. Do you think he gets Nullifier right now immediately, just to counter the Dual Scepter, the potentially Ghost Scepter, and some Eon Disc coming out shortly?
I was thinking if he does that, or if he just goes for MKB and then he's like dealing with the TB if he does get like the evasion and stuff later on. Not sure if he just wants raw damage or not. Maybe, because it would be really good, because then he might be thinking that just because of that Tide, like you said, but he'll find another kill very quickly. They also have Refresher on Doom.
Windranger Shard is actually insane if you get it for free. Like, as a core, like as a support, you want to invest gold as soon as you can, because this shard is amazing. Shackle this time around will not connect. Stormstormer still does have a BKB and does have Windrun plus an Invis. Noob will chase, or at least try to chase him down. Another Windrun will be available again, and they don't have anything to pierce this evasion with.
Look at him go. He's just playing in his own world, his own game. Stormstormer. Not a fear in the world.
He uses Shackle Shot, sees that there is a Lotus Orb, and then blinks out to dodge it. So he has all these things in his head already planned out. Terrorblade will get stunned out by CK Shard. So extra confusion. They do bring down the melee barracks on the mid lane. I thought that was a GG for a second. Every single time I see someone type, I'm like, okay, they're done. Doom with the refresher, they're gonna take the outpost, and man, what a time to be alive. Silencer winning a game in 2022.
With ease as well, too. Really, it felt like after like the early game, right? Like everything, I feel like it's really just like Stormstormer is kind of just, he's playing like a 1v5 kind of game for the last few moments, killing people by himself. And
how many globals did we have this game? Like two?
Two, I think? Yeah. And one stopped the black hole. So, perfect. Nas gets the Doom. He's got the refresher for the follow-up blink into the stun. And that's +2 for Fishman.
Doom him. Doom skulls. Let's go. He has his number. Pangoliner's gonna use the buyback Massacre. Ready with the Ravage. Gonna pop it only on Silencer, who does have buyback, so he can buy back and use the ulti if needed. Nas gotta get that Doom on Terrorblade. Where's the follow-up damage? CK popping a BKB, and now Terrorblade's gonna get focused down. He's donezo.
Noob also getting jumped. Nas pushing his limits, going toward the high ground, but then he always has Devil behind him to heal him. 30,000 gold lead, a Ravage onto a Silencer. Not the idea.
If there's a black hole, Fishman immediately bites back and pops that global. Let's see.
Even if they don't need it, he'll do it. He's waiting for the 4-man. Oh no, he blinked into the stomp.
That's GG, Fog. That's an unfortunate one. Yeah, Noob is gonna call it disconnect from the game. I'd say they're in a pretty good spot this game until those two missed big ultis, missed Ravage into zero-man black hole, and after that, it felt like they just stopped playing Dota.
Yep. I think you, at least for me, could see a clear like skill differential between teams of understanding, and then also just you know, I know Panel prefaced a little bit with it too about Noob, where he sometimes has these explosive games, but then sometimes he can have a little bit more of quiet ones. This one, I would still put this one a little bit in like the middle territory, but I think Stormstormer, we were talking about him.
Oh yeah.
He tends to always have these really good performances, and he has a humongous hero pool. He took over the game, right? Like in that mid game, he was just killing Noob. He just wasn't allowing them to really play, and Noob was the most important element, it felt like, to that draft. In a couple of those fights, he just dies before the fight starts.
Yeah, I agree. And also Stormstormer show. There's a reason why this guy plays for a Division 1 team. I mean, his performance was top-notch. I felt like the rest of the team didn't do like as much. Yeah, no, CK was there. So was Silencer, ready to pop the global whenever there's a black hole. But Stormstormer, he was getting all the pickoffs in the world, being extremely active, and yeah, definitely, you know, one of the players out there, one of the standout players throughout the last DPC season for a reason.
Yeah, and I know other thing too to touch on his panel was talking a lot about that Wind Ranger pick. They were hoping for that Grimstroke because of the synergy that it ended up working together, but that Wind Ranger popped off, and we're going to be going back to the panel in a few moments to look at these highlights as well as break down the rest of that game right after this.
That was a little bit of a bloodbath. Now I have to ask, were Ooredoo outdrafted, outplayed, or were they just outclassed in this matchup?
I would say probably just outclassed as a whole. I think they obviously made some large mistakes as well, and draft was maybe a feature too, but I just felt like Zero One Esports just played so well. Stormstormer, across the board, they played really well.
I was honestly feeling a little bit worried for Zero One Esports going up until the 20-25 minute mark of that game. You know, they had the Aegis up on the TB. They had been able to establish him a nice little net worth lead. And you still had, of course, the late game potential coming from this Enigma and the Tidehunter, but it was just kind of like, unfortunately, a comedy of errors. You know, every single ultimate seemed to miss out. They were just super disconnected. It felt like they were playing a little tilted. And yeah, it was just all Zero One Esports from then on. And it honestly felt like it was on the back of Stormstormer's Wind Ranger. I know Purge and I were really wanting the Grimstroke, but you know, it's gone to the point where if the man wants the Wind Ranger, if he wants the comfort pick, give it to him, because he only died that one time the entire game. He had the most damage done, and he was the most farmed. So hard to go past someone like that for our MVP.
It is, yeah. It felt like he could just solo kill literally anybody the entire game. I remember the one kill that he got on Tidehunter near the Roche pit when he only had Crystallis and the Maelstrom, and he just still shredded him super, super quickly. It was very impressive how much damage he had. It felt like he was able to be aggressive, get solo kills, threaten disables, but he never really put himself in a dangerous position as a whole. So it just had really fantastic performance and really made the hero look solid.
It really did feel like he was specifically looking to target the Tidehunter as soon as he picked up that Crystallis, right? Of course, he had the BKB picked up at around the 20 or so minute mark, but it didn't feel like he could actually go on focus fire and kill the Tidehunter until he had that little bit of extra damage. And once that was the case, all Tidehunter could do was basically watch himself slowly die. You know, it wouldn't be worth using the Ravage to be able to contribute to the team fight because it would have just been all for nothing.
Yeah.
They stayed fairly even until, what, 20 minutes or so when things started to turn around?
28, I think it was. There was that, the whiffed Ravage into the whiffed Black Hole, into the Lost Ages, into just feeding buyback after buyback into the Meat Grinder, and then it has probably one of the sharpest drops in win probability and net worth and experience that I've seen in quite some time.
So my question with that is, did a timing get hit, right, for 01 Esports where their heroes suddenly came online? Or is it just that Ooredoo made a series of mistakes and 01 got to capitalize?
I mean, some of it is very difficult to play your game when you know that one of your big team fight ultimates is going to be countered by Global Silence. So in some ways, what you're looking for is perfect circumstances. You want the circumstance where you can initiate, but the silencer is dealt with or dead, and then you want to chain your abilities together. But all of this is hard to do if Stormstormer's running around at really high movement speed, threatening to pick off any of your heroes at any point in time. Like just this kill alone, Monster Kill can't ulti for this. If he does, it gets global silenced. Even if it doesn't get global silenced, he's probably still dead no matter what. So when Stormstormer gets those pickoffs, it just makes it a lot easier for them to go high ground like this. Now that they get to abuse their advantage that they have from getting those kills, and they get to take buildings as a result of it. So it's just the pickoff potential that Stormstormer provided, was just really valuable for allowing them to avoid some of these teamfight ultimates.
And it really did seem like they needed to chain everything together back to back to back, right? Because they were just so cooldown reliant. The Metamorphosis, the Ravage, the Black Hole, all things that if you just are wasting them one after the other, your teamfight effectiveness drops pretty significantly and drastically. So it's just something where I don't think they were outdrafted, but they were outplayed for sure in this game number 2.
We've talked about how Nas is, has these amazing games, boomer bust style player. Well, in that first game, he said his ping is normally 240. I feel like maybe that's contributing to the less consistent results. Do you think his ping is really 240?
It's very possible, yeah. I mean, I doubt he'd lie about it. You can get used to playing like it, and they have made that the recent ping change where your animations become less when you're last hitting, and I think your spell animations as well. They reduce the animations based on your ping difference, so it helps you be more competitive in the laning stage, which is usually the biggest issue for big ping or delay. So you can get used to it. There are examples of players doing it in history, but also keep in mind that pro players typically are looking for these small margins, so they will whine like absolute babies if they have to play on like 120 ping versus their normal 60. They're like, oh god, I can't handle it. It's a little bit higher. But you can play around it, I promise.
All right, fair enough. Well, this is congrats to 01 Esports. We've spent quite a bit of time talking about where Ooredoo Thunder sort of failed, but of course, 01 Esports convincing 2-0 win. They're heading into our grand finals to play D-Boosters. Remember, this is both for the right to the lion's share of the charity money donated to humanitarian relief, but also they're playing for a qualifying spot to a $4 million LAN in Riyadh in July. Heading into this grand finals tomorrow, 01 Esports, D-Boosters, who is focusing on what? What are we expecting to see?
Just take out Storm's influence, basically, is what I would be looking to say if I'm on D-Boosters, and probably the same for Funnick on the other side. They're the ones that have competed at the highest level across both sides, and yeah, if you could just get the best lanes possible. I don't think D-Boosters will allow every single rune to essentially go the way of Stormstormer, right? They're going to have a support rotating through. They're going to make sure that that mid game isn't set up to snowball for 0-1.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's like too hard to try to ban out all of his heroes. He has flexibility there, but if you can try to make sure he doesn't have as amazing of a game, it would go a long ways.
All right, so we're keeping our eyes on the mid lane tomorrow for 0-1 Esports versus D-Boosters. Like I said, that is tomorrow. All of our regions are going to have their grand finals. But we are not done here today. We are going to go to a break, but in about an hour, we have Nigma facing up against Liquid for another elimination match in the European bracket. So go ahead, grab lunch, dinner, snack, whatever you need. We are going to be back in, about an hour or so. There'll be a timer up on the screen to check out EU. Thanks for hanging out with us so far, and we will see you soon.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ, तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ पिलानी है। किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा वो हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये कि भी हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना, कि हमारा अब लोकल टीम में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिलाए। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
Welcome back. We've got quite the anticipated series ahead of us with Nigma facing up against Team Liquid in an elimination match. Remember, these teams are playing both for charity and for a chance to qualify to a $4 million LAN in Riyadh in July. And I have the pleasure of working with, for the first time this week, Gareth, and then of course Purge joining us once again on the analyst desk. Welcome.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you. Yeah, I was on earlier and I got dropped down the hole. We were joking about it during tech rehearsals, but it happened.
That's true, yeah. It's been a while since tech rehearsals, actually. Got to start there, and now here you get to jump in towards the end of the tournament when lots of amazing stuff has happened, but even more to happen today.
Yeah, we do have. So this is a pretty exciting series. I know a lot of people are excited about it. With Nigma, they're a fan favorite, obviously, but Team Liquid not exactly short on fans either. Gareth, what should we be expecting from this matchup? What's the history of these teams from the DPC? Let's clue our viewers in and give them the breakdown.
I mean, we'll start with the bad, I guess. Nigma have not performed as expected throughout the entire season. Down at the bottom, they barely won any series. I think they won one series, got 2-0'd by pretty much everybody. Liquid came third and looked solid, pretty damn good. Up there with Tundra, who I think are probably the favorites for this tournament. So coming into this series, I think already odds stacked against Nigma Galaxy. And then the fact also that they've had a stand-in, right? RMN has been playing mid for Nigma, has really shaken things up a bit, and they have not looked their best whatsoever.
Well, before we keep going on about these teams and talk about maybe what Nigma can do if they want to take down Liquid, this is, of course, Gamers Without Borders, a $10 million charity event with all kinds of games. I believe we had Fortnite before we jumped into Dota, but now we're in Dota 2 World. I know, we're all very happy about that. And the overall scope is there is $10 million on the line going to a series of humanitarian relief-focused charities. You can see up in the screen. And 2 million of this charity prize pool is earmarked for these Dota 2 teams. Every single team gets to donate money to charity, but the better you place, the more you get to donate. With Europe and Asia regions collectively having $1.5 million to donate, and the Saudi Arabia region, which we watched earlier today, having $500,000. The higher you place, the more you donate, which is a wonderful opportunity for these teams. And of course, I'm sure they also appreciate that $4 million land that they're playing for. So let's get back to Liquid and Nigma. Purge, what do you got for us?
Well, I think after watching Nigma yesterday, they felt a little figured out by Tundra, whereas they played really solid against Gaming Gladiators. Based on their last match, I just don't know if I have as much faith. I feel like Team Liquid's also going to be able to dissect them a little bit and exploit some of the weaknesses that are presenting. With the fact that Nigma is grabbing their coaches' heroes in the first phase. If they identify that pattern and if it keeps happening, I think Liquid should be able to exploit it.
So we are looking at RMN hero was picked the second hero at every single one of Nigma's drafts, which is, of course, a little transparent and a little limiting. Taking away that huge flexibility that you keep talking about is important for these teams. If we're not looking at if we're not looking at the mid matchup in these games, right? If RMN isn't who we're going to focus on, what's the matchup in Liquid versus Nigma? What heroes do we need to keep our eyes on that are going to determine, okay, they've put themselves in the best spot for success?
Got anything, Gary?
I'm just thinking the way that the way they're playing with kind of two offlaners, with RMN mid playing tanky strength hero, then Mind Control doing a similar thing. It's not inherently bad. Like we've seen some teams succeed with this, with like your, DK Sank, for example, and it gives you a lot. It feels like it should give you a lot of tempo, but from what I saw from Nigma the other day, it feels like they don't know when they're strong. Like you kind of look at their heroes, you think this is when they should be at their strongest and making plays, but they feel a little just sluggish in the way that they're kind of attributing their strengths on the map.
Yeah, that can definitely limit them a little bit. I think the Tusk mid worked for them a little bit better because that's a more straightforward playstyle. Armin gets levels, then he goes and ganks side lanes, and most importantly, makes it very easy to dive towers, because once you cast Snowball on somebody, you're going all the way in on them. You can guarantee that kill when they start juking in trees, you take towers afterwards. That playstyle was more straightforward, but I agree, when he was playing Darkseer, things are a little bit more complicated, because where you farm on the map isn't quite the same. There isn't as much space when playing from a mid position to like Iron Shell out creep waves. You have to do some like Iron Shell creep wave, then go jungle somewhere far away, then come back. It feels a lot more less efficient, I guess, is how I would describe it. So maybe they'll be able to pivot and make their drafts more flexible when they play today's match. But for now, it's a little bit scary for their... I just feel like there's a high chance that Liquid does something and outdrafts them as a result of the pattern that happened.
It's like Nessa said, there's that way of exploiting and knowing what they're going to do. And there's a reason why we have these kind of roles 1 through 5 in Dota. It makes the game simpler, knowing this hero is going to be getting the most farm, this hero is going to be roaming, ganking, stacking, doing whatever, and limiting what they're getting on the map. when you've got, RMN and Mind Control who aren't necessarily the greediest of players, you're putting a lot on the back then of Miracle to actually carry the game. And if that space isn't there made for him perfectly, then things can fall apart really quickly. So I kind of want to say the answer to your original question, Nessa, is Mind Control, early tempo hero, and 2 supports that they can go and stun, catch, and kill people with.
Okay,
or just push towers.
Fair. So Mind Control and GH need to kind of set the tempo and make things a little clearer about what Nigma needs to do.
I guess there was that one game where they had, was it Enigma position 5 as well, right? They had a very slow game up against Tundra, and they got pushed by a Beastmaster. The game was just over 12 minutes in. So having Kotal, Enigma are 2 supports that don't give you that early tempo. So I think the complete reversal of that could definitely help them.
Okay. So we're obviously talking about Nigma a lot, and this is because they're surprised. They're down in Division 2 for the DPC. They're down in the lower bracket right now. This isn't what we expect from this roster. We know that they can pull out this win and do a lot. But that doesn't mean we are discounting Team Liquid, right? Analysts already sound in favor of Team Liquid. So let's dive in there, right? Who's the hero to watch? Or sorry, I keep saying player. Who's the player to watch? Who's going to set their tempo and make their decisions for them?
Maybe not necessarily make decisions for them, but I feel like the player that is most worth keeping an eye on is probably Matu. I feel like his games can either go he's an incredibly good player, but if he gets pressured a lot and gets ganked a lot, I feel like that's a little bit of the butter that's holding, or the glue. Sorry, I mean you can probably use butter like glue as well, too, but he's the butter that really brings the dish together. You know what I mean? So if Matu can have a solid laning stage, doesn't get pressured. If I just remember the game where they played Kunkka on him. That game he got outlaned a little bit, then was behind, then they weren't able to make things work. So it feels to me like he's a very integral part of the team, and it's important that he has a good game.
Well, we had Purge dating advice, and his little sneak peek. He's going to be doing a cooking show next, clearly.
Don't tell anyone. I told you that in confidence.
French cuisine, all that butter, just dump it in there.
Okay, so Liquid's got plenty of butter on their plate. I think there's a really interesting contrast in the mid lane with RMN right now, limited in the heroes that they're going to pick, and then Mickey not afraid to be unconventional. Had some unfortunate Storm games, but then Rubik mid, Quap, these aren't unconventional. But they're not exactly the meta that we've been seeing every other team pick. What's Mickey's hero pool look like?
I mean, Rubik mid is a little unconventional, right? He's not in the meta at all, really, even as a position 4. He comes in from time to time, but he's not a staple, I'd say. But yeah, I think Storm Spirit for these Storm players, it's always going to be up there as a first phase material. We've seen it from RNG with Somnus. We see it all the time. Arbed loves that, and I think similarly here, if they feel like Mickey's on it, he's in the groove, just pick that Storm early, because it's one of those heroes that from the mid lane you can actually have that drive and directive that doesn't necessarily matter if your POS 1 or 3 have a poor game. You can actually catch up and make moves with your mid laner.
One of the things we heard from, I think it was Tundra, although I'm not sure right now, it was whoever beat Liquid when Liquid kept picking the Storm Spirit. And they said, you know what, we really wanted to learn how to beat Storm Spirit before we headed off to the major. Nigma doesn't have that pressure of testing out certain strategies before a major, as maybe a blessing in disguise. Are there certain things that you think Liquid needs to figure out before they head off to Stockholm?
It's a good question. Yeah, I guess Nigma is a little bit more free there. Things that Liquid might want to figure out, though, Storm is maybe some of it, certainly, if they're looking to go deep in the tournament, and they definitely should be aiming to do this to help secure their TI chances. Beating Storm is definitely the elephant in the room. With less Chinese teams going, maybe it'll be a little bit less prevalent. But yeah, I think that's probably the biggest one. The Storm hero is the one that got the most untouched in the patch.
And Storm's going to get first banned out by Nigma, so they don't feel like learning how to beat it.
They just beat it. What are you talking about?
It's gone.
It's one strategy, I guess. And Sand King, I noticed, was actually untouched in our Saudi Arabian games earlier, which was a little interesting to see the different regions prioritize him.
Yeah, in some regions he's pretty good first phase. You flex him mid and off lane. We don't really see him like 4 anymore, but you do still have that opportunity to be like, okay, if we have a good mid matchup, we put him there, give him a lot of early farm.
I feel like in this tournament we've seen more mid sanking than off lane sanking actually, and almost every time it looked bad to me. I was just like, okay, he did okay, but now he's like a slightly underfarmed mid laner slash off laner, and he just doesn't quite have the same burst damage, so misses a couple kills, doesn't get to snowball as much. I'm not sure if it's as functional as it used to be, unfortunately.
I guess with like nerf to shard and stuff, and he still suffers from the same problem offlane sanking does. It's like, okay, mid sanking you get 9-10 minute blink dagger, but then if you don't get the team fights and you don't connect as you want to, then it's your progression afterwards. Like, do you go boot to travel? Do I need Eul Scepter? You have this kind of choice paralysis in terms of what items you want or need to buy, and actually getting to the items can be tough. But he's banned, so.
Yeah, I mean, his total damage output for an ulti combo is way less, right? So his shard went from 20 to 10, so that's like minimum 60 damage less from epicenter, plus when you actually blink in, you usually get a proc. So that's like 70 damage less. The Sandstorm does 15 damage less per second. We're talking about like 200 damage less in an ulti combo after a blink dagger. That's a huge damage nerf for the hero's ability to get solo kills. So still has good potential, but he just isn't good at everything now. He doesn't solo kill and do tons of AoE damage at this point. Now he's just like, oh, tons of AoE damage. You still have the quick burrow strike. Sandstorm's still pretty solid, but you can't also get kills on the map, which was part of the reason he was he was so fearsome. I didn't even realize Team Liquid picked a hero. I saw Enigma had 2, and I was like, what the hell?
Where's the other one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ion to DK Kotl. I mean, I like this DK early. I think Kotl goes well with him. It gives you the opportunity to just keep spamming out stuns nonstop and pushing towers. I think this opener really does set the tempo at which Enigma want to play. I just hope the other heroes that follow also follow that tempo.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, they can blast the wave, and then DK doesn't have to clear it, and then DK kills towers themselves, so that part works out nicely. But Liquid goes for the old Io Razor combo. Should be able to defeat a Dragonite in the lane in terms of lowering his damage. You can still stun the Razor to potentially get denies, but if he saps your damage, then good luck on that. Kotl can offset it a bit with the Blasting, obviously, but Io can also stabilize Razor's lane. So I actually really like the Razor pick here. It's maybe not the most conventional Io combo, but it undermines Dragonite offlane, and it also pairs decently well.
Yeah, conventionally I'd say flex between mid and offlane for DK, but I think this tournament we've only seen Mind Control play the DK, right? I guess the threat is still there to swap it around, but I'd be expecting this as the MC hero. So yeah, I think you're right with the Razor doing very well against.
Yeah, that's why I think it's an even better pick, because like you said, it's pretty solidified as an offlane hero, occasionally mid in bad situations. Well, if that's the case, then Team Liquid's ready to like one-up you. You're already behind in the draft. They know where your DK has to go, basically, and they've got good solutions for it. Once again,
that's when they come out with like, RMN's been practicing mid Kotl, just completely change things.
That's a great surprise and something that would give Nigma a nice advantage in this game. But DK's still gonna probably have a bad time no matter what, though.
Liquid did play this Io Razor up against Gaming Gladiators earlier on in the tournament, and they also had a Quap, Pango, and Phoenix.
Okay. I believe that was the game. Mickey had like a pretty straightforward Quap game. It was really effective. Did you see that Quap's shard was actually bugged? It wasn't silencing where Quap blinked from, and it was, I believe, doing double damage. It was like both of the damage and the silence were going at the end of the blink. And I remember during the game, I saw it last night. There was a Reddit thread, and a Valve employee already responded, said it was going to get hotfixed. But I remembered seeing in the game, I was like, weird, Quap blinked away from that guy, and he didn't get silenced. And I didn't say anything about it. And then when I saw the Reddit thread later, I was like, okay, cool, I'm not crazy. It was bugged. That was kind of fun. Anyways, those heroes, we'll see if they're relevant here. But banning out RMN's hero pool, dude.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Batrider left. Batrider's actually decent against Io plus Razor. I kind of like it. A little bit of movement skills. Land a flame break right when he goes for the static link, and you can really undermine what he wants to do.
So how did that Tusk go for RMN? Like laning stage, like a melee hero, he's gonna farm, trade farm, not really gonna get pressured too much, but.
Yeah, I think I've heard that Topson's been doing it a lot as well. You max out shards and snowball, and then you just gank side lanes successfully. And then later on, you get tag team. And I think they had a Shadow Shaman on the other team. It looked like tag team worked with Serpent Wards. So Roche died mega fast. It was really impressive how quickly it died, actually. I think it was something like that. It was like a mix of like side lane gank plus accelerate Roche later on.
It could be a decent option against the IO if he doesn't want to pick, a spirit hero, for example, right? Those natural gap closers with snowball or whatever. Get on top of the IO, kill him so that burst heal doesn't come.
Yeah, plus
Bane,
2 sources of stun.
Yeah. Bane also similar, Nightmare, grip, control them up. Especially against a BKB hero like Razor, who loves the BKB refresher build. Having Bane on your team feels real nice.
It does. It is really nice to be able to lock him down there.
And a support with no stun in the IO, so you know that you've got some freedom already.
And Razor's got nothing either, so that's a good point. Makes the hero look a little better, makes their lanes a little bit stronger in case they want to move their heroes around. Now that you put Armin mid coddle into my mind, I just can't be like, but what if they do that? It's going to change everything. I don't know if it's going to happen. Well, keep in mind, unless Armin could be playing DK mid, by the way. Totally possible. Exactly. It would be reminiscent of their previous draft stuff. It's, I'm sure, a hero he's capable of playing. It's pretty straightforward. It could be what we see, and they're going to go for a Clockwork because they definitely needed some way to deal with Bane. And this is going to make it easier for them to chase down their opponents. The whole goal of the Razor IO is you're sprinting at your opponents, but if they just run away from you and you got no disables to follow it up, it's going to make it hard. But now they're going to hook shot in on a core, put cogs on the other side, push them towards Razor, and then getting out at that point becomes a literal nightmare.
And he's super good against heroes who like to play in fog. Like Kotl, Bane like that tree line fog play to surprise opponents. With Rocket Flare, you remove that element of surprise. Ooh. Visage. The Matu Visage then?
I mean, where are they going to... I think it's off lane, isn't it? I assume it's off lane.
You give that to Zai, okay.
If they put a safe lane, they got to pair with either IO or Clock. That just sounds fucking weird. Visage plus IO kind of works. You can like Grave Chill and now you're zooming around or something, but like the Razor surely goes with the IO unless there's a better off lane pairing or something. So my assumption is this is a Zai Visage, which is a mega throwback really. We're talking like 7-8 years I feel like since Zai used to play Visage 4. If I'm not mistaken. So I think that would be pretty decent. It gives them more stuns, more tree vision like you were talking about, more stuns to interrupt Bane. I think it's a pretty cool pick.
There's something in the back of my head that tells me that Mata used to play Visage as well. Like, I know he used to love his Huskars, his Brood and Lycan, obviously. I don't, maybe I'm wrong, but Visage was like in there.
If I turned all those heroes into flavors, Visage is definitely a similar flavor.
It's like Lone Druid, Brood, Lycan, it's the...
micro-y, kind of weird, cheesy hero type stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They do pick Batrider for RMN. That was the expected pick. They keep it to second phase. It is a pretty good bat game, in my opinion. Damage over time against Visage is kind of cool. Again, the Flame Break against all of the Team Liquid heroes looks really effective. He can get out of cogs. It's a great bat game. I'm sure Liquid knew this was on their possibility for picks, but I just don't think they care.
And then banning out Naga at the end. Naga and AM, two of the big heroes that previous to the draft we were talking about Miracle being in this roster anyway, with RMN standing in, the one true carry that Miracle has to pick up.
I guess their disables are really weak is the AM, unless they're going to pick some like Dusa or something. I assume the AM ban is just because he could, number one, he could reflect Razor static link. That would be awful because that's, basically Razor's whole value. Actually killing the AM before he blinks out is basically impossible with their current heroes. Maybe Naga is also a similar problem. They don't have very much AoE. Visage would get wrecked by it. It would be too big of a problem. They could Song when they relocate. I think those are really smart bans from Team Liquid.
Yeah, they're like 1v9 heroes as well, right? Dusa, TB, AM, Naga, all banned.
Does Liquid have enough tower and objective taking ability with just really a Visage? I guess Razor helps.
And you could say IO does too a little bit by healing the guy that hits towers.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Oh, dang. Nailed it. And Clockwork, how their whole team does it, right? Clockwork is going to help give vision and trees near the tower to make it easier to siege. You'll see people coming. You can help initiate. It all kind of fits together nicely, and they go for a Faceless Void. So that is going to mean either a Visage mid, or it's going to be a Razor mid with Visage off lane. Right? I guess it's Visage mid probably.
Or a super out of left field 5-position Razor.
Is Visage good against Batrider though?
I don't think so. I think he just gets crushed.
They're gonna face this Void mid with time dilation. Just gonna scream napalm me, bro, and then he'll press time dilation and he'll live every time. It's a cool pick against Batrider. That part's really good. They're gonna go for another illusion hero. They grab the PL. So AoE is gonna be a problem for Team Liquid. That is the biggest. I'm kind of confused by their lanes too. So I'm a bit unsure how this is gonna set up, but the PL's the biggest problem without a doubt though. But I guess Chrono can kill him.
Sure, I mean, it is Chrono or bust, right? You have to Chrono him and kind of link him from outside of the Chrono while doing damage with Zai's Visage. It feels like Liquid are just lacking damage as a whole. We'll see how their lanes do. It's a weird one from them for sure. I'd like Nigma's draft way better, all things considered.
I really liked what Liquid had with those first 4 versus 4 picks. I was like, okay, this looks pretty darn good for Liquid. Cool. But when that PL comes out and they pick the Void, now I'm like thrown to the wind. I'm not really sure what to think. And if there were not team names on either of these teams, I would easily look at Nigma's draft and be like, that is the better draft, no doubt.
All right, well, our analysts are going to pick Nigma's draft, although not necessarily Nigma from the sounds of it. But you know what? That is picking against a Liquid IO. And that, I don't know, that sounds risky. But it's time for our casters to take this away, see which team's going to take the lead in our series. I'm going to throw it over to B-Cop and Jenkins.
Thank you very much, panel. It is a fun matchup, and I kind of agree with if I didn't see team names, I'd probably be favoring Nigma on this one. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes. But again, I feel like the panel kind of knocked it right, as it's like, do you go up against the IO on Liquid? Can you even say for sure that the IO on Liquid is going to be beatable? I feel like it's been super unbeatable recently. Not sure, Jenkins. You gotta give me some hope for both teams.
It's a good hero. I was just distracted by the fact that I was way huger than you on the screen there. I'm really zoomed in, which is awesome.
I lowered my camera. I'll be a little bit taller, but it's cheating for me. I'm never that.
You're a little boy. I was a big juicy boy.
Yeah, I try to be a tall boy when I can. Cheated, took some growth hormones. Now here I am, 5'8". At least that's what it says on my license. So we're good. It's a lot.
That makes sense. Speaking of short, Boxy playing on this clockwork. Looks like he's going to be
30 seconds
playing in the 4 position, running right into all of them.
Yeah, that's running right into the entire side of Enigma, but all of a sudden Miracle takes a lot of damage, and he needs to be careful chasing after Boxy. They've soloed out GH. They've got 4 heroes chasing GH and getting that first blood.
What a Chad. What a Chad. Runs into all 5 and just casually walks it off. That windlace, man. That's a value windlace right there, bro.
Never doubt the extra 20 movement speed.
No, that's good stuff. Oh, yeah, we got a replay of this.
Oh, yeah. Look at this.
The balls on this guy. Oh, my God.
And then
5 heroes hitting
away.
him. Oh, just walks away, just casually. They're just slowly chasing him.
That's the kind of confidence I wish I had, because that is by far so much confidence to just walk into the team like that.
Yeah, that was cool. You love to see that.
Oh, 100%. I love these clashes.
What's our lanes?
Mid
every game now. Yeah, mid Void does very well versus the Batrider. At least in a side lane, this doesn't feel that great for a Batrider. And I couldn't imagine that mid is that much better, because I feel like a side lane is good for usually better for the Batrider, because you can chase people down, right? So you can like wait for the time dilation to fall off and then maybe kill the Void. But mid, Void he's not gonna struggle at all. The question is, like, can Liquid deal with the PL, I think, because the Batrider gets pretty adequately dealt with by this hero, as well as Io's pretty nice against Batrider to deal with the lassos. Bats don't really go for blink daggers that much these days, so it's not really about, lassoing and force staffing like before the person can like relocate out. Relocating from the bat lasso is pretty easy. No.
What's the game plan for killing off Miracle on this Phantom Lancer? Is it the same the whole way through, where it's just like chrono, like that's what we need to kill this Phantom Lancer, or are there other ways of dealing with this Phantom Lancer that Liquid have as options?
Honestly, Razor, I know if you looked on Dota Buff, like Razor probably has a pretty bad win rate against PL, but it is one of those things where if Razor's having like a decent game, you can link up the PL and you have enough move speed that you can actually chase him down and continue the link and know which one the real one is. So it's not like Liquid has absolutely nothing, but it is riding on Matumba Man not being like crazy far behind. If he's crazy far behind and Miracle is huge, then yeah, like PL just runs free with this game. But IO Razor, I mean, I feel like that's pretty hard to fall behind on. You just farm so damn quickly.
Used to see IO Sven be a pretty quick farming duo, using that relocate to get to different lanes and farming, of course, with Sven's cleave. So is that similar here where you're going to be able to keep up with a Razor? You've got obviously Plasma Field, you'll be moving around the map. I don't really think it's the same idea where you're just using the relocate to move from lane to lane to buff your farm, but what are the ways that Matu can kind of keep up with PL?
I feel like the thought process behind the Razor IO here is like, obviously you have the synergy of, you know, giving ridiculous move speed between the IO and the Razor, but usually when a Razor runs at somewhere on the map, you have to run away from him because he'll just outfarm anybody passively. So it's either like you run at him and you fight a Razor, or you run away from him. And so if you have an IO and Razor runs somewhere, then people run away and they run to the opposite side of the map where the 3 heroes you're gonna have are gonna be there, and then the IO relocates. I think that's the idea here, is that it like you have simultaneously this hero that the enemy team wants to run away from and not be anywhere near, and then hero that can relocate him elsewhere. It really like covers the entire map. At least for like, that is true for the, you know, like mid game. Obviously in the late game, it's kind of just 5-man central for everybody, even with an IO. But for the mid game, like that is going to give you a lot of farm. So it's kind of like you're limiting the enemy farm as opposed to farming a lot yourself, like with the Sven.
So I keep asking you questions on how Liquid can win this game and how they can do well towards the mid game. What about Nigma? Like, what's their ideal game plan going through this game? Is it more strictly focused on Miracle on the Phantom Lancer? Because you do have options in obviously the Bat Rider, and we've seen offlane DK kind of do its thing. So I feel like not all the weight is on Miracle if lanes go adequately.
Yeah, that's true. On the mid lane, actually, Arman is getting dove here. He got time dilated, but level 3 time dilation, actually, by the way. Mickey is fully maxing that out to hard counter this bat. But like you said, it's not just on the PL. Other than the Faceless Void, I think this is a pretty decent Batrider game. Like, he destroys Razor, destroys Visage, because you do so much damage through the armor. And you know, like an IO can relocate save through the lasso, but an IO can't out heal a Batrider sticky napalm. You know, 3 or 4 sticky napalm charges. Like, you're never gonna out heal through that. So it's really just the Void that counters the Batrider. So RMN can definitely carry this game if he gets to that BKB without, you know, having lost the game already.
And that's where we've seen Nigma kind of perform their best, when RMN has solid games. And I kind of compare this to that little time frame that LGD was playing with Zhao 8 over mid when they didn't have nothing to say. And the game plan, at least with LGD, what it felt like was they were just... Zhao 8, I think they were playing lane lost as a default. As long as he kept it close, that was okay. It feels like it's a little bit different here. Like, RMN has certainly had pretty amazing performances mid. They're just far and few in between to really make it as stable. So I do feel the similarities, and I'm very interested to see how this Batrider plays towards the mid game and how much they can rely on RMN.
Yeah, I feel that too. Like in this game, I think he's doing fantastic for you know, being against a lane counter. Batrider also just like generally is not that good of a laner anymore. Like ever since the original nerfs where they made basically all of his abilities complete dog trash at level 1, like the hero needs a lot of levels, so he usually loses lanes. Like I feel like they are doing what you said, like they're picking him stuff that can always like kind of go even in lanes or be okay with just getting XP. Like that's why he's a lot of these offlaners. You know, they're these XP dependent heroes.
We were seeing that when Jowie did it, he was playing a lot of Pangolier over mid, just get that level 6, use the Rolling Thunder to your ability, and it was more on the offlaner to get
okay.
As...
Did you see that? Did you see the Tranquil Boots drop? He dropped the Tranquil Boots twice between auto attacks, and it actually kept him alive there. That was cool. That was cool. That usually doesn't... Well, that was very risky. If he gets hit by a Caudal Blast and his Tranquil Boots are still on the ground, that is going to be rough. Yeah, that was cool, though. Sorry, I was distracted by that. I was just like one of those...
Oh, no, that's fine. I get
4 plays.
I love the little plays like that. I get distracted by, like, efficient stacking. I'm big on that. As Zai getting run down by 3 heroes. Kuroki, RMN, and Miracle over here to get this kill onto Zai, so slowing down this this Visage, which see Zai play that. I know in the past I've seen Faith Beyond play that, and it can really output quite a bit of damage in the mid game. GH now getting chased, Static Link onto the Caudal, but they don't quite have the damage, and with the Dragon Tail, GH is able to get behind the tier 2 tower. So let's see it
here
again.
Here we go. Yeah, this is...
Oh. And again.
Like, look at that. That legitimately saved him. The little bit of regen. That's... Dude, it's hard to find, like, clips of that for videos. Like, I put that tip in a video, and it's like, I watch 100 replays, and I can't find a single one where somebody actually does that, because it's just so hard.
Well, I mean, it's either you pull it off like that, or you drop your Yules, and it's the other thing, right?
Yeah. Dude, I lost a Vanguard on Axe the other day, dropping it to Juan.
Oh, gosh.
Dude, Arman, he's got Lasso. He's doing so much work in the side lanes.
Onto Matumba Man, but they do have the tether, and Senya trying to save Matumba Man, and now Mickey comes over with the time dilation, has the chrono on a 2. They have brought over GH, so 3 heroes here, and Mickey, well, his chrono doesn't net him a kill just yet. RMN on the run finally dies to Mickey, and Senya kind of low, but he's still tethered with the cogs around mind control. This is going really well with Boxy having the double damage. Time dilation once again. GH also hit by that time dilation, so they're thinking about diving the tier 1 towers. They've got this tether, the first hit bash, looking for one more right click, and it will be a double kill and 3 dead on the side of Nigma. So really well done there by Liquid. The chrono didn't exactly get them everything, but it was certainly enough to, as you see, get 3 kills, and they want even more. Mickey going to the top lane. They look to get this kill with Zai. So Soul Assumption thrown out. Kuroki falls to this Visage, and it's 4 kills around the map.
Yeah, Mickey's completely hard countering this, or completely hard carrying this game right now. This, to me, looks like a classic Batrider game where the Bat is just going to all of the side lanes and snowballing and becoming a massive problem. Like, you see this a lot. After this kill, usually, the Batrider's just untouchable. But Mickey coming in and realizing that, like, he's the guy that counters Batrider and that he needs to follow him around the map, it's really good that Liquid recognizes this and they bring everybody here for this rotation. Like, this was about to be a disaster for Liquid. Batrider was about to run over this game. And then not only that, but Mickey, he shows up to this by walking there and just anticipating the gank. And then he heads up top to the counterplay that Nigma was trying to make, because they're like, oh, everybody on Liquid is bot, so let's go on Zai here. And so he actually rotates to both and kind of salvages the game. I know it's like, obviously they've had a gold lead this entire time, but I'm telling you, man, this is how Batrider plays. Like, what it was looking like for RMN was that he was going to run away with the game. That's just how Batrider works. It's a super snowbally hero.
Yeah, Tusk may be the one who has the snowball ability, but it's certainly, you know, Batrider can get out of control really quickly if you don't keep an eye on him. And
oh yeah,
and also that chrono was well placed too. Like, I could definitely see other Void players just throwing the chrono, and all of a sudden it locks in Insania as well, so he doesn't have that opportunity to kind of back up, heal up, get the tether once again, and maybe that fight doesn't go as well. But that was a perfectly placed chrono to throw not only RMN in that, but have the other hero on the edge of the chrono where it didn't affect the IO. So it's just, it feels like little things like that too that are really helping Liquid. And then they take the tier 1 tower because Zai survives top and he's able to push with these familiars. It's definitely little things coming together for Liquid, and that's not to say that Nigma are in a bad spot. They're only down 2,000 gold at the moment, and I think Miracle's in a decent spot right now, but he is being beat so far by Mickey by about 1,200 gold if you want to go 1-to-1 on that.
Yeah, Mickey is definitely making this Void look worth picking. Like, I think when you pick your mid laner a weird hero like this to counter pick, it's one of those things that can go horribly wrong, where you just have this mid Void and it, you know, you're a carry on the mid lane, you don't have that much damage, you're not that great with runes. Like, there's a lot of differences between this and a regular mid laner. As actually RMN is getting caught out by Boxy.
Yeah,
Oh,
hook
boy.
shot landed, and once you get hit by the hook shot, you've got the battery assault. The follow-up was there with the soul assumption. They get a kill on RMN, and that will slow down his game. As much as Batrider can snowball, he can also fall off a cliff real hard too. Like this hero needs to
he can.
teeter on the edge all the time. Miracle? Okay, does have Chronosphere if he wants to use it, but doesn't have anybody there with him, and there's no tier 1 to TP to.
Yeah, not quite enough damage to deal with that. And I'm actually... Mickey is going for Aghanim Scepter first.
Yeah.
So it looks like he's going to go for some like Mjolnir or I don't know, maybe Battle Fury if he's feeling even cheekier, plus Aghanim Scepter build, and that's the way of dealing with the PL illusions. And it's just not so common of a Void build these days that I didn't think about it, but that is definitely a good, decent counter to the PL. Like when that was the build, like Void was actually a PL counter. So, and with the game that Mickey's having, he can afford to build greedy type carry items like this. I mean, he's top net worth when his actual carry has an IO with him, which is supposed to amplify your farm. That's how good of a game Mickey is having.
It's 3-0
1v5ing.
Yeah, he's really having a great game, and I think that, of course, I've already said this phrase once, but it teetered on the edge of that fight over bottom where they were able to get the chrono and turn that around. Like you said, I mean, that is a foretelling fight that could end up... it seems like a small fight, but that fight could change the feel of the game completely. It goes from RMN snowballing to Mickey having an open game and getting an axe first.
Yeah, I mean, like, you see RMN die there, and because of that, doesn't get his boots of travel, which he was about to have. He still doesn't have them. And then Boxy, like, almost solo kills him, and he's hooking him again.
So he's just short of the boots of travel. Hookshot comes in, RMN on the run. He just wants to survive so he can purchase these boots of travel. And he will.
Good patience from Mickey. If he jumps in there and Chronos, Kuro was sitting right there, ready with the Fiend's Grip, so... that's actually very
now
good.
in trouble. Bottom lane, Zai's just going after him, and they relocate to get this kill. So Mind Control by himself, he'll be caught out for that. He's going for the Blink Dagger because they want to have that initiation with the Elder Dragon form, Blink Dragon Tail, and Miracle's finished off the Diffusal, now going for the Manta. So there is item progression here for Nigma, and they're going to get a couple of items with the Boost Travel, the Diffusal, as well as the Blink Dagger, where they're not down so much, where I think they honestly could find themselves a fight if they work with like the Fiend's Grip as well. It just depends on the map movement. I'm trying to see where they're looking to set up.
This is the timing, though, you know? Like, if they don't successfully take a bunch of kills on the next fight with these 3 items, I don't think this game gets any easier for them.
Right.
Especially with the cool build that Mickey is going. I don't think they're going to be able to bring this back without some absolute, you know, no pun intended, but miracle. With that being said, like, this timing is a really strong one. So it's not like it's asking a lot to, like, oh, go do something with these 3 incredibly powerful items. It's like, this is what they're playing for, right? So it's not abnormal. Although if there's a Roshan, that makes the timing a lot harder to hit because you have to kill a guy twice.
Yeah. And it looks like it's going to be that way. There is nobody coming over from the side of Nigma, and this Roche is going to be free for Liquid.
Great call from Liquid.
Yeah. Because, like you said, you probably expect that timing, right? Like, you feel it coming from Nigma, you know the items they're building, and you're getting a grasp of feeling like this is the mid game, and if they want to go for us, they're going to have to use Fiend's Grip or Lasso, and if we have 2 lives, it maybe feels like we have nullified that.
Very hard to orchestrate where you're actually killing these heroes. Yeah, it's...
Yeah.
Mickey needing to die twice means he needs to basically get maybe DK stunned and killed with a lucky DK stun and then into the Fiend's Grip.
Now he's got Ags, though. Makes everything way tougher.
I mean, there are answers for Enigma, though. Like, they do have... If it was just the Lasso or just the Fiend's Grip, it would be a little bit harder. But they, you know, if they Fiend's Grip him, they can Lasso him afterwards. RMN, man. I do like how RMN is playing here, where he's cutting creep waves, playing on the enemy side. It got him killed one time, but it's something that's making a lot of space for his team. It's getting good wards down, too. I think they may have seen that smoke. Oh, man, it was just out of the ward vision that he placed.
Time walk. Trying to find RMN. They'll follow the breadcrumbs all the way, and Chrono used... Oh, the sound went off. I don't know if... maybe I'm delusional, but I swear I heard the TP sound, and they still got the kill on RMN.
That was very close. That was very close. He wanted to hold the haste rune. He had a haste, so he could have gotten away there if he wanted, but such a value rune on Batrider.
Mind Control getting chased by Boxy. Boxy by himself. Now finally getting some help from Insania as well as Matumba Man as they come in with the relocate. Miracle trying to get a kill here, but Boxy again is surviving with just a minuscule amount of health. They've got the Familiar down on a Miracle. Miracle trying to run. Mickey's here. He doesn't have a Chronosphere. They'll get the Nightmare, give Miracle some space. And now Kuroki in some trouble. They have the lasso. That lands onto the Razor. He's pulled out by himself. Matumba Man under the tower. The time walk in. That's with the Ags, but they still get the kill on a Matumba Man. They've taken out one apiece, and the Aegis is gone. So now maybe they'll look to get a kill on a Mickey. It's 4 heroes around this Faceless Void with no Chronosphere. There's the time walk out, but it's not far enough away from these heroes just yet. They've got the defusal once again. They'll get the kill on a Mickey, and Miracle, he looked to be in a lot of trouble, and he survives. And not only does he survive, but he gets a double kill, and that is a great turnaround from Nigma.
Yeah, Chakra Magic plus the PL looking very strong in that fight. He basically had 100% uptime on the Doppelganger. GH was just constantly pumping him with mana, and it made him insanely difficult to kill.
They're going back in, though. They want to go for Miracle. They've got the Battery Assault. Boxy with the Cogs. That blocks out Mind Control, keeping Miracle soloed out. And when you're soloed out as the Phantom Lancer, you're very killable. And Boxy will get credit for that kill, knowing that a lot of these abilities on the side of Nigma are on cooldown. They're going to go and fight again. They want to go after GH. Blinding Light thrown out, but Matumba Man ends on the other side of the tower, and GH will just run because his death is inevitable. And they will take out 2.
That seemed to me like a bit of a...
They're relocating. They want to now go for RMN. They've come over. They're going all the way across the map. Mind Control, he'll come through and try and save his Batrider with the Blink as well as the Dragon Tail, but RMN still falls. Kuroki's in too far, and he'll die as well. So 4 kills around the map. I mean, Liquid just lost the fight. What's going on? They're everywhere.
That just snowballed from bot. Like, basically what happened is that Nigma, they didn't think that Liquid had all of their heroes back to that bot area again, which I can understand because it's kind of a bad place to play in general. It's far away from the Roche pit. It's far away from the enemy towers, the enemy base.
The bloodbath kind of continuing. Boxy finally falls. Not going to survive 4v1 this time. But Chrono on a 3. Nikkei's got himself a good setup for the rest of the team. They've got the static link to start this one off. Miracle goes with the Doppelganger, trying to get away from the side of Liquid. They'll end up losing GH. As RMN will throw forward that Flame Break, gets the lasso on the Zai, but they have the tether. They're trying to keep alive this Visage. Miracle taking a lot of damage, but finally Kuroki with the brains have to finish off the Visage. Zai goes down. Now, Fireball. Ooh, Fiend's Grip out on Matumba Man, but that gets stopped. Mickey's in onto Kuroki, trying to get the kill onto the Bane as they'll continue to chase. They've got the Dragon Tail as well as Miracle going after Matumba Man. They've lost Kuroki, but they get the kill onto the Razor. They'll take out Insania. Now Mickey up against RMN as well as Mind Control as Miracle is focusing his attention on a Boxy, but RMN will get focused down by the Faceless Void. The Time Walk onto the high ground. Doppelganger to follow him, and Miracle wants this, but the Familiar Stun. It will probably help Mickey survive, but then he goes back in. Blink, Dragon Tail, haste on the ground. Zai's Familiar looking to maybe scoop this one up, but Miracle's the one who gets it, and Mind Control going back in might have cost him his life. It will. Mind Control goes down to Mickey, and now the cogs are down. Miracle, not a lot of health to work with. The Time Walk with the Ags bashes him up. They've got the time dilation, and still Boxy survives, and Miracle will fall.
Oh my god, it doesn't end.
H getting the kill on
Just
Boxy.
relax.
And
just relax, boys. Oh my god.
I don't know if you've ever seen the State Farm commercial where he's got the fishing rod out and he's like, oh, you're gonna have to be quicker than that. That was the whole thing there with Mickey. As he time walks in, time walks out, hiding around the trees. Oh, blink for me? Okay, I've got help. That's fine. You're gonna have to be quicker than that to kill me.
And he's building a Radiance. So he did have a Maelstrom queued up, but he's going for, he's realizing like exactly what you said. He's just staying alive in these fights. So he's going to do a lot of damage with the Radiance.
Oh, RMN getting soloed here, and well, at the end, typical carry mentality coming in to try and swipe that kill away with the relocate. Unneeded though, but they still get the kill on the RMN. And he's now sitting at 1-6-6, so his game certainly got a lot tougher.
Yeah, he needs that BKB real bad. Time dilation is completely dumpstering him. So is Boxy on the Clockwork, even though, you know, you can Firefly out of the cogs. Like, he's still just sitting on him with the battery assault and such a pain. Visit Birds are a pain as well.
Familiar's level 2, and they really just output so much damage.
Crazy that we just had a 7-minute fight or something like that, and then now they're just so chill. They're just evasive maneuvers. Now Nigma doesn't want to fight. It's like, all right, guys.
We want the Manta, we want the Heart. Oh, hook shot missing. Time walk, time dilation, GH.
He even stops to shovel. That's a Chad move right there.
I've got time, right?
Yeah, he's good, man. He's got a horse and a force. So, you know, he's good.
Like the rhymes.
Yeah. See, how close are we to BKB on RMN? Still not really close. I mean, when the map gets smaller like this, you, and by smaller, I just mean you feel less safe farming, you know, jungle camps away from your team. You feel like you need to be closer. Like, oftentimes, it's the offlaner that stops getting the farm. As we've seen from this team with RMN as a stand-in, they've got 2 offlaners, basically. So in this game, it's actually him that's losing out on the farm. So his BKB timing is just getting more and more delayed as the game progresses.
Yeah, his farm is kind of falling off really hard.
Yeah.
I think maybe Boxy understanding where RMN might be as he's drawing all over the map.
Circling Roche, yep, that will be up in 44 seconds. We are at the point where that's kind of the objective for both teams for the rest of the game.
And they have Chrono to work with. Like, they can pretty securely take that Roche. Pickoffs, obviously. Benefits. But that's exactly
Rocket Flare.
Trying to make it easier.
Oh, man. RMN, he's... Oh, if he died right before. Kuro, great positioning. Yeah, amazing positioning. I mean, you know he knows. You know he knows, right? It's like, this is right before Roshan respawns too. He has buyback. He'll be up by the time. Like, that's just great 5-position play, standing in that smoke there. If RMN dies right before he gets his BKB, it's a complete disaster. And now he's on the top lane. He can actually farm his BKB. He's got it.
So that'll be important into these next fights to try and survive. And maybe give them, if they can kill 1 or 2 of these heroes on Liquid, maybe give them a spot to just go in and...
BK's bot.
Grab Roche.
He saw Miracle on the lane ward.
And there's the Boots of Travel. They're going to relocate for this as well. They'll go to the Chrono and actually locks up the 3 of them. That's a bit of an issue. They'll come around with the BKBs, popped around the horn. They'll go after Insania. They've got the Fiend's Grip now on a Mickey. Miracle trying to get the kill here out onto the IO first, but the time walk in, Mickey destroys Kuroki. Rips him to shreds with that Ags, and they're going to try and chase Miracle. Got 3 heroes chasing him forward, and I'll go to the Manta. There's the familiar hook shot follow. Miracle dead, and they've got what they came for. Kuroki being the +1 on that. A little bit, you know, shaky when he hit the Chrono on both Matumba Man as well as Insania, but...
Yeah, I mean, Miracle succeeds with his illusion bait play, which was very nice. Mickey goes on the wrong hero and just wastes all of his time, gets gripped. So this almost goes very well for Team Nigma, but I think the idea of catching Miracle out there, like, just doing that and seeing him on the lane ward is enough to make that a good play. Even with the Chronosphere being baited out by the Miracle illusion play, it's still... The catch out is too far away from the Nigma base for other heroes to come in and save in time. Like, there just wasn't damage there to use that Chronosphere, the Miracle play, you know? If they had all of their heroes there for that, it would have been a really good play for Nigma. But Mickey, like, he's just too on point with his positioning. Map positioning, that is. Obviously, with positioning of the Chrono, he hit the wrong illusion, but it just didn't matter.
Now they've got themselves an Aegis off of that. And kept Miracle dead long enough where they felt confident to go in, time walk out. He just picked up that shard from that second Roche as well as the Aegis. Kuroki's got to be a little bit careful on where he stands. His positioning now in these fights is just like, can I even get a full-time Fiend's Grip off? It's on cooldown for another 16 seconds, but there's so many things that you have to be aware of. The time walk with the Ags being one of them, and then the hook shot the other, and then Familiar.
I just watched, box
shot in. Now he's nightmared. Kuroki on the run. Time walk hits both RMN as well as Kuroki. They'll go, though, with the Dragon Tail, trying to get the kill on a Boxy. They've got the lasso on a Matumba Man. The time walk in, and now out hitting Kuroki and killing off the Bane, but they didn't get Matumba Man into the base. The Flame Break pushes him back into the Fireball. They've taken the top set of racks. Miracle unable to find a entry point.
Boxy survived at 10% HP. Again. Shocking. Very nice from Insania, though. Like, I like that Insania, in a fight like that, you're always going to be debated to tether your core, like especially your Razor, because he gets lassoed. But Insania basically realized that his Razor could survive on his own, and that if he tethers Boxy, he can keep both of them alive, which was really awesome. Awesome Wisp play. I mean, pretty flashy for a hero that just kind of tethers to somebody. That's about as flashy as it gets.
Armin doesn't have BKB available for 24 more seconds. He's kind of staying on the cliff edge of the base. He'll survive. Time dilation is just such a nuisance. Gosh,
it is. By the way, the time dilation on GH, I saw he had 6 stacks of it on him. Time dilation, very weird counter to the Coddle, because for whatever reason, Illuminate counts as 2 spells. So there's a cooldown on it, but then also I think the channel on it has a cooldown as well. So for some reason, if you've used Illuminate, time dilation affects you twice. It's beyond me why that works. So it really destroys a Coddle. Almost like he's an Invoker and he's used like all of his spells.
Well, I guess with that, it's time to play Dota player's favorite game, bug or intended. Is that a bug or is it intended? Meanwhile,
yes.
Bottom, Miracle with the hook shot, and the cogs are down. Miracle looking very dead here. He'll try to run with the Doppelganger, but Boxy with the flare will clean him up. So Miracle dead for 60 seconds, and now a big opportunity for Liquid to take even more of the Nigma base.
By the way, that's the interaction that I was talking about like way early on in the game about the Razor versus PL matchup. It's one of those things where like it seems like it's very PL favored, but then in practice, you see a lot of the time that PL can't jump far enough to break the static link, so Razor just sees who the real target is. It's like the Wind Ranger versus PL matchup where you focus fire the real PL.
They'll look, try to make their way up onto the high ground once again. And by try, I mean they'll just go for it. They can time walk in, they can time walk out, hook shot in as well. So Boxy with the cogs pushing RMN right into the side of Liquid, and it's an easy kill onto the Bat Rider as they take the tier 3 over mid. And time dilation and the time walk, everything there for them to get both kills. Kuroki, GH, Chrono down. I mean, it all works out. 3 buybacks already used. They'll try to get the kill into Insania. Maybe they'll focus up this IO, but they've got the lasso out on Azai. Miracle, not sure who he wants to attack just yet, but they'll finish off Insania. They'll get the Wisp out of the fight, but they've lost Kuroki again before his buyback symbol was even gone. Zai falling without buyback. They still have the Aegis on Mickey, so maybe they'll chase, but it's 2 lives they have to rip through. Mind Control looking to maybe get a stun here, but the time walk in, time walk out is just so much to deal with. Time walk, hook shot, and the bash is coming through thanks to the Ags. They're now forced to run. They've bought back on the IO. They're getting the damage out on the GH as well as Mind Control. They found Miracle, but there's no Miracle that's going to save Miracle. GH will fall. These heroes don't have buyback. Miracle has his, but
what's it gonna do?
Not looking like,
what's it gonna do? Yeah. You have to hope that somehow Mickey ends up in the fountain and dies twice. With no Bat Rider available to lasso him into there. Like he disconnects. Mind Control's going for it though. He's gonna try to take the Aegis.
Blink, Dragon Tail, buyback coming out, and that was as the Aegis expired. The timing was, but the damage is not.
Insania just right there with the Holy Lock and the mech play. I like the attempt though. I mean that was pretty cool. I didn't even notice that the Aegis was about to despawn. That's really smart.
He was right on it.
Yeah, that's the one play that they can make to keep Liquid out of their base. So Mind Control actually kind of keeps the game alive with that because he takes away the Aegis regeneration, which would have had Mickey at full HP and they could be throning right now. But they backed out. Mickey's healed up now at this point. But all of Nigma, they've respawned, so not so easy to push the throne.
Yeah, but the cliff gets steeper for Nigma to bring this one back.
It does. It's looking like Everest at this point.
Yeah. Hopefully with a lot less trash at the top.
And corpses, frozen corpses as well.
Yeah, I guess that too.
Don't call them trash, V-Cup. That's very rude.
I wasn't talking about... whoa. No more words in my mouth. Come on.
So what's the timing? What's Liquid waiting for? I mean, I think they could probably just go throne with the chrono cooldown. I guess they're just getting the map good, pushing everything in. I don't think they need to wait for Aegis. Maybe just look for a pick-off or something, because you know Nigma, they're going to get impatient. Like, you can't just sit in your base. Any good team knows that, and you see RMN already is trying to get out and cut waves, which is the right thing to do.
You've kind of seen that from Nigma, right? When they're on their heels, they'll almost force themselves out of the base. They know that.
Yeah, they don't just sit in base. Yeah, this team does not sit in base, and it's something that's looked incredibly good in the past. But at other times, it also looks like, you know, a game that they could have held out. They just kind of walk out of base, fight, and then quote-unquote throw. But I do think it's the correct play. Like, when it comes to strategic stuff, like, obviously a Kuro team, you know, this is Nigma, like, they're on point with that. They're playing with a stand-in. So maybe there's some issues with the draft, but strategy, like, that's not an issue with this team.
Hook shot misses, time walk in. He's got the chrono, no more double damage, so at least they're safe from that. But it's the slow siege from Liquid looking for the right opportunity. And only 15 seconds left until Hookshot is back up again. They throw Rocket Flare over to Roche with 24 seconds remaining on it.
You see Insania drawing on the map. He's like, this is where we're farming.
This is
if I could draw an entire square, I would. But I'm too busy being tethered. But that was an attempt at a square.
It looks like an attempt at it hard, honestly. Kind of had that inseam.
Oh, look at the little arrow drawn by Mickey. He's like, all right, Zai, you're useless. We don't need you, buddy. Go farm this. Nobody's farming that. That's free farm, bud. And Zai's like, all right, okay.
I'll take it.
I feel like usually we see Zai with a much more profound impact than in this game, but he just hasn't had to do anything. There was
the best though.
There was a couple of bird stuns in there, you know. That was all. Those were cool, but he's kind of just chilling. He's an aura guy. That's a contribution.
AC, Vlad's, Boots of Bearing.
No Wraith Pact, though. Did just get buffed and still no Wraith Pact. Holy shit, Armen is there. Armen sees Zai, bro. Or did they? I don't know if they saw each other, but they walked right past each other.
The courier's going to spot Armen, or, well, Armen's going to grab a nice... Oh, no. No, he's not.
No. Oh,
boy.
no.
Oh, boy.
He's too pathetic. He can't even kill a donkey. Oh, no. My boy.
Can't kill the throw courier. Hookshot was rough. Like just a second late. If he stayed to kill that courier, he would have probably died. I almost want to say solo to Boxy. Roche is out.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm always more excited when it's Ag's Blessing, but it is Refresher Shard.
Yeah, I think most people would agree with that. Unless you have like a Tide Hunter. I mean, I suppose Mickey having a double chrono sounds pretty decent.
You want to know what it is? We just had that patch where Refresher Orb was being built on everybody. So, like, Refresher Shard's just like, oh, they're refreshing again. And I'm kind of on that mindset where it's like, I'll just take Ags. That's cool.
I mean, I do still feel like we see it a lot. Like, Matumba, for example, you know, he's got 2 in his inventory now. And, you know, it's exactly like you said. It's like, oh, he gets to refresh a 3rd time. Wow. 2 Chronos is way cooler. But Mickey, he wants his boots because he's in and out. He's all about that mobility.
Hook shot off the mark again, but that is definitely one of those spells that you could just kind of throw. It's 30 second cooldown. It's really nothing.
Super short cooldown now. It used to be a lot longer when they had the Aghanim Scepter just straight up reduce the cooldown of it, but then they changed the Ags, they gave it a shorter cooldown, so now it's like it's super spammable. Even level 1, it's not super punishing to use it.
Anything under like 70 seconds, I feel like, is low cooldown.
Yeah, I feel that. They've got 2 catapults, by the way, so this is a very difficult wave for Nigma to defend.
They'll try to defend. Time walk in. BKB used. Hook shot lands on a mind control. They've got the static link. There's the time walk over for the chrono. It'll land. They'll kill off Kuroki. He doesn't have buyback. He's dead for 42 seconds. Miracle, though, going after Boxy as he's trying to get the kill into the clockwork, but he is surrounded. He is killed, and there's nothing Miracle can do. I mean, this was what we were thinking was inevitable, and they'll call GG. Full team wipe, losing nothing here for Liquid, and they take game 1 with ease.
Yeah, the game was over a long time ago. Really, it was going to take a lot to bring Nigma back in that game. I just don't really think they have the heroes for it. I don't see what sequence of spells they could press to really bring that back. But
yeah,
that game was mostly the Mickey show. You know, the supports also had a lot of an impact, but it really felt like Mickey was kind of 1v5ing for the first like 15 minutes of that game. And then after that, it's like the game looks really easy for the rest of his team because he just blew the game wide open. With a weird hero too, Faceless Void mid, not something you normally see. He was 15, 1 and 18. So he was involved in almost every single kill in the game, which is insane for a Faceless Void mid.
Yeah, and it all kind of teetered off that fight bottom where they ended up getting the kill into RMN. Mickey survives and they clean up 3-0. That was a big turnaround for them, and of course he was just involved in everything. And Boxy, he's going in. He's very confident in playing that clockwork. Really no fear in his eyes when he's going up against 3, 4, maybe the whole team of heroes. But Liquid played a really good game 1, and they've got themselves a 1-0 lead so far, and we'll see if they can take the 2-0, but we'll be taking a quick break and bringing it back to the panel afterwards, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all of these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. these problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Well, our analysts, they favored the Nigma draft if they didn't actually look at the names of the teams on the hero. So kind of think you guys were on the right track there, where maybe the team name mattered a little more than the draft in this case. Where did things go so wrong for Nigma?
There was always this gut feeling that PL could pull it out and 1v9 and win the game, but I think Liquid were just so systematic in what they knew they wanted to do and needed to do. You know, they moved top after winning pretty much all of their lanes. Mika's Void did very well. Matu rotated top. They took tier 1 there. They moved mid, took tier 1 there. They got first Roshan, second Roshan. They took high ground. They took barracks. It was literally just toppling dominoes one after the other, while Nigma's kind of hold them back, wait for PL to come, and that time just never arrived.
And they also ganked him sometimes too. They looked a little bit iffy. It's like Clockwork chasing a PL. That didn't look very solid, but he knows that if he gets the disable off, the relocate comes, and there's going to be follow-up damage, and PL can't outfight that one. So by the time he gets heart, sure, that's the item he wanted, but look at all the beautiful items on the enemy squad. Everybody has a lot of really powerful items. So they were able to take it to him. Mickey was able to poke in very nicely. That's the guy that we that basically ended up shutting down Armen's Batrider, at least in the laning stage. Armen did a great job ganking sidelines, but Mike's net worth was far and above everyone else's at the 10-minute mark. So he gets the fast ags, and then all of a sudden they have a better poke solution. They can hit buildings, but he also makes it hard for the supports and the other heroes to even approach because he's going to hit him with that big time dilation.
This Faceless Void build from Mickey, it looked like a troll build, right? He rushes Aghanims, he buys a Radiance. This is not in any of our stats. This is not in any of our guides. Why did this work so? Purge, you touched on it briefly, but let's expand. Why was this so successful?
Me and Gary are maybe the perfect people for this moment because we're both ability draft of fixture and autos. So you have to invent weird builds all the time. And this one's straightforward, right? You get tankiness from Ags. You buy an item on Radiance that does damage by you staying alive and being near your opponents. But the reason it worked was because his net worth was abundantly higher than it was supposed to be, and because Batrider's was a little bit lower. And he was able to also use that with very safe movements and plays, so he didn't die very often. He only died one time in this whole game. And then after he died once, he's like, I'm buying a Lincoln so I never die again. That is why this build worked. It's because he did not die, and he used it carefully, and it made sense. Me and Gary would have died like 10 times and be like, this build sucks.
For sure. Yeah, we had worries about Liquid's draft in terms of lockdown and damage against the PL, and it's kind of like the Aghanim Scepter just on its own solved those problems. Like, sure, there's an AC and there's a Shivers and there's a Mech and you've got Overcharge from IO buffing up this Faceless Void. But that intelligence and realization, like, hey, if I go Aghanim Scepter, I can jump in, do like 30% damage to a Kothel or a Bane. Now they don't want to initiate anymore. I jump out again, then I jump back in, and there's nothing they can do to actually stop and kill me. So I'm winning, like, he's basically winning team fights alone. The rest of his team comes in to clean up, but he's already set that first, move in action by taking these heroes down low.
And even just like his skill build too was kind of cool. He only got 1 point in time lock. He maxed out time dilation first, then jump. And he had Ags with 1 point in time lock, but that was completely fine. In some ways, it made it better, right? Because normally you have to get a lot of time lock points. That's a lot of resources, and you have to buy damage items. Instead, he guarantees the bash, and he has low cooldown time lock, and he has time dilation. In some ways, this was like the highest damage build that he could have at level 12. It was kind of crazy how well it worked out, frankly.
And he had Grove Bow, and then he found the Cloak as well, so he had even more magic damage from his Radiance and his time lock.
Yeah.
Everything worked out for them.
It was definitely fun to watch, and they had IO to save everybody else that might need any safety. I think Zai played well also. Good bird micro, great itemization. He like rushed Tranquils into Vlad's. It's about time the Vlad's got cheap enough to be valued as an early item, but it's only 24.50 gold. It's 3 armor to your whole squad. It's mana regen. It's damage. It's lifesteal. These are all really good benefits. That's going to help keep everybody alive and help with your death ball. So cool to see him rush that too.
I know we were debating whether or not Visage was a Zai hero or had been in the past, but I think that Visage Boxy, obscene amounts of damage. Gareth, you were saying levels 1 through 3 in the lane was just impossible for Nigma to deal with.
Yeah, as soon as Kuroki stood away from a creep wave, he'd go and try and maybe stop a pull or get a ward down. Boxy would be there with Battery Assault, and that's enough damage to have a full damage Soul Assumption thrown at him, and suddenly Kuroki's sitting at 30% HP, and he's not in the lane anymore. So that gave so much to Zai. Obviously Mika did very well mid lane, but Zai, from an offlane perspective, was also last hitting like every creep in the wave.
So looking forward to the next game, because we have a draft in front of us. That timing was not intentional, but I'll take it. Armen was not their second pick. They did switch things up a little bit, and it wasn't enough for them. They're still relying really heavily on Miracle, which Liquid is aggressively banning against. How can Nigma shake this up?
Well, you've already seen what Team Liquid's trap was. They said, we'll let the Batrider through. I'm sure, 100% sure, that they practiced playing Faceless Void mid against each other as a Batrider, just to like work out a couple of the ins and outs of the matchup. And then they just let it through, and they said, when it comes, if it comes, we'll pick Faceless Void. And they made it work. Will they have another solution if it's not Batrider, if it's somebody else? That's the question. But I think right now, if Nigma doesn't ban Faceless Void at later stages of the draft, then I think there's low chance that they're going to grab Bat again due to what happened. Or they would need better solutions against the Ags, Radiance, Faceless Void, because let's be real, how else do you counter it? How do you beat it? I don't know.
It kind of feels like it transcends the draft as well. It's just the way that Nigma have been playing, where everything's telegraphed, everything's kind of obvious in terms of what they're doing and where they're going to be on the map. Like you mentioned, they found the PL a couple of times in the previous game, and you look at the map thinking, okay, Liquid have like 3-4 heroes in that top dire jungle. They've got wards there. They know there's no one showing top or mid, and you know that Miracle's going to be out on the map farming somewhere. So they just send Boxy down, and he just runs down into bot jungle saying, hey, look, Miracle's down here, found him. And if that's the same playstyle they continue to pull out, it feels like Liquid just know how to play against it.
Yeah, they did a really good job with that. They opened with a Shadow Shaman and a Pango. I would not be surprised if Pango fits into Armen's hero pool, but if that isn't his hero, then I would anticipate it being Tusk that gets picked for him. That was the pairing that we saw the other day that had some synergy. But Team Liquid opening with Mars, very flexible in their picks. CK is still in the pool. Maybe somebody they want, but instead they're going to go for the Grimstroke. I would anticipate Liquid pick CK second phase. I assume Nigma would be wise to ban it out, but regardless, great dual lane combo, and it'll transition well.
Is it worth Nigma picking up Miracle's hero in the second phase so that he actually has a hero left to pick this time?
It can be, yeah, but I would wait until the fourth pick for sure. If they pick a third pick here, it's going to be something else generic. Unless it's like CK. If they can pick a generic carry that they're happy with for Miracle, then they'll snag it. But other than that, they should go back to the standard drafting style for second pick, and that's just pick another generic third hero, either their 5, an offlaner, whatever else that it's harder to digest their lineup.
I'm glad they've moved away from Kotl, though. Like, I liked it in the previous one. The Kotl DK opener looks strong, but Shadow Shaman just gives you so much more. It gives you lockdown, gives you lane potential, tower push, and it gives you that ability to play with your other cores. If Miracle is going to be away farming and hiding in the jungle, then you have this, Shadow Shaman Pango that can start a fight and transition that into an objective or a tower, even early Roshan for them.
Yeah, I don't like Shadow Shaman laning. I think that's his biggest weakness by far, personally. And in fact, last time Nigma played it with GH, he died a lot in the laning stage. I think it was like 1-5-1 or something by 10-ish minutes. So that was a problem. He's just one of those supports that is easy to kill if both of his enemies go on him. Instead, he can't run away very fast, and if he tries to shackle until the fight's over, he's usually going to die first anyways. It's kind of irrelevant. So that's exploitable, certainly by the dual lane that Liquid has. If their safe lane is also strong, then no matter where Shaman goes, he might have a tough time. But he is really good at those other phases. He's totally way better at playing with his teammates and getting kills than Kotl is. He has a little bit better at objectives than Kotl is too. So positives and negatives, but frankly, I'm a little surprised to see him get so much love.
And we don't know where the Grim's going, right? It could be 4 with the Mars, but Grimstroke's a hero that offers you kill threat in both side lanes. Like if it is CK you're mentioning, it could be CK Grim or it could be Mars Grim. So you've got that threat on both lanes.
The Doom has not been touched yet by these teams. I can't remember if it was banned last game. It's obviously a strong Grim combo, but then that puts Mars in a weird place, right?
Well, Doom is actually one of those offlaners that is very flexible laning, kind of like Mars, I guess. Mid Doom does happen sometimes. I think the Necrophos ban screams to me Tiny. That was the hero that usually outlaned Tiny. I don't know if Nigma will go that method. A lot of their other heroes got banned. Team Liquid this game says the Void won't fit into our lineup, and they go for an Enigma as their pick. Interesting. I mean, they picked it the other day and played it the other day. Worked okay.
Yeah, it's like Tiny.
Lost.
The other hero that comes to mind, just because he's been rising in popularity recently, is Lycan. Lycan doesn't like playing into Necro too much. Like in lane or in game. He just runs in, gets scythed, blown up by Mars Grim.
I mean, it's definitely a Team Liquid hero, I feel like. They could play it carry. I feel like I've seen Matu play the hero. I'm sure Zai would be comfortable playing him too. If Mickey ends up playing the Mars, that's very common for Team Liquid, for Mickey to play Mars, actually. Definitely one of his alternative heroes.
I'm just looking at like Shadow Shaman, Enigma. They've got the makings of a pretty good push lineup if they just want to go knock down some towers.
That is true. Bloodseeker bans obviously to protect the Pangolier, but yeah, still a little unsure about what the Necrophos means. TA, maybe they're worried about giving them more Roche potential, between TA and whatever else the lineup ends up being. Maybe it's very effective against Enigma in lane. If they end up playing Enigma as 4, you could probably split damage onto, or splash damage onto the Eidolons pretty easy.
Yeah.
But I'm not quite sure why the TA is banned this game and not others.
And then just outright ban the Batrider this time.
Yeah. Okay, they're doing some weird stuff. So basically they said, okay, this game we're not going to be able to fit it in. And kind of a cool lineup, actually. They got minus armor from Venge right now. Prophet, physical damage with everything. It'll combo nice. The Venge stuff will combo nicely with Mars. It'll give them some instant Enigma counter. That's the other big thing.
Yeah.
With Swap. So yeah, kind of a weird lineup for Liquid. No good. It's like the first game that Grimstroke actually looks bad to me right now, because it doesn't combo that well with the rest of his squad at the moment. It's all ranged heroes, right? So that one's a bit peculiar.
It gives them a lot of displacement abilities though, like Spear, Swap. They've also got the global TP from Prophet. Similar to last game with the IO, right? Wherever Liquid finds someone, there's going to be 2-3 heroes actually dogpiling on the hero to kill them. Which is why Underlord, tanky boy, going to be a difficult target to pick off.
Well, actually, the reason that the Grimstroke thing they're happy about is going to be Venge Stun for sure. By the Shard, you can do double Venge Stuns, so you get 4 stuns instead of 2. So that is what they're going to play around with this game. Can you double Nature's Prophet ulti if you click directly on the hero? I'm not sure if you get double from that, but...
I would assume so.
Do you get double... Sure. You don't get double Omni Slash.
No, because that requires Jug to auto attack. I believe that one's a little different. I do like the Underlord pick though. There are elements of like Death Push in Team Liquid's draft between Venge and Prophet. So I think Underlord's going to provide some really nice counter push. The disable that he provides will be kind of nice as well, and also the reduced damage is going to help offset the Venge aura.
It just makes it really difficult for you to execute when there's a massive pit of malice in the middle and you're trying to swap Inkswell, jump in with Spear. You put it inside the arena of Mars, and it becomes a bit more problematic. And you also have that dark portal to join fights when Liquid are roaming around the map with the mobility that they have. I'm a little surprised they banned Rubik and not like an Ursa or something, heroes that often do very well against Underlord. But it's an Undying for Team Liquid to come out last, which means Venge Core then?
Or Prophet mid, or Prophet carry is also the possibility.
Like Undying 5, Grim 4.
It could be lots of weird shit. They could do Mars mid. They could do... I don't think Grim mid is as likely personally. I think it could be like Mars mid, Prophet carry, Undying 3. It could be Venge 3. It could be... You could hypothetically put like Venge mid. Not a big fan of that though. I mean, they can flex all this based on what they see. And they're going to see a Weaver as the last pick. That's probably the carry. There are, outside of like Spear and maybe Silence from Grim, they don't have the best lockdown for Weaver because you can dodge Magic Missile pretty straightforward. And Weaver is good at killing Grim bugs, or the Grim Silence quite easily. Enigma basically did the same pick yesterday against Grimstroke. The downside was they were playing against Doom last time, and that was a problem. But this game, it looks a little better.
Okay, quick predictions. Which team are we choosing this time? Are we getting a game 3 or easy 2-0 for Liquid?
I'm going to back the team that I think is better, and I'm going to go with Liquid.
I also wanted to take the coward's way, but I was going to say that Nigma's draft, I think, looks a little bit more straightforward. I think Liquid's draft is totally executable by them, and I would love to see them win with the off-meta heroes. But I trust the late game team fight a little bit better on the Nigma side.
All right, well, we've got a little bit of a split in our analysts. One going with the stats and another going with the meta. B-Cop, Jenkins, let's see what happens.
Thank you very much, everyone. And yeah, coming into this second game, we'll see if Nigma can hold it together and potentially get themselves to a game 3, or if Liquid are going to take the quick 2-0. Jenkins, where's your Twitch points at? Who are you putting your Twitch points on?
Who am I putting my Twitch points on? Oh, jeez. Well, I'm a betting man, so I would say Nigma. I'll put it on them. However, I do quite enjoy this Undying pick. Feels like a very good game for Tombstone. Your best killer is the last pick hero, that's the Weaver. But against Enigma, that's a Blink Dagger Canceller. It's tons of night vision to catch him out. Once you drop that thing, Underlord doesn't really hit it. Pango doesn't really hit it. Like Rasta, one of the lowest attack ranges for a ranged hero in the game. So it really falls entirely on Miracle to kill the Tombstone. I know it's a position 5, but a lot of teams will actually late pick on Dyings because there are no Tombstone killers. And I know that these teams value that very highly. It's one of the only position 5s. The 5 positions will last pick as a kind of trump pick because of that Tombstone. Not last pick, but like late pick. I really like Nature's Prophet as a hero too. It's like my second favorite hero to Pudge. So I just love to see this hero picked. I feel like the Sprout Leash's talent at level 20 is utterly broken and underutilized. Also, you can Roshan solo at 15 minutes. Nobody does it for some reason, but you can do it. There's no trick to it. You just press Sprout and you solo Roshan. That's it. With the Agnum Shard, of course.
Sure. I mean, why not just solo Roshan? That is the greatest feeling. There's also Roche potential on Enigma's side, right? Like, they've got the Serpent Wards.
Shadow Shaman, yeah. Same thing. Same thing. Like, some of these heroes just have really bullshit ways of taking Roshan because of the damage changes. And Nature's Prophet, Shadow Shaman, those are 2 of those heroes.
Oh, now from Enigma too, we're seeing the 5 position Enigma. Like, we've talked about 5 position Enigma not really feeling like that great of an Enigma spot. I'm a little worried to see what this Enigma can do. It doesn't feel like I don't know, at least from the last time we saw it, it's something I personally have confidence in, but obviously Enigma here, they do, and they picked it up for KuroKy.
Yeah, in terms of position, like I do feel like 5 is the best position for it in the game. Now the issue is the laning. You oftentimes would run this position 5 Enigma because you can use Demonic Conversion on the creeps, but now it's got a 50-second cooldown at level 1, meaning you cannot use it on every single creep wave. That used to be how you would lane with the hero. He's, other than that, he's a fairly weak laner. It's pretty easy to kill the little Eidolons. Those have been buffed, so maybe that's the reason why KuroKy thinks that this can work. But yeah, the laning is definitely weak. When you get into the game, it looks really good, though.
And we also said the last time we saw an Enigma that, like, the black holes from a 5-position Enigma aren't, like, the most important thing for him. But there seems to be plenty of ways to make sure that you don't feel comfortable throwing down a black hole, right? Like, is just Zai in general, like, you could be looking for KuroKy to make sure that that black hole is never coming out.
Yeah, swap, really low cooldown, really easy to hit. I think that if you're a core Enigma, the way you deal with that is you get a Lincoln Sphere, but that's like never coming out for a 5 position. So yeah, definitely Kuro's got the odds stacked against him in this game. But once again, he's a 5 position. Doesn't really matter. We've got a battle of the beefy boys mid, by the way.
Yeah.
Which oftentimes with RMN heading towards that mid lane, this is how you you end up, and Mickey playing his Mars, which he really enjoys.
First blood
They
kill
gotta
there,
kill him,
though.
Boxy.
Yeah, the first blood going the way of Miracle. That's exactly what you need. That's without Malefice too. Just throwing the swarm out there, having that extra damage, so Miracle was able to get that kill. It's a little bit surprising. I thought, maybe once the Malefice is there, they'd get the kill, but level 2 for KuroKy, they're able to get themselves first blood.
Yeah. I think Boxy's probably surprised by that as well, because Miracle went for a point in the swarm, which is very uncommon, especially these days now that it's only 3 attacks to kill instead of 2 at level 1. It's yeah, very, very easy to kill those things. So he just didn't expect it. He just didn't expect the bugs to come out.
Trying to do some damage with the Stroke of Fate as well as the Magic Missile, but they go to the Swarm once again. It doesn't land onto either of these heroes, but Zai hit with the Malefice. The lockdown is there, and they'll get another kill. They backed off into the trees, and that might have been their undoing, because they really didn't have a way for Zai to get out of that chase once the Malefice was put on that bench. So 2 kills here down bottom for Enigma, and that's exactly the start that they need to really get things going. Inkswell with the Malefice, it makes it very hard for them to get a stun out from the Inkswell, but it does end up landing on KuroKy. Not that they can have the follow-up damage to get a kill there. I was thinking maybe Miracle would go in and Shikuchi to try and get that kill, but he was a little bit far away once he got split by the Inkswell. He's got that level 2 into the Shikuchi. So again, Malefice once more in this bottom lane. They are really searching for blood. Magic Missile, Wave of Terror, and a minus armor on a Kuroki, but they still don't have the damage to get the kill. However, Miracle Shikuchi just gets out of the Inkswell. Kind of playing with fire here. They sit on the edge of these stuns.
Yeah, this is an interesting lane because, you know, Enigma traditionally not that strong of a position 5 laner, but against these two, you know, fairly squishy ranged heroes with inability to kill the Eidolons, it's looking actually pretty strong. And Miracle also going 1-2 build, no Geminate attack. Means he's got less harass damage, but he's got the lower cooldown on Sakuchi, and every time the swarm is up, they're just going for kill attempts with it, which is kind of cool. And Mind Control cutting the wave. He's doing some shenanigans up here. Nature's Prophet Undying. I can understand the desire to just not lane. what hero likes to lane against these two? That sounds hard.
Oh, cool. Getting decayed. This is great. This feels fun. I guess I'll stand here and continue to have this be
Oh, I'll just go ahead and get zoned 1v2. Yeah, that sounds like a good time for me.
Even the Hex and the Ether Shock, it just doesn't feel that great. There's not much really that they can do in the top lane, but bottom lane is doing its thing. They get another kill here. They'll take out Boxy for the second time. Things are feeling pretty good so far for Enigma to have this good start.
Honestly, and they've made it past the point of the game where I think that, like, Enigma, once you start getting levels, he's actually pretty strong. And same with Weaver. They nerfed his Sakuchi cooldown level 1. It's super punishable. But now that he's getting levels, once he's level 5, he feels like the same, you know, toxic laner that existed in the last patch that everybody was so sick of. And Enigma, same thing. His abilities got nerfed in the early levels, in particular the conversions. And now he's got that level 2, so it's really less of an issue. Only 5 seconds downtime on those little guys. Like, this is just going to get harder and harder for Zion Boxy.
Does something like this mean you need to move somebody else here? Do you maybe throw the Undying here? Is there anything, or did they just back up and kind of submit to the pressure from Enigma and concede the lane a little bit?
They definitely concede for a few minutes, and then I think Mickey makes a rotation because Mickey, he can definitely kill Kuro. He can kill all of the Eidolons as well. And then after that, the laning stage will break down. You send a support mid, Mickey stays bot with maybe Zai, with maybe Boxy. But there's going to be a couple of minutes here where Enigma basically gets to free farm because of how this lane is going, at least in this particular lane. I mean, the top lane's not going so well for them. Matumba's absolutely free farming, almost doubling the CS of Mind Control. 17 denies. And I don't even think that Mind Control was in XP range for those denies because this guy's level 3.
A level 3 to the level 5 of Matumba, man. Both safe lanes kind of having their way.
One thing Nigma is going for them too is that RMN he's actually having a good game. Like, he's second on CS. Let's see what his net worth is looking like. Yeah, solid.
Over. Maybe they could get this kill onto the Undying, but it is a tough chase. Use the arena bottom, and there's the kill on a Miracle. That's exactly what you wanted. That's what you were talking about. And Mickey makes the rotation while they were going into the jungle to try and take care of this Undying. And all of a sudden, the lane kind of eases up on them. So
it does, yeah. That's kind of the only play that they can make. Like, Mickey's the game changer there. So really good wherewithal for him. Like, it's easy for us to recognize what needs to happen because we're not in the game, like, focusing on our own lane. So, like, he's looking at the other lanes and talking with his team and
going down. They want to go after GH, and he's level 3. They've got
that's a lot of trees.
Zombies and Treants chasing their way after this Shadow Shaman. The horror movie up there top.
Oh yeah, and now Matumba, I would imagine with the level 3 and Treants, he probably wants to get active, especially with Kuro maybe going down bot.
Venom's Embrace on a Miracle, and Stroke of Fate. They got another kill.
Down. Okay, that's that's without Mickey, and GH just rotated. So that's bad.
They're gonna try and maybe get a trade here, but they trade another one, and it looks like it might just be all 3. Zai does finally go down. He'll use the salve while he shackles, so he does get a good amount of health back, and that allows him to then right-click down Boxy. So well done there by GH to get solo experience and get those 2 kills, but when you kill Miracle and you slow down KuroKy, I think you're okay with that. Too good. Mind control. Ooh, body block. Trian's doing a good job. And there's another Sprout. There's another kill. Matumba Man now 2-0.
Huh. That's an unlikely kill. I gotta say, I feel like Pango has 2 ways of getting out of the Sprout and getting out of body blocks. 3 if you have your ult.
And the magic missile. Now KuroKy coming over. Zai. We swap on cooldown, stun on cooldown. He might just get chased all the way to his death. But as I say that, magic missile, Phantom's Embrace gets the Shikuchi off just in time, but the Phantom's Embrace will kill off Miracle. They also take out KuroKy. It's a rotation from Matumba Man, and this is probably the tier 1 tower bottom, eating a lot of damage, if not dying as well.
Yeah, Nature's Prophet is like arguably the highest tempo possible position 1, just because he can run around and take all of the towers. Like, for God's sakes, he can take the tier 2 pretty early too. But Armin, very tanky.
Yeah, tanky, but is he tanky enough? Phantom's Embrace, Inkswell right on top of the Shadow Shaman. They've got heroes down here to take care of at least GH. Now the Phantom's Embrace, once again, the Pin of Malice doesn't lock him down long enough. He's tanky, but by himself. Magic Missile, Stroke of Fate, Wave of Terror, all these waves just come in RMN's way. He can't survive. It's now 11-5 Liquid, and they take a big lead early on at 3K.
Yeah, that's a very difficult kill that they just got there. I feel like if they don't kite RMN perfectly, like you can see Zai escapes from the tower with literally 1 hit away from dying. If he gets hit a second time, he dies there. Like, they were kiting around him perfectly, around the Firestorm, not getting hit by the tower, where they could take him down, because he's not gonna die to some like 5-second burst. I mean, he's so huge on Underlord. They needed like 2 rounds of spells to kill him. So if they don't all micro perfectly there, he doesn't die.
Mid lane again, Miracle. Magic Missile, time lapse to avoid it.
Mickey's got an Orb of Corrosion on mid Mars. That is cool. That is an interesting item. Instead of just like rushing the Blink Dagger or stats or something, like he's going for full-on aggression and damage.
Bottom lane, Matumba Man going down. KuroKy didn't even have Black Hole for that one. They use the Fiend's Gate, they have the Serpent Wards, the Shackle, the Hex, all is there and all is ready to get that big kill onto the Nature's Prophet. That's exactly what they needed. Now Zai over mid, but again, here they go. They've got the Shackle, the Arena's down, the Spear. It will land on the Mind Control. They'll take the Pango, follow that up with a kill on a GH. Boxy now on the run, but he does survive with a little bit of health. KuroKy drops down the Black Hole. It's not enough damage just yet. The Stroke of Fate as well as Miracle going in. They get the kill on a Mickey. They look over at Zai. Miracle one shot from dead. Boxy turns around knowing he's probably gone and will take out Miracle. KuroKy falls afterwards to Matumba Man, who's joined the fight after he's respawned. And a long-range Magic Missile, but like you were saying, RMN is pretty tanky, so it's not the easiest kill to get. Just put some pressure on the tier 1 over mid.
Yeah, they need multiple rounds of spells to kill him. This game both ways. I feel like if you don't kill Miracle in that fight for Team Liquid, you are looking at a potential disaster situation. I mean, you do almost have the Orchid on Matumba, so there is a way to kill Miracle, even if he's having a really good game. But like, it looked like he was just gonna run away with this fight, as well as like Mind Control coming in. I think if Mickey doesn't hit that spear on Mind Control and he gets the roll off in the river, I mean mid lane river, there is no better place in the game to fight as a Pango other than maybe the Roche Pit, which is about the same place. But he doesn't get the roll off because Mickey catches him from behind. I mean, it's yeah, it's just these fights look like both ways. It could be a disaster if one person like messes up, you know? Like, for example, like if Liquid tries to focus RMN in these fights, if they just feel like they can kill him and they get it wrong, and all of a sudden a roll comes out and a Black Hole comes out, like Liquid can lose this momentum that they have just as quickly as they've gotten it. But they're playing the fights really nicely.
Yeah, the fights are coming kind of close, and it's still just sitting at 3K, so they kind of stopped the bleeding a little bit on Nigma. They got a kill over on Insania. They ended up trading, though, for Mind Control. Not exactly the trade you want to make, but it is opening up space for Miracle. And like you said, with a little bit more extra space and Mind Control getting the Rolling Thunder off, that fight could certainly go Nigma's way.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, Nature's Prophet at this point, just as a hero, does absolutely nothing to a Rolling Thunder, to a Black Hole, to the, you know, the Pit of Malice. Like, it's very difficult for him to play this game.
Tombstone down, Spear lands, RMN, he's tanky, but is he tanky enough? Magic Missile, Stroke of Fate, and there's the damage to get the kill, and Senia gets credit for that one, and they smoke immediately after that. They might want to follow this up with more kills and potentially going into the triangle. And Ob's down, and they'll just walk their way up. That is no fear in their eyes.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
And Mickey's got his blink, so he's got to start on Mind Control. I really feel like almost any time there's a Pango in a game, it is the right choice to go on him first. Preventing that roll is just one of the most important things that you can do. Unless it's a pickoff.
Blink Spear, and that's a very quick kill onto Miracle. And that is the combination that you're looking for. Arena, Inkswell, Spear, God the God's Rebuke. There's not really much that Miracle can do when he doesn't know that move is coming.
Yeah, he just did not have his Sakuchi. He would need to immediately press time lapse.
This was earlier when they got the kill out onto Insania. While we were looking at the other replay, he did get the ult off, but he ends up dying. And then they chase Mind Control. Swashbuckler doesn't get him out of the high ground, and he ends up dead anyway. And this is what we just saw.
We are basically just watching a Mickey compilation. That's kind of what that was.
Oh, yeah. Baby, a triple. It just needs like heavy bass and everything, and just throw it on YouTube.
Yeah, he is 360 no-scoping them right now for sure.
Radiant's bottom tower
They're just waiting in the trees here because this tower is looking so juicy.
He's
at
debating
117 health left.
By the way, Insania is maxing the Tombstone, by the way. Okay, he's going to be going down.
Serpent Wards, and there is the Rod of Atos, but the Swap.
Just kidding. He is alive.
He will survive.
Swap is a very nice ability.
Wasted.
Yeah. Zai almost has his Aghanim Scepter, too. Which, I think inherently this Aghanim Scepter on Venge is so strong since they added the damage reduction, especially, too. Like, the way you play against Venge is you kill her, because otherwise she'll just swap the guy out that's getting gone on. But if you have the Ags, you want to die on Venge. Doesn't have it yet, though.
Hex, Soulbind, and the Phantom's Embrace onto 2. They got the kill on a Zai. In this tower looking very juicy to try and take. The Swashbuckle forward. Now going into the Rolling Thunder. I want to catch up to these heroes. Shield Crash on top of Boxy. Insania is here with the Soul Rip to get some health back into the Grimstroke. And here comes Matuma Man. Well, your chase is taking too long, and now you might be in for some punishment. And by punishment, I mean GH going down, Kuroki falling, down goes Mind Control. And it is a 3-for-1. They chased well too far. And that did not work out for them. They got the tower, but that is a consolation prize. Not even
they kind of
medal worth.
Go ahead with your silver medal.
No, I said it may not even be worth a silver medal. That was it. That's all I got.
Okay, I thought you were gonna keep going with some like Olympic bullshit.
No. That's all I got.
They kind of overextended after they get the kill on Zai. This exposes their backlines, and I mean, this really is just their backlines making this play. They don't have RMN, they don't have their Weaver here either, so it's like the 3 weakest heroes running at the entirety of Team Liquid. So it does go kind of as you expect, if that is not like an instant pick off there.
It's a 7K lead. They had just killed RMN, by the way. They were in the river. Matuma Man coming around again. He's got that Orchid. He's going into the BKB. He has certainly placed himself in a decent spot to try and put the pressure on Nigma, which has been the name of the game. And we've seen teams with the most success against Nigma just have such a high tempo, right? Tundra doing it the other day.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, I think in general in Dota these days, it's catches a lot of people off guard. Like, for instance, you see them taking this tier 2 right now. Not a very common thing to be able to take the tier 2 this early, but with a hero like Nature's Prophet, the Venge to, you know, help buff up that damage, they can take it. Love Insania's positioning here, just ready to put down a tombstone if they commit. Imagine if he tombstones between the tower, the tier 2 tower and the tier 3, when you're trying to defend the tier 2, it's like you're never going to go back towards your base to kill the tombstone, but then you're getting killed by all the zombies.
Like you said, the one that they're really trying to have kill the tombstone is Miracle, and he's not even close to that exchange. So if you were to drop the tombstone, they'd be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, exactly. As long as it's like remotely decently placed. And yeah, Miracle needs that BKB in order to really show up to these fights, which is why he's not. He knows that he's gonna get Mars Spirit or Grimstroke Silence. It's a very good counter. He's gonna get Orchided. There's a lot to take him out here.
So what's the game plan here for Enigma? Bring this back? Is it again just trying to open up some space for Miracle to get some farm? You know, right now they look like they want to fight. They've got 4 heroes smoked. Not exactly sure where the smoke is worth the admission if they're going to go for Insania and get the kill. Meanwhile, RMN on the other side of the fight, he's getting gotten after. They'll take out the Undying. They'll end up losing RMN. The Soulbind lands, so that'll lock up both the Pangolier as well as this Weaver. And now they're trying to run, but the Magic Missile lands. Mind Control away with the Swashbuckle getting off. But again, that's a smoke. All they get is the Undying. They end up losing the Underlord with Roche right for the pickin'. This is not exactly the spot you want to be in if you're Enigma.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Insania, you're really cool with that trade. And you're also very confused because your Sentry Ward is just about covering where their ward is that scouted him there. So he's like, how the hell did they see me? They have no vision. And he's de-warding. Like, he's de-warding right now. He's like, where the hell's their vision, bro?
Goes to the Tombstone, and now they'll go into Roche. They're going to try and take this first Aegis. Black Hole is available if there's any fight to go from Enigma into the pit, but at least right now it's not looking like they want to go.
Yeah, tough to run into this this Tombstone. I think it would just spell disaster for them. The Tombstone and the Arena of Blood in the pit. You know, if Kuro was a core Enigma.
Ooh.
Oh, Mickey actually misses the Arena onto GH
and the Spear.
Yep, but I think they're strong enough on Liquid that they can fight anyway. Could be a good timing though for Enigma. Like if you're Enigma, that feels pretty good.
Again, with an Aegis on Matoma Man. He's got his BKB.
He's looking for Miracle.
He'd love to spot him, but Sprout doesn't land. He'll TP away. It still feels like we're kind of waiting for... We've seen like one black hole that was over mid, and I'm not saying that that's the end-all be-all to the team fight for Enigma, and obviously it's very difficult to want to even throw out something like that, so see if Kuroki ever finds an opportunity to kind of get a play at that. Hard to just kind of walk in black hole, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's got a black hole like one guy. I don't think he can hit multiple heroes as a 5 position. I mean, the guy's got a damn Sage's Mask in his inventory. It's like his most prized possession, you know, not even mana boots yet. So he's very poor.
Inkswell, Blink, that's going to stun up both of them, and they land the Spear, so it's an easy 1-2 pick. Kuroki, Miracle, both going down. It is looking very easy for Liquid now as they have just found every entry point to take out these Enigma heroes.
Yeah, and they have Nature's Prophet as well. So these tier 3 towers are definitely under threat. Sprout, you can permanently tank the tower with your big treants, and he's going for an Assault Cuirass as well, so looking to end.
Swap, Inkswell, and the Silence. They land the Spear. They'll take out Mind Control. Dead for 45 seconds with buyback, and he uses it immediately. They get the kill on a Boxy. They'll take out the Grimstroke. There's the Shackle with the Serpent Wards committed to get Zai. That is 2 dead. But
Zai back? Did he just backpack his Ag so he didn't respawn? Because he was worried that they could like trap him in the base. I think he backpacked his Ags.
Let's take a look.
See. Yeah, I think he did. Right. I took my eyes off the screen for just a second. Him not dying here. Oh, that was his Ags. He was already dead. I see. Okay, so that swap doesn't matter at all for him. He's just suiciding his illusion. I didn't even realize he died to the tower damage. I was like, oh wow, he survived. That's impressive. Nope, he was dead.
I agreed too quickly. Arena comes out. Spear is there. Mind Control in trouble, gets the shield crash off, though. Try to get away with the four-man black hole, but it's, yeah, instant canceled. That's what you're kind of hoping for. But obviously without the cancellation. Unfortunately, though, it does get canceled and Kuroki ends up dead.
Almost sick. Almost sick. I mean, that could have been insane. I think the Phantom's Embrace got him. It was like traveling when he got the hole off.
Yeah, no BKB, no Lincolns, nothing to really stop these options to stop the black hole, and it 0.4 seconds out of your ult is never the greatest feeling.
It was a very cool 0.4 seconds, though. He got 4 guys. That was awesome.
They were already trying to bail, too, so that was kind of like a, hey, we dropped down a Fiend's Gate. Can we get out of here? Okay, I'll black hole. Everybody bail.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically. That was an escape hole.
Look at it again. Here we go.
And surely it was the Phantom Embrace, right? Sure. Because I think he got Matumba in the hole.
And boom.
Yeah, it was the Phantom.
Yeah.
So Boxy walks into the hole in order to cancel it. Because I think he got pulled in by the Aghanim Shard. But he got the silence off already, so... If he messed up that micro just by like a little bit and he walks into the hole before getting the Phantom's Embrace off, maybe Kuro actually gets like 1 or 2 heroes there.
I like that shard. But again, that's a lot of gold expended for, what, 1 black hole usage so far? Is it really worth 1,400 gold if you're not going to be... I don't know. Obviously, it's a long cooldown for black hole in general. You're waiting 200 seconds between it. So I just don't know if that's really worth the 1,400 gold where you could probably be spending that on something else.
To me, it's kind of like a poor man's BKB and like a poor man's Blink, because it helps you pull more heroes in, which normally that's what the Blink helps you do. And then it also helps you not get interrupted, because heroes that are trying to walk up and interrupt you sometimes get pulled in. So that's kind of what it is to me. It's a desperation position 5 item that you see a lot of Enigmas going for just because they can't afford anything else, the poor bastards.
Right. Okay. You know, you're just hoping they get past the event horizon.
Exactly. You're praying to Gaben that they get pulled in, and sometimes they do. I mean, it almost happened in that fight. We saw it almost happen.
GH cutting the creep wave top. Or at least trying to. There was one lonely catapult that gets by.
Look at where Mickey's illusions are positioned. I know it's like a small thing, but it is a cool thought that you know that Miracle's going to go farm your side of the map, and he puts the illusions in both his jungles, scouting where he's obviously going to be like, you know, trying to farm creeps in the meantime, so they can pick him off. So Miracle feels unsafe like cutting waves and stuff because they have vision of him hiding in the jungles. It's smart. It's like you see teams with like an advantage. Instead of warding the enemy side, they ward their own side because they know that that's where the enemy team has to go. Because if they go back to their own side, they just die.
And like we were saying in the first game, Nigma's one of those teams that's not as likely to just sit in their base and let you come to them.
They always leave.
Yeah,
they always leave.
They always look to farm, and then you're throwing those illusions out and making sure, like you said, we have eyes on the prize.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the thought process behind it. You know that like the rest of the team are thinking of that as well. And we've seen it in the previous game where Liquid will often like set up on like Boxy when he was playing Clockwork in their own jungle. You see Matumba is farming up his own jungle while the rest of his team is you know, pushing in the enemy side. Like Liquid doesn't let any part of the map go unfarmed, and they don't let the enemy team walk out and like sneak past and farm somewhere that they think that they shouldn't be able to.
Simba, everything our vision touches is ours. And
basically,
aren't allowed to have any of it.
Nope.
No Miracle, though, he's got the BKB, he's going for the Scotty. Like, that's just such a pipe dream for him to try and get that. They're gonna try Rolling Thunder, but that's the answer. Soulbind.
Countered.
Very easily, and then the swap, they'll get the kill on the Mind Control to look over at RMN, and he won't be able to survive despite the fact that he's got that BKB, and he'll take the top tier 3.
One button more RMN. There's the counter. And poor RMN wasn't he got swapped in. He's just like, what the hell? Why am I in here? He got attached to the Pangolier, so unfortunate. He was just the guy that was closest. I don't want. Funny, he doesn't look like an Underlord in this game. Like ever since the early game, he's looked very squishy.
Yeah, there was a point where it felt like he was hard to kill, but that's not the same anymore. They've got the Hex as well as the Serpent Wards down. They're trying to focus up at least Mickey. Fiend's Gate is down. The Black Hole is out. It's onto the Venge, so they don't have a way to stop that. They're getting pulled in, and they will pull in Mickey for a second, but they'll end up killing off Kuroki. So now, with GH and Kuroki gone, they'll buy back on 3 of these heroes. They've got RMN going in deep already. There's the Hex as well as the kill, but Zai's got the illusion to throw in the Magic Missile. They look over mid, and Zai will swap himself out, and Miracle getting blown to shreds! Fly Swatter works on the Buck. Miracle just gets destroyed. And they will take the bottom tier 3. They'll look at the bottom set of racks. Miracle not alive for 35 seconds. They've got the Refresher Orb ready to go with the Blink as well as the Arena. They might even end up going for that. The Soulbind is out again. And there is really not much Mind Control can do. Kuroki ends up dead once more. The Sprout with the Spear. That is a dirty combo to kill off RMN. 4 heroes gone. Mind Control can only just watch as they call GG. And Liquid will take the 2 over Nigma. Really, really well done.
It looked easy. I mean, they played very well. They just played on another level. I mean, Mickey, I feel like I was hyping him up in the last game, so I want to hype somebody else up. But I feel like he was everywhere, while also being farmed and while also carrying the game. Matumba Man in both of these games, he was the kind of rock carry position player where he was top of net worth. He was always super farmed, super fat, really making use of the space. You know, Zai with his swaps, he was saving people. You had the interrupt from the Black Hole on Boxy, but like both of these games to me looked like the Mickey show, and then everybody else was just kind of supporting him. And Matumba's hitting creeps like, please guys, please let me do something. I'm bored. Liquid they look insanely strong. They look much stronger than Team Nigma currently.
Yeah, I mean, they looked way more the favorites than I think most people would have even thought in this one. And you've got Mickey shining bright, and everybody has to deal with the brightest star on the team just shining so bright. It's hard to show off, and like everybody did things under the radar, especially like Zai. It felt like he was doing a lot, but it wasn't exactly the focus of our eyes, at least. And Mickey gets away with murder, basically, and Liquid take the 2-0. So they do a very good job of taking this series, and they make it look clean. And to break it down more, we'll have the panel, but they'll come back after a short break. So we'll see you guys coming back for the last time today. We'll see you in a moment.
I'm not sure I have a lot of words for exactly what we just witnessed there for Team Nigma, but congratulations, Team Liquid. You've moved on into the winner bracket, the grand finals to qualify for a $4 million LAN in Riyadh. I know we want to talk about Liquid, want to give them their props, but what is going on with Nigma?
Yeah, they've got some problems. I kind of liked the way that they changed up their draft in this game. They gave Miracle Weaver a hero that can join fights, maybe get active a little earlier on. RMN had a decent laning phase, but when it comes down to these mid-game team fights and the execution and understanding where your enemies are going to be on the map and how they're reacting to you, it seemed like Nigma are just totally lost.
Yeah, and part of that is just because they are playing against really, really, really solid teams. There's been... I mean, if Nigma's playing with their stand-in, things are going to be a little bit weaker than normal. They've already been struggling before that. One team has to lose a Dota game, and unfortunately, they're not extremely close. They still overperform the tournament. I don't think we should completely talk negatively about them. They beat Gaming Gladiators in a best of 3. That was really solid and impressive for them.
True.
But the last 2 teams they had to play against, Tundra and Team Liquid, both excellent teams, and today Team Liquid and last series as well, Team Liquid played excellent. This was the lack of hard carry stuff that Team Liquid likes to do sometimes, and I think Boxy was the MVP that game. He just used his spells so expertly, really helped shut down and counter Grimstroke's Pengalier's role multiple times in the game. He silences Enigma black holes at the worst possible moment for Kuro. Just excellent performance by him.
Yeah, just like a well-honed machine, the entire squad, right? We were struggling to think of an MVP because everyone played their hero close to perfection. Boxy had a good time. I mean, they shut down that Pango pretty hard from lane stage through the game with the Grimstroke as well. After that lane against Prophet Undying, which was nasty.
Yeah, Gareth, you pointed out that Pango was, level 5 at 9 minutes? Unable to really get anything done in this game.
So the first 5 minutes or so, GH and Mind Control were trying to drag waves and pull and manipulate the creep equilibrium. Insania with that Undying was just chasing them around, spamming decay, making sure they weren't getting good drag backs between their tower, doing a great job of that. And Mind Control, yeah, he was level 5 at 8.5 minutes. Then he hit level 6 and died solo to Prophet. Then he came to 2 fights and died without using roll twice in a row. So it really was just complete shutdown of Mind Control, who was, for the most part, their big team fight. Okay, they've got Black Hole, but Rolling Thunder is that continual team fight through the game.
And it's much easier to gap close with Rolling Thunder to start a fight. Enigma getting in the right position to land a Black Hole is going to be a lot harder to execute. So tough one for Enigma, but Team Liquid really turned on the heat and played really well. They got a fast Ags on Venge. That's the one lane that was a little bit dangerous. They did have a lot of deaths in there. Miracle had 3 kills when he had 17 last hits or something like that. But they were able to pull back out and get some return kills and accelerate him towards a good outcome. So that Zai could be the frontliner and the initiator for the team, and he helped to make a lot of those forced fights work on top of all the tower siege that they brought from Atomo Man.
Well, we had a hard time picking an MVP because Liquid overall played so incredibly well. And a lot of times, I think we have to recognize great draft, great in-game calls. That comes from your captain. And we've got our man on the side of the building looking down upon all of us, ready for an interview with Insania.
Hello? Hello, Insania. How are you, my friend? The camera's on.
Where's your hair?
It's yours. I want to get a Lex Luthor vibe, I figured we were on the top of the building, huh? What do you think, huh? Is it working? Is it good, man?
Kind of, yeah. I got too much hair, and you got too little. Yeah, kind of.
It's pretty permanent, I don't know. Kind of. Well, thanks for your honesty, Insania.
No, just
That's
kidding.
what
It
we're
looks
always
good.
after.
No, it looks good. It looks good.
Don't lie.
No,
Don't lie, Insania.
No, you do, but it was kind of a Lex Luthor vibe, but it does look good.
That's what I was looking for.
Nice to have a Lex Luthor vibe. Yeah.
Oh, that's not true. I'll ask an extremely rude question right now.
Alright, feel free.
Insania! That was a bloodbath of a game. 17 kills by 11 minutes. 46 by 30. Do you like those kinds of games, or are you more of a methodical person? As the captain, as the shot caller, as the smart man, do you like that bloodshed, or would you rather it be a little bit slow and, methodical?
No, I mean, I am all those things that you just mentioned, but at heart, first of all, you're a support player. So, of course, you want stuff to happen. When carries just want to hit creeps and the stuff, it's boring. So, no, more bloodshed, more fighting. It's nice.
Okay. All right. Here's a really serious question. Why do they keep letting you have IO Razor? Why? Why does this continue? Do you think that there's really better heroes to be banning out? You guys seem to win every single game that you get with it.
I think it's probably just like you look at our team, there's like these giga superstars on every position, and then you're like, do I want to ban a superstar player's hero or this like position 5 IO? And it feels kind of bad, to give up this like these superstars, they're dream heroes. So you just end up giving up the IO.
You never feel disrespected? Like, come on, I deserve to have my hero banned. Why?
No, not really. I feel like in our old team, my heroes are always banned, and then I had no heroes to play, so I'll gladly take this. This feels very nice. I get to play some heroes that I enjoy, and yeah, it works well.
All right, now, you are one of the nicest pro players out there. Every time that I talk to you, I get a big smile on my face. But do you ever feel bad doing a lane like Undying Treant, just this toxic, absolutely disgusting kind of lane? Or do you revel in that sickening toxicity?
I mean, I don't think our team has ever been a very honest team. I think there's been periods where we tried to be honest and it didn't really work out. So I think just this honest Dota fits us. So no, don't feel bad at all.
Well, we certainly don't feel bad watching you guys absolutely destroy Insania. Thank you. The man went out and got a camera for our interviews. Awesome as always. And that will do it from us over here. I'll get you, Superman! Goodbye! Back to the
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know if we needed more evil villain vibes from Slacks. We've already got Arkosh. This is I don't know. I have concerns. This is concerning.
I don't know. He looks hot. He looks real good.
Insania did seem distracted by the shine. You know, it's a distraction technique.
To make the interview more comfortable to him, I guess. Yeah, something like that.
Yes. Yeah, there we go. Well, too much hair versus too little hair. Insania says Team Liquid likes to play dishonest Dota, and I gotta ask, where's our broodmother then? I'm sorry, they're just not cheesy enough for Insania to claim that title.
Yeah, that's true. That wasn't the cheesiest lineup I've ever seen. They definitely focused on some... I don't know, it's one of the things I like about the team. They're willing to do off-meta stuff that looks kind of cheesy, but it's not like they just picked some overpowered death push strategy. They just picked interesting heroes that countered the enemy solutions. I mean, that's probably what any cheese hero would say to describe their cheese, but I don't know, the picks were interesting and weird and still effective, and they won with it, so good for them.
It doesn't feel like it's individual hero cheese, but overall strategy cheese, right? It's like, oh, we're going to buy AC, Vlad's, drums, we're going to buy all these auras, and we might not have a death ball draft in terms of heroes, but we're going to itemize to do it anyway.
Yeah, that's true. It is very similar to that. They get the counters in. I thought in the second game they might have more trouble against the Weaver, but Profa buying first item Orchid just kind of made that a lot harder. In some ways better than Doom. Doom kills him, but it's a long cooldown, whereas now it's like any catch on him and you bring the Orchid hate to bear. So yeah, Team Liquid just played excellent in both games and very deserving to go on to the grand finals.
Now, Slacks did ask about that IO, and it's something I've been bringing up several times. Liquid seem way too strong with that IO pick. Is it the overall draft? It's not the IO itself. They could replace other things in, or tomorrow, do they really just need to ban IO against Liquid? Can we not?
I mean, they're definitely winning with it, but there are other problems in it. Maybe you could do the thing where you let them have the hero they want and you prep a strat for dismantling it. I'm sure Nigma had the IO in mind when they were drafting too, but if it's something that Liquid loves to go for, maybe there's a way to beat it. Maybe do some kind of anti-healing hero, maybe a Spirit Vessel. Spirit Vessel did just get nerfed, by the way. Pretty expensive now. It's like 140 extra gold. That's pretty significant. So maybe IO's even better. Maybe you just ban it.
So tomorrow we have Tundra versus Liquid. Obviously, we're going to break this down a bunch more tomorrow when we are back, but let's give a little preview. Both of these teams seem like they have very strong lanes. They are the two teams that are drafting a little less on the meta, a little less hard carry focused. Will we see those strategies switch up, or are they going to go head-to-head kind of with the same style?
I would say they go head-to-head, see whose is better, right? Whose death ball, whose early laning stage transition to early towers is better. We might end up with one of those scenarios where they kind of just avoid each other on the map in game one and just separate out and trade towers early. But I think we're going to have some early first bloods, 5v5 in the river early on, lanes collapsing very soon. It's going to be super exciting.
I wonder how Liquid's going to try to deal with Tundra's like CK focused draft. Basically, they pick CK first phase. They often go Grimstroke second phase. I want to see what Team Liquid gets for a solution towards it, because I don't know if they'll ban it, maybe make them play something else, but it just seems so straightforward that's Tundra's comfort zone right now. So curious to see what Liquid does to combat that, whether they stick to their strat and let Tundra get what they want, or if they try to develop a counter strategy to it.
Mm-hmm. What gets let through if you ban the CK? Because I'm thinking back to, was it TI5 EG versus CDEC? They just let CDEC have the Lesh and then demolished them, right? And so that's one thing that you're talking about with letting them have the CK. But if you ban the CK, what are they going to after that?
There's IO for themselves, right? Tundra can pick up the IO. There's IO, CK, Sand King, Tiny. I feel like the big four. I don't in a million years ever think you can ban 3-3's hero pool. I think you just let him have whatever the hell he wants because he's going to find something to play anyway. So looking towards maybe you ban IO Tiny, maybe you ban the CK Pugna, that kind of thing. Then that leaves in Sand King as a hero that is flexible for them.
Yeah, I think that makes some sense. Storm is the other one that you might want to think about.
Yeah.
Coddle potentially is something you usually want to ban against Tundra because they are so flexible with it, pick-wise. I think it would be really wrong of Liquid to let them get CK and Grimstroke. If they don't pick in the first phase, I feel like not banning Grimstroke in the second phase is just way too detrimental. But there's still other heroes on Tundra's side that you got to worry about at that second phase, like the Hoodwink or anything else that sets up the CK in a really good way.
Okay, so for tomorrow, we are going to be paying attention to CK, Grimstroke, and Io as some of the key heroes, whether or not they make it through the draft. If you've been hanging out with us here all day, you know how this works. You know teams have been eliminating today. Tomorrow is the grand finals. We've got 3 regions. It is... Let's see, RNG up against Boom starting out the day. Then we have 01 Esports up against the Boosters. And, of course, Team Liquid versus Tundra. Remember, they're playing for $2 million in funds to donate to charity for different humanitarian relief here at Gamers Without Borders. And they're also playing to qualify for a spot at a $4 million LAN in Riyadh. So we will be back tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for hanging out with us all day. And set your clocks. Make sure to join us for the grand finals tomorrow.